Chapter 1. It turns out that Huo Guo was actually myself. The soft halo of light, like a mother's hand, gently touches the delicate skin of the clouds, giving illusory space an exceptionally moving sense of reality. Amidst the clouds and mist, Xiaowu nestled against Tang Buddha, comforting her third brother. Don't be too sad, third brother. Doesn't the decline of the Tang sect just prove that the Douluo continent is constantly developing and its technology is continuously improving? Xiaowu playfully reached out her finger to smooth Tang San's furrowed brow. Fulfilling her duty as the sword sheath and helping to comfort her third brother, who was saddened by the fact that Tang sect's hidden weapons had been eliminated by soul tools. Tang saw. En held Xiaowu's fingers in his hand and sighed, "You're right, but the Tang sect is something I created myself, and I really can't bear to see it perish. As an enforcer of the God realm, I can't interfere with the changes in a plane. However, recently a new star seems to have emerged in Douluo continent, and it will have a close connection with my Tang sect. I've tried to see its destiny clearly, but it's shrouded in mystery. I hope everything will develop in a positive direction." Xiaowu's eyes lit up, and she said, "Even you say he's a rising star, so he must be a good candidate. If he can succeed you as a god in the future, wouldn't we have time to travel around and have fun?" Tang San raised his hand and affectionately pinched her nose. All you ever do is play." After Xiaowu went to play with Ning Rongrong, Tang San's smile gradually disappeared, and he looked at the direction of Douluo star with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, "HMPH. The decline of the Tang clan is a matter of course. What a woman's view. Women should just obediently be vassals. When did it become your place to make decisions for me? That's the sect I founded, and I will never allow it to be eliminated. If it weren't for that guy Destruction keeping a close watch on me, preventing me from openly interfering in the affairs of Douluo star, how could the Tang clan have ended up like this? But Destruction would never have imagined that I would separate Xiaoqi's soul and place it on Douluo star. With this brilliant move, the Tang sect will surely become great again. And the chosen one of Day Tiny that appeared on Douluo star in an attempt to break free from control will definitely not escape my grasp. Trying to escape my control by being chosen by destiny. The will of the plane is far too naive. In this world, anything the Tang family sets its sights on will eventually belong to the Tang family. Douluo star is destined to become my backyard. And destruction awaits. You dare to obstruct me at every turn. You are already courting death. Once the chosen one of destiny becomes my lackey, that will be the time for your destruction. In the realm of gods, such a powerful person will never be allowed to exist." Just as Tang San was imagining the future god realm becoming his personal domain, he suddenly realized that he had completely lost contact with Douluo star, as if Douluo star had been suddenly blocked. Whether it was the chosen one, the two souls he separated from his daughter, or the Haoshan sect and the Tang sect, none of them could detect any trace of him anymore. His idea of using the restrictions placed on his daughter's soul to perform a miracle in front of everyone, to mechanically bring things back to normal, when they went off track, is now impossible. This sudden and unknown situation caused Tang San's face to instantly become ferocious and distorted, and he let out a low growl that was somewhat out of control. "Who is it? Who is behind this? Who is trying to ruin my grand plan? Whoever you are doomed." Douluo continent, Haoshan fortress. Titan, the current second sect leader of the Haoshan sect, knocked on the door in front of him and asked with a simple smile. "Donger, are you ready? If you are, let's get ready to leave. Shrek Academy's new student enrollment is about to begin. Although we Haoshan sect members don't need to take an entrance exam like others, we should still give those Shrek Academy guys some face. It's best not to be late." Titan's words went unanswered for a long time. Just as he was scratching his head, about to say something more, a pleasant voice filled with frustration and confusion suddenly rang out from inside. "Second uncle, why do you and first uncle insist that I dress as a boy? You even plan to have me live in the boys' dormitory. What if my roommate is a very slovenly person? What if he's not a good person? Even if my roommate is a very easygoing person, why should I, a girl, have to live with a boy? Aren't you worried that something might happen to me?" Wang Donger looked at her face in the mirror, which, though still youthful, was undeniably that of a beauty. Her large, pinkish blue eyes were filled with resentment towards her uncles. She really couldn't understand why her doting uncles would make such a decision that sounded like they had something wrong with their brains. What kind of crazy thing is it to dress up as a boy and move into a boys' dormitory with a complete stranger? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Titan's face outside the door, but it quickly turned into displeasure. His displeasure was not directed at Wang Donger, but at Tang Shanwang Tang San, the one who had given him this divine decree to have his own daughter Wang Donger dress as a man. I really don't understand what Tang San is thinking. What does he take Donger for? A tool to recruit the chosen one of destiny. Has spending too much time in the god realm made Tang San's brain malfunction? Let alone Wang Donger, who was directly involved. Even Titan, who was just an observer, felt that Tang San had really gone too far this time. How could they treat Xiao Wu's daughter like this? What's worse, they even made him and Niu Tian play the villains. Didn't Tang San know how good he and Niu Tian were to Wang Donger, Xiao Wu's daughter? There was nothing they could do. Their Xiao Wu was in the realm of gods, so they couldn't meet her at all. They could only turn their longing for Xiao Wu into affection for Wang Donger. However, no matter how much dissatisfaction he had with Tang San, he could only keep it to himself and dared not show it on the surface. Otherwise, given Tang San's petty and vindictive nature, he and Niu Tian would have suffered a lot. Titan sighed helplessly, forced a smile, and awkwardly chuckled twice at the closed door, saying, "Don't be stubborn, Donger. You'll understand later. We're doing this for your own good. Hurry up and pack your things. I'll personally take you to Shrek Academy later." After saying that, Titan left the scene quickly without waiting for Wang Donger's response, lest Wang Donger look at him pitiful. Yuli and be unable to help but soften her heart when she thought of her beloved Xiao Wu. Listening to the fading footsteps, Wang Donger remained silent in front of the mirror for a long time. After a deep sigh, she wanted to use the props prepared for her by her uncles to disguise herself. However, the next second, Wang Donger suddenly noticed out of the corner of her eye that a silver notebook, inlaid with gold thread, had appeared on the table at some point. The cover prominently displays the words, "Huo Yuhao's diary copy, Wang Donger exclusive." Huo Yuhao. A copy of his diary. My own. Wang Donger's face was full of confusion. She had no idea what was going on. As far as she knew, there was no one named Huo Yuhao in the entire Hoshan sect. She had never even heard of the name. As for outsiders, let alone sneaking into her boudoir to leave a diary, even coming to Hoshan Fortress, located deep in the clouds, is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Do you ally think that all those titled Douluos in the Clear Sky sect are just sitting around doing nothing? HMPH. I'd like to see what's written inside. Wang Donger was already feeling frustrated and annoyed because Niu Tian and Titan insisted that she disguise herself as a boy to enter Shrek Academy. Now, a diary had inexplicably appeared in her room, which instantly ignited her anger. She angrily opened the diary. But the first sentence made her freeze on the spot. I've transmigrated, and into the world of the novel Douluo continent. As for my identity, if I had to describe it in one sentence, it would be, I sat up in shock on my deathbed, only to find that Huo Cubing was actually myself. That's right, I am Huo Yuhao, the true chosen one of destiny in the Douluo continent. Chapter 2. From now on, 10,000 years. The chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent. What a boastful tone. But what does transmigration mean here? Also, is Douluo continent a fictional world? And what is this thing? Is this guy named Huo Yuhao a madman? Whether it was Wang Donger or any of the other women who obtained copies of the diary, they all had the same thought. However, curiosity still compelled Wang Donger to continue reading the rest of the diary. She wanted to figure out what these unfamiliar terms, such as time travel, novel world, and Huo Gua, meant. Although I migrated to this Douluo continent while still a fetus, I've only just awakened my memories of my past life. All of Huo Yuhao's experiences from the original story have been inflicted upon me without exception. Those guys from the White Tiger Duke's mansion are still my greatest enemies. Forget about kneeling to forgive and forget. As Confucius said, if you repay evil with kindness, what will you repay kindness with? Therefore, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's what I should do. Those guys will definitely have to learn their lesson in the future. Wang Donger blinked. She aimed to understand the meaning of time travel a little better. She stretched out her slender, fair finger and pointed to White Tiger Duke's mansion on the diary, muttering to herself with a thoughtful expression. So, what unforgivable thing did the White Tiger Duke's mansion do to him that made him hate them so much? Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, that makes a lot of sense. Hatred should never be forgotten. But what does this anti-rice mean? How is anti-rice related to revenge? In Wang Donger's view, the pain inflicted on her by others should not be easily forgiven. Forgetting Tread means forgetting the pain she once suffered. Just like her parents whom she had never met, according to Niu Tian and Titan, they were still alive, but they never thought of looking for her. Wick. Made Wang Donger always feel like she was an abandoned person. Wang Donger shook her head and stopped thinking about those things. She felt that Huo Yuhao was very unfriendly. He always used words that she couldn't understand in his diary. Diary, didn't he know how to write in a simple and easy to understand way? However, after reading the rest of the diary, Wang Donger became even more confused. Just like Huo Cubing's development trajectory in the original work, after my soul power reached level 10, I also chose to come to the Douluo Great Forest to obtain a soul ring. After successfully killing that pseudo-godslayer Wind Baboon, Tianmeng still came to me and chose to become my soul ring. The fusion had just begun when fragments of Alexa's divine consciousness appeared. However, to their surprise, the moment it entered my mind, a strange thing happened. The diary that had existed in my mind for 12 years suddenly shone brightly, and an extremely strong suction force came, directly absorbing Tianmeng and Ilex. It was at that moment that I finally awakened my memories and learned everything. Although I've lost the million-year-old soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and the help of the otherworldly god-level powerhouse, I can still feel at ease with this diary where I can earn rewards simply by writing in it. After all, even following the original plot, with the help of Tianmeng and Ilex, the Ice Emperor of the Far North would become my second martial soul and soul ring, the Snow Emperor would become my soul spirit, and even that auspic Eos beast lady from the Douluo Great Forest would choose to sacrifice herself for me. If things continue to develop this way, I will become a god in a dozen years, a first-level god, the god of emotions. In the future, I might even advance to the level of a god king. But what good would that do? Wouldn't I still completely lose myself, give up revenge, and become like that damned white tiger duke? A bastard who abandoned his own son. Bound by a chain that replaced my true love, forever reduced to a lackey of that person. So, this time I'm not putting up with it. To hell with the grand plan. To hell with Dai Yuhao. I am Huo Yuhao, and I am not anyone's lackey. A first-level god, the god of emotions. I don't care. Godhood. A first-level god, the god of emotions. Wang Dong. Beautiful pinkish blue eyes widened suddenly, her small face filled with shock, clearly frightened by the contents of the diary. Becoming a god is arguably the ultimate dream of every soul master in the Douluo continent. However, the closest anyone came to becoming a god in legend was the first generation of Shrek 7 Devils 10,000 years ago. Since then, there has been no news of anyone becoming a god. But now this guy, who was only 12 years old and named Huo Yuhao, actually said that he is the chosen one of destiny born in Douluo continent and will become the god of emotion. Among the first-level gods in the future. How could Wang Donger not be shocked? What Wang Donger couldn't understand the most was that Huo Yuhao, knowing that if he continued down that path, he as destined to become the god of emotions, yet he still resolutely chose to give up. So, how exactly was Huo Yuhao changed in the future? What made him willing to give up the opportunity to become a god rather than develop in a conventional way? Who exactly is this, that person, mentioned in the diary? Who forced Huo Yuhao, a future god king level powerhouse, to become his lackey? This diary revealed so much unknown information that it almost caused Wang Donger's brain to shut down. Wang Donger also began to believe the saying that he was the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent. After all, having a million-year-old soul beast as one's first soul ring and a fragment of the divine consciousness of a god-level powerhouse were not things that ordinary people could do. Wang Donger's face was full of disbelief. After a couple of exclamations, she continued reading the next part of the diary. However, after reading the last few sentences in the diary, Wang Donger felt a chill run down her spine. Speaking of which, that lord was truly cunning. He divided his own daughter's soul into 3 parts. One he held in his hand, one he used to create the young sect master of the Hoshan sect. And the last one he merged with the soul of the auspicious beast. The passionate and spirited Wang Donger, the dashing and valiant auspicious beast, was ultimately forcibly fused by that lord into the Frankenstein's monster, Tang Wutong, and used as a dog leash around my neck, the chosen one. Daughter. Just a tool. If God is not greedy, why can't he tolerate the slightest disrespect? If God is not evil, why does he hold the fate of millions of lives on earth in his hands? I know the gods can be angry if humans offend their majesty, but do the gods know that humans can also be angry? Now I am angry. I want to hear the gods weep. I want to hear their pleading. I know the gods can be angry, but do you know that the gods can also tremble? When the heavens shake, I will laugh out loud. wielding my Rui Jingu Bang magic cudgel, and overturn the earth and sky. For 10,000 years to come, you will all remember my name. Huo. How? Chapter 3 Orphans. That's wonderful. Wang Donger's hands trembled uncontrollably, and her large, pinkish blue eyes were filled with fear. She opened the diary, and the words were filled with descriptions of cannibalism. Sadly, she was merely an appetizer. The real main course was Huo Yuhao, the chosen one. The one who treated them as food was none other than her biological father, whom she had never met. Wang Dong. Finally understood why she had no memories of her childhood, and why Niutian and Titan would always stammer and be unable to answer when she asked about her parents, eventually changing the subject. It's not that they don't know where their parents are, but that they can't tell them. If they do, it might ruin their father's so-called grand plan. How could a dummy, like himself, split apart by his soul, be more important to Niutian and Titan than their father's grand plan for 10,000 years? So, I'm just a substitute, a created, fake existence. All the love my great-uncle and great-uncle had for me was fake, right? Looking at the diary in front of her, Wang Donger couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. Starry Sky Forest. The Crimson King, one of the 10 ferocious beasts, couldn't help but appear and ask the auspicious beast that had been standing still for a long time. What's wrong, mythical beast? Didn't you say you were going to find food? The auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion, did not answer the Crimson King's question. Instead, it focused intently on examining the contents of the diary copy that had suddenly appeared in its mind. When the auspicious beast first saw the diary entry stating that Huo Yuhao was the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent, it scoffed at the idea. She was merely an auspicious beast that enhanced the fortune of the Stardo Great Forest. Yet she commanded such high regard from the ferocious beasts of the Stardo Great Forest, with even the Crimson King accompanying her when she went out to find food. Although she has only lived for over 15,000 years, her cultivation level is barely comparable to that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and she can contend with an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast. If Huo Yuhao is truly a chosen one, how could he only become a soul master at the age of 12? However, the more she read the diary, the more bewildered and uncertain she became. She knew about the million-year-old soul beast, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. It had been captured by DTN and suppressed in the Lake of Life, where a group of ferocious beasts absorbed its primordial energy. This is a cray that only ferocious beasts are qualified to know. Humans could never possibly know it. After she gradually came to believe what was written in the diary, she suddenly saw descriptions related to herself. Upon seeing the message that if things proceeded according to the predetermined path, the three-eyed golden lion would have to sacrifice itself to Huo Yuhao in the future, and that even its soul had been tampered with by a certain god at some unknown time, the three-eyed golden lion's soft golden fur suddenly stood on end, its pupils contracted, and its heart was filled with fear. The three-eyed golden lion disregarded everything else and sprinted towards the Lake of Life, wanting DTN to check if there was anything wrong with her soul. In the far north, after seeing in her diary that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had become Huo Yuhao's first spirit ring, the Ice Emperor was furious. A surge of powerful energy erupted from her body and swept across her domain in the blink of an eye. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, and ice crystals danced in the sky, shimmering with a breathtaking light under the sun. Tianmeng, you bastard, you actually chose to become a human's first spirit ring rather than become my food. Hayote was furious. She was now approaching her 400,000-year lifespan and would have to endure the 400,000-year calamity in less than a century. Knowing herself as she did, the probability of successfully surviving this calamity was extremely low. That is why, after learning that Tianmeng had consumed countless millennium-old cold marrow to become a million-year-old soul beast, Bingdi was eager to eat it in order to survive this great calamity. However, Tianmeng repeatedly escaped her pursuit and even fled the far north. Now, she has become the first soul ring of a young human, which instantly filled Bingdi's heart with despair. The contents of the diary caused Bingdi's emotions to fluctuate even more. Before Bingdi could get angry because Huo Yuhao said that he would become his second martial soul and soul ring, she saw that Huo Yuhao would become the god of emotions in the future. Just when she saw that she might become immortal as a result, she saw Huo Yuhao decide not to follow that path and give up becoming a god, which made Bingdi furious. The last sentence of this diary entry, which is so moving that it makes Ice Emperor realize that Huo Yuhao may not have given up on becoming a god, but rather that he no longer wants to be that loyal, dog-like god of emotions. This little human's ambition was beyond her comprehension. He's going to overthrow the high and mighty realm of gods. Upon realizing this, Hayote's heart pounded wildly, and she developed an immense curiosity about this human named Yuhao. He gave up on becoming a god according to the original plan, and that bastard Tianmeng's soul was also absorbed by the diary, so I probably won't become his martial soul either. What should I do now? Hayote flicked her tail, which gleamed with a sharp light, in a frustrated mood. She felt that she should have just gotten the copy of the diary. At least then she wouldn't have to worry about losing the shonk. Ida lived forever with Yuhao after he became a god. As a result, he has now lost the chance to live forever, and with the great calamity he will face in less than 100 years, Hayote is becoming increasingly frustrated. Just then, a sentence suddenly appeared in the diary, prompting Hayote to put aside their troubles and check it immediately. Here he comes. Thunderbolt Baby is here with his blue-silver saintess. Tang Shenhuang's path to controlling me probably began around this time. But unfortunately, I'm not the submissive Huo Guanzhong. Trying to bind me to the Tang sect is pure wishful thinking. Tang Ya glanced regretfully at the corpse of the wind baboon beside her and asked Huo Yuhao. Xiao Yuhao, have you absorbed the spirit ring of this wind baboon? Huo Yuhao grinned at Tang Ya and nodded. Yes, I am a soul master now. Hearing this, even Bei Bei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Becoming a soul master at the age of 12 was already quite late. Huo Yuhao's first soul ring was only a 10-year wind baboon. It seemed that he had absolutely no chance of becoming a strong person. Just as Bei Bei was secretly regretting this, Tang Ya suddenly gave him a wink. Bei Bei nodded to her and asked, Brother Huo, who else is in your family? Although Bei Bei believes that Huo Yuhao's talent is destined to prevent him from becoming a strong person. Given the current scale of the Tang sect, if they want to recruit people, only someone like Huo Yuhao would likely be able to join. After all, not everyone is a genius like Bei Bei who became a member of the Tang clan for Tang Ya's sake. Even if there really is such a person, he can't just give up Tang Ya, can he? Bei Bei doesn't have any special quirks. Upon hearing Bei Bei's question, Huo Yuhao shook his head without hesitation. It's all gone, leaving only myself. Tang Ya was overjoyed upon hearing this and blurted out, that's wonderful. Chapter 4 So you were an orphan too. Tai pants hot. That's spot on. No wonder she's the renowned blue-silver saintess. To say, that's great. Upon hearing I'm an orphan. I really don't know what's wrong with this Thunderbolt Baby's thought process. This Tang sect master is nowhere near as good as the gentle and kind senior sister Zhang Lexuan. A woman with such low emotional intelligence, yet calling it quirky and clever, is truly unlikable. So, Sister Xiaoya, I eagerly await the day you become the blue-silver saintess and join the glorious evolution. In the original novel, even the exceptionally talented Wang Donger need to undergo a test before Tang Ya would agree to join the Tang sect. Yet here I am, a guy who only became a soul master at 12, and whose first soul ring was mistaken by her as a 10-year wind baboon. Being invited to join the Tang sect. I simply cannot believe that Tang San, the Buddha, wasn't behind this. First, they made me, an orphan, feel cared for. Then they had Tang Ya invite me to join the Tang clan. Next, they used the Tang clan's exemption from the entrance exam to pull me into Shrek Academy. Finally, they used Wang Donger, whom they had prepared beforehand, to build a bond with me. One scheme after another. Truly a masterful calculation. But, if I hadn't taken the bait from the beginning, how would you have responded? Speaking of which, that senior sister was quite unfortunate. Her entire clan was wiped out overnight, and she was the only one who survived because she was playing hide and seek with her mother under the bed. Then, she was rescued by Muan, who, coincidentally, happened to be passing by. And, incidentally, helped her take revenge, wiping out the entire Muan's clan without leaving a single survivor. Afterwards, he used this to get Zhang Lexuan to agree to become Bei Bei's child bride and stay at Shrek Academy forever. Tisk tisk tisk. That's spot on. This definitely fits my long-held stereotype of Shrek. Speaking of which, I remember that Kong Deming, the Hall Master of the Sun Moon Empire, also had a moon martial soul, right? Is there any connection between these two? That's certainly a question worth considering. Shrek Academy. See God Pavilion. Looking at the newly updated entries in the diary in her mind, Zhang Lexuan's hand, which was about to knock on the door, froze. Recalling the scene of her family's annihilation, a trace of unbearable pain and hatred flashed in her eyes. In fact, after the massacre of her clan back then, Zhang Lexuan gradually realized that something was wrong. Her family and the other family only had minor conflicts. Not to the point of annihilation. Her family didn't have any treasures worth the other family's risk, but they still did it, and after killing everyone, they left only her alive. They said he escaped because he hid under the bed while playing hide and seek with his mother. With so many soul masters from the opposing family, how could they not find a little kid under the bed? What Zhang Lexuan couldn't understand the most was what Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary. Why would Yuan, a top expert from Shrek Academy, happen to be there by such coincidence? After she agreed to those conditions, Moon immediately wiped out the other party's family with his own hands, acting extremely decisively and leaving no one alive. Zhang Lexuan had been burying her head in the sand, deliberately avoiding thinking about these flawed things, but now that Huo Yuhao had pointed out these inconsistencies, Zhang Lexuan could no longer ignore them. Zhang Lexuan took a deep look at the tightly closed door in front of her. Abandoning her original idea of explaining her experience to Yuan and asking him to recruit Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, into Shrek Academy. But just as she was about to turn and leave, the door suddenly opened automatically, and an old but powerful voice rang out. Lazan, is there something you need? Zhang Lexuan looked at Yuan, who was hunched over a ND looking at her with a kind expression, and after hesitating for a moment, shook her head slightly. I just suddenly remembered the night of the massacre, so I wanted to ask Elder Mu if there are any survivors from that family now. Yuan was clearly not expecting that Zhang Lexuan would contact him about this matter. After a moment of surprise, he shook his head and said, No, I confirmed it back then. No one from that family survived. Yuan mistakenly thought that Zhang Lexuan wanted to take revenge on the other party herself, so he sighed and comforted her. Lazan, so many years have passed since this incident. I avenged your clan's extermination back then. It's time for you to step out of the shadows of the past and start a new life. Zhang Lexuan lowered her head and Rima. In silent for a long while before finally nodding slightly. I understand, Elder Mu. Watching Zhang Lexuan's departing figure, Yuan felt quite helpless. Zhang Lexuan was his newly appointed next Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. How could he always be immersed in hatred? Xuanzi, who was supposed to be the next head of the Sea God Pavilion, only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. Which already gave Yuan a lot of headaches. He absolutely couldn't let Zhang Lexuan become unreliable as well. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Bebe come into contact with Tang Ya in the first place. Not only did it bring her no benefit, but it also caused my great-grandson to be implicated in the Tang clan. Otherwise, with Bebe, her childhood sweetheart, by her side, Zhang Lexuan would surely have quickly emerged from the shadow of hatred. Just as Yuan was pondering how to comfort Zhang Lexuan, Bebe, who was in the Stardo Great Forest, was speechless after hearing Tang Ya say, That's great. She raised her hand and tapped Tang Ya on the head, saying, How can you talk like that? Tang Ya realized her slip of the tongue, glared at Bebe, and said, I didn't mean it. Xiao Yuhao, since you don't have any ideas, why don't you join our sect? Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, then asked with a curious expression, Sister Xiaoya, what is the name of your sect? Tang Ya said solemnly, Tang sect. Once the number one sect on the Douluo continent. Seeing the look of shock on Huo Yuhao's face, Bei asked at the opportune moment, Little brother Huo. Have you heard of the Tang clan? Huo Yuhao nodded. I've heard some legends about the Tang clan before, but I didn't know where the Tang clan was. Tang Ya's eyes suddenly reddened. The Tang clan no longer has a mansion, and its foundation has been taken away. Currently, all that remains of the Tang clan are me and Bei. I am the current sect leader of the Tang clan, and Bei is my first disciple. Huo Yuhao didn't empathize with Tang Ya. The fact that their so-called tradition of making people with the blue-silver grass martial soul could be passed down to this day was already unbelievable. That person didn't follow that. Not to mention they've been clinging to their old tricks for 10,000 years without any progress. Early childhood education has become obsolete garbage. What makes Tang clan's hidden weapons comparable to soul-guided weapons? Don't they even understand the advantage of high technology over cold weapons? After a while, he was clearly not concerned about that. Instead, he blinked blankly and looked at Tang Ya, asking her a question. Is Sister Xiaoya the current leader of the Tang sect? Where are your uncle and aunt? Bei sighed deeply, and Tang Ya also burst into tears, choking back sobs. My parents were also killed by those guys who took away the Tang clan's foundation. Following Tang Ya's example, Huo Yuhao, looking overjoyed, gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed in surprise. So you're an orphan too? That's really something. Tai Hati. Chapter 5 You have already chosen your own death. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, the scene fell into an extremely eerie silence. Bei stared at him in astonishment, and even Tang Ya stopped sobbing, staring intently at Huo Yuhao with her red eyes wide open. At that moment, Tang Ya sensed boundless malice in Huo Yuhao's words and instinctively retorted angrily. What did you say? Huo Yuhao. Do you know what you're saying? Tang Ya was filled with grief and indignation. Was it something to be happy about that his parents had been killed by their enemies? Why did Huo Yuhao seem so happy? And what was with that tie pants thing? Was he even speaking human language? I was so sorry to have thought he was all alone and pitiful, and I even wanted to bring him into the Tang clan. It seems I misjudged him. Huo Yuhao blinked blankly, puzzled, and asked, Did I say something wrong, Sister Xiaoya? Isn't becoming an orphan something to be happy about? Then why did you seem so happy when I told you I was an orphan? Tang Ya was speechless after Huo Yuhao's words, her face flushed with anger. And finally she managed to utter a classic line. Haven't I already apologized? What more do you want from me? Classic. Absolutely classic. This classic remark made Huo Yuhao unable to resist giving Tang Ya a thumbs up again and grinning. Then I apologize to you, because I did it on purpose. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Ya was so angry that she trembled all over. She gritted her teeth and looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes full of rage, as if she wanted to attack him. Seeing this, Bei quickly grabbed Tang Ya's arm to stop her from actually doing it. Then frowned and looked at Huo Yuhao in a deep voice. Brother Huo, you've gone too far. Xiaoya was always worried about your safety, afraid that you would encounter dangerous spirit beasts and be killed. She didn't even look down on you because of your lack of talent. On the contrary, she was planning to let you join the Tang sect and use the Tang sect's exemption quota to become a member of Shrek Academy. The #1 academy on the continent. And how did you treat her like this? Even if Xiaoya said something wrong just now, she has already apologized to you. As a man, you shouldn't be so petty when dealing with women. Sure enough, as expected of Shrek Academy's renowned Thunderbolt baby, he's quite the master of double standards. They can only wrong others, once others wrong them. They are already courting death. Putting everything else aside, Shrek Academy is notorious for its double standards when it comes to treating evil spirit masters. When dealing with those who don't belong to Shrek Academy, it doesn't matter if you're a true evil spirit master or not. If I say you are, then you have to be one even if you aren't. But if it's someone from Shrek Academy, let alone just the fact that their martial soul shows signs of being an evil soul master, even if they actually join the Holy Spirit cult and become their holy maiden, they can still be exonerated. Why the reason that they were blinded by evil soul masters? Am I right? The Blue Silver Saintess. The Fire Phoenix Saintess. What's this called? This is called a flexible standard for judging evil spirit masters. As for what to say, since an apology has already been made, there shouldn't be any further pursuit. Even ordinary people know that an apology should include a bow to show sincerity. You think you can just brush it off with a casual, it wasn't intentional. Do you think it's that easy? As for Bei's considerate and warm-hearted behavior, Huo Yuhao can only say, warm-hearted men are ranked after dogs. Huo Yuhao also had a very skillful way of dealing with this kind of boxing move that relied on gender. Huo Yuhao pretended to be surprised and said, Huh, really? I was just joking with Sister Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya won't really be angry, will she? Tang Ya hardened, her fist hardened. What a joke. You can joke about other people's deceased parents. What kind of hellish joke is this? Tang Ya had already automatically filtered out the fact that she was the one who started this whole thing. All she wanted now was for Huo Yuhao to pay the price for what he had said. Recall. Ling the scene of the Tang clan being destroyed and her parents being murdered, a bloodshot glint flashed in Tang Ya's eyes, and her whole body exuded a gloomy and malevolent aura. She stared intently at Huo Yuhao opposite her and said each word clearly. Huo Yuhao, you have committed such a crime and show no remorse whatsoever. You are doomed to die. Hiss. Huo Yuhao gasped. Good heavens, this is a real good guy. Based on this one sentence alone, even if Tang Ya's martial soul is not the Blue Silver Emperor, she is already qualified as the leader of the Tang sect. Seeing that Tang Ya had already raised her hand, wanting to cast a blue-silver entanglement on Huo Yuhao, Bei, who was standing to the side, wanted to stop her, but after seeing Tang Ya's grief-stricken appearance, she finally gave up the idea. Bei knew that although Tang Ya had always appeared very optimistic, she had never forgotten the hatred of the Tang clan's destruction. Now, Huo Yuhao was using Tang Ya's deceased parents to provoke her, which instantly ignited the hatred hidden deep in her heart. Rather than letting Tang Ya continue to endure this, it would be better to take this opportunity to vent completely. Otherwise, Bei Bei is really worried that Tang Ya's mental state will suffer as a result. As for Huo Yuhao, there's nothing they can do. Protecting their own and siding with their relata. Ves regardless of reason has always been Shrek Academy's consistent way of doing things. Compared to Huo Yuhao, whom he had only met twice, what he should do now is to stand firmly by Tang Ya's side no matter what choice she makes. 2 yellow spirit rings rapidly rose from beneath Tang Ya's feet. Tang Ya waved her arm and shouted, "Blue-silver entanglement. Call out." Several strands of blue-silver grass began to grow rapidly from beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, winding and spreading upwards along his legs. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao did not panic at all. He activated his soul power and focused it on his eyes. A pale golden light appeared in his deep blue eyes, and a bright white soul ring rose from his feet. The next second, Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he activated Soul Impact, Nay of the 4 soul skills brought to him by the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, and slammed it hard towards Tang Ya's location. Buzz. Ah! A sharp, mournful cry escaped Tang Ya's lips. Under the impact of the soul shock, Tang Ya felt as if her head was about to explode. The excruciating pain that penetrated deep into her soul made it impossible for her to stand, and she collapsed to the ground. Warm, scarlet blood gushed from Tang Ya's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, making the young girl look terrifying. Xiaoya. Bei Bei was startled and immediately ran to Tang Ya's side, supporting his limp body. He simply couldn't understand what methods Huo Yuhao had used to turn Tang Ya, the Tang sect master who already possessed level 30 soul power and was only 1/3 soul ring away from becoming a true soul master, into this state in an instant. However, the most important thing right now is obviously not that. How dare Huo Yuhao hurt his Xiaoya? Absolutely unforgivable. Huo Yuhao, you will pay the price for your actions. Thunder Dragon Claw. With a loud shout from Bei Bei, a dazzling blue light shone from between his eyebrows. Immediately afterward, the blue light spread and descended into his entire body from between his eyebrows. Streaks of blue-purple electricity burst out like small snakes and swirled around his body. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, wrapped around his arm. The first yellow spirit ring lit up, and a dragon claw formed from blue-purple lightning, about a foot in diameter, shot out and slammed towards Huo Yuhao's location. However, just as the thunderous dragon claw was about to strike Huo Yuhao, a shimmering white light screen suddenly appeared around his body, like a shield, directly deflecting the thunderous dragon claw, which contained immense power. Back at him. Bei Bei's pupils contracted slightly, and she quickly grabbed Tang Ya and rolled to the side. Boom. Bei Bei's thunder dragon claw attack, which showed no mercy, landed where they had been standing, blasting a large crater in the ground and turning the surrounding area scorched black. What's going on here? A soul tool. Bei Bei was somewhat surprised and uncertain. Huo Yuhao clearly looked like an ordinary person, yet he rendered Xiaoya unable to resist with a single move, and now he even deflected her thunder dragon claw back. Just who is this guy? Just as Bei Bei was completely baffled by this, Huo Yuhao's cheerful voice came from afar. Sister Xiaoya, Brother Bei, I'm really looking forward to seeing you again. I hope you won't get too complacent and let me surpass you. Otherwise, I'll make you feel the pain. Chapter 6 I will raise Ru Bingbing, so don't worry. After Huo Yuhao's figure could no longer be seen, Bei Bei turned her gaze to Tang Ya in her arms. She saw that Tang Ya's body was still trembling uncontrollably, and blood was constantly gushing from her mouth and nose. Besides feeling heartbroken, Bei Bei also felt very heavy-hearted. Judging from Huo Yuhao's behavior just now, their previous predictions were obviously wrong. Huo Yuhao is definitely not an ordinary civilian. I was originally thinking of bringing him into the Tang clan. But because of Tang Ya's thoughtless words, not only did it not work, but it also made us enemies. If I had known this would happen, I should have stopped Xiaoya from attacking Huo Yuhao. Woohoo. I've made an enemy of Tang Ya and Bei Bei, so there's absolutely no chance of me joining the Tang clan now. I'd like to see what other tricks that Tang Buddha has up his sleeve. As for Tang Ya and Bei Bei, well, they're truly worthy of being from the Tang sect and Shrek Academy. With all the necessary elements, their double standards are only to be expected. They said, great, when they heard I was an orphan. But when I said, that's cool that Tang Ya's entire family was wiped out, I knew my way to my death. Without hesitation, they attacked, trying to kill me. However, I'm not some brainless brute. Although the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's soul was absorbed by the diary, besides its 4 soul skills, it also left me with a life reflection shield. As long as the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's life essence remains, it's wishful thinking for Bei Bei and Tang Ya to kill me. Thank you to Tianmeng, the angel investor, for the seed funding. I will always remember you. I will raise you, Bing Bing. So you have nothing to worry about. It's a pity that Electrolux's consciousness fragments were also absorbed by the diary, preventing me from obtaining the martial soul like in the original story. Otherwise, I could have found an opportunity to infiltrate the Holy Spirit cult as a holy son. That way, after Tang Ya becomes the blue-silver saintess, I could lead him to Bei Bei for a stroll. I'm really curious what kind of expression Bei Bei would have in that situation. It's a pity I'm no longer planning to go to Shrek Academy, otherwise Why would have wielded a hoe and tried to poach those exceptionally talented geniuses who were held back by Shrek? Just like senior sister Zhang Lexuan, why stay at Shrek Academy? Just to work tirelessly for her true enemy. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Tianmeng's escape might trigger a rampage among the ferocious beasts that have been absorbing its life essence. Let's run for our time. Tang Shenwang, continue your scheming. I'm not playing along. I'm off to nourish the sun and moon. Oh, right, there's one more thing to consider. Next, I need to figure out how to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. With my spirit I martial soul and the soul skills Tianmeng brought me, won't the higher-ups at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy treat me like a treasure? Then I can just write in my diary every day and focus on my cultivation. Let's set a small goal first. Before we can overthrow the divine realm, we must play it safe and develop our strength, and avoid recklessness. After writing the last sentence in the diary in his mind, Huo Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the Stardow Great Forest one last time, and headed directly towards the location of the Sun Moon Empire. Meanwhile, the women who possessed copies of the diary reacted in various ways to the newly appeared content. Back in her room, Zhang Lexuan read the new diary entry and then gazed intently out the window. Huo Yuhao escaped Tang San's scheme by going to the Sun Moon Empire, but what about me? What should I do now? Should I stay at Shrek Academy and continue to serve them? Zhang Lexuan knew very well that since Elder Mu had already said that the family she had a blood feud with had been wiped out, there was absolutely no way that any survivors would be left. This also means that she will never know the truth about that incident. Even so, the fact that his family was massacred and that the mastermind behind it was Shrek Academy is almost certain. At this moment, Zhang Lexuan was filled with confusion and had no idea what to do next. After sitting there for a long time, Zhang Lexuan finally made a decision and began writing a farewell letter. However, she did not intend to completely sever ties with Shrek Academy at this time, but rather wanted to leave temporarily. At least in the short term, Zhang Lexuan did not want to stay at Shrek Academy. Staying here will only subject her to more questioning and torment. It would be better for her to put everything aside and travel around. Starry Sky Forest, beside the Lake of Life. The three-eyed golden lion looked anxiously at DTN in front of it and asked repeatedly. How is it, DTN? Is there anything wrong with my soul? DTN frowned and shook his head slightly, saying, I didn't find any problem. What happened? Why do I suddenly feel that there's something wrong with your soul? Upon hearing DTN's words, the three-eyed golden lion breathed a deep sigh of relief. He immediately wanted to say that a diary had suddenly appeared in his mind, in which a guy named Huo Yuhao kept saying that his soul had merged with the soul fragments of Tang San's daughter. However, just as she opened her mouth to explain, a sudden feeling of palpitation came over her, making the three-eyed golden lion clearly feel that if she told others about the existence of the diary, she would definitely die on the spot. Upon realizing this, the three-eyed golden lion immediately shut its mouth, no longer harboring any intention of revealing that it had obtained a mysterious notebook. Moreover, it was only then that it recalled that when DTN examined its soul earlier, it seemed that he did not see the diary existing in its mind at all. Faced with DTN's questioning, the three-eyed golden lion simply shook its head and said softly, It's nothing. I just felt something was wrong when I was looking for food. Upon hearing this, DTN hesitated for a moment, then turned to the two figures beside him and spoke. Bear King, Demon King, go and capture the heavenly dream ice silkworm. I'll take the auspicious beast to see the Lord and ask him to check if there's anything wrong with the auspicious beast's soul. Upon hearing this, Shang Jun excitedly patted his chest and said in a deep voice, There's no need to send the Demon King. I can catch that giant worm myself. DTN glanced at Shang Jun indifferently and said without hesitation. Both of you go together. Listen carefully, Shang Jun, I'm telling you to bring that big bug back, don't do anything unnecessary. The threat in DTN's eyes was very clear. He knew that with Shang Jun's ambition, if he didn't warn him in advance, this guy would definitely devour the Tianmeng ice silkworm the moment he caught it. This means that the auspicious beast's soul may have encountered a problem. The auspicious beast is too important to the Stardow Great Forest, otherwise, DTN would not have entered. Instead the task of capturing the heavenly dream ice silkworm to Shangjun. While DTN was taking the three-eyed golden lion to awaken the silver dragon king, Wang Donger of Haoshan Fort also finish. Ed reading the newly appeared contents of her diary. Before she could do anything, the diary suddenly transformed into a stream of light and entered her mind. The next second, an extremely strong suction force came. And a blue-gold divine consciousness hidden deep in Wang Donger's mind was instantly sucked into it. At the same time, Tang San, who was searching for the reason why the God Realm's suddenly lost contact with Douluo continent, suddenly groaned and his face turned pale. He could clearly feel that the fragment of divine consciousness hidden deep in Xiaoqi's soul had suddenly disappeared. And he had lost that part of his power forever. This made Tang San's face instantly become ferocious and distorted. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? Who dares to do such a thing? You'd better pray I don't find you. You're asking for death. Chapter 7 Donger is Donger, not Tang Wudong. A figure suddenly appeared atop the cloud-shrouded divine realm, wearing a deep purple hooded robe that obscured his face. Only two red lights could be seen flickering within him. The newcomer was none other than the god of destruction, one of the 5 great god kings of the divine realm. The god of destruction looked at Tang San, whose face was contorted with rage and who appeared to be in a state of impotent fury, and questioned him in a hoarse voice. Tang San, what did you do? Why did the god realm lose contact with Douluo continent? You'd better not deny it, I can sense that you've lost a portion of your divine power. Tang San's breath hitched, and he didn't know how to explain for a moment. But seeing the god of destruction's aggressive demeanor, he clearly didn't intend to let him off so easily. Helpless, Tang San could only force a bitter smile and say, I don't know why this happened. As for the part of divine power I lost, you should know that Xiaoqi secretly ran away to Douluo continent while Xiao Wu and I weren't paying attention. To prevent her safety from being compromised, I entrusted that part of divine power to her. But now that the God realm and Douluo continent have lost contact, that part of my divine power has also disappeared. The god of destruction gave Tang San a deep look and said coldly, I will convene all members of the God Realm Committee to find out why Douluo continent lost contact with the God Realm. As for the divine power you lost, it's best if it was to protect Xiaoqi, as you said. Otherwise, you should know what price you have to pay for interfering in the development of Douluo continent without authorization. After saying that, before Tang San could respond, the god of destruction vanished in a flash. Destruction knew that Tang San was using his affection for Tang Wudong as a shield, but without concrete evidence. Even if destruction disliked Tang San, he couldn't take action against him without authorization. Tang San's eyes twitched slightly, and anger surged into his heart, causing him to roar in fury. Destruction. We're both god kings, yet you dare treat me like this. You're courting death. Just wait. Once I've brought the chosen one of Douluo continent under my command, that will be the time of your destruction. What happened? I feel like I'm a completely different person. It's like I've suddenly lost something that was holding me back. Looking at the diary standing quietly in her mind, Wang Donger was momentarily surprised and uncertain. Just then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, Wang Donger's eyes instantly brightened. Could it be that the ending and C plan that Dad Tang San left in my soul was absorbed by the diary? Just like when the heavenly dream ice silkworm and Electrolux's souls tried to enter Yuhao's mind, they were absorbed by the diary. Wang Donger suddenly realized that when she thought about soul tools now, she no longer felt disgusted as before, but was filled with curiosity about such high-tech things. Wang Donger didn't know why she felt nauseous when she saw soul tools before, but after reading Yuhao's diary, she finally understood why. It must be because of the restriction Tang San placed on her soul. That she can only be fond of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, while she simply cannot accept high-tech items like soul tools that bring countless conveniences. But not now. Now that Tang San is no longer interfering, she can finally be herself. Since Yuhao could escape Tang San's scheme by going to the Sun Moon Empire, could he also use the same method to avoid disappearing and ultimately becoming a Frankenstein's monster fused with Tang San into a woman named Tang Wudong? Thinking of that possibility, Wang Donger's breathing became somewhat rapid. For Wang Donger, who knows the truth, Tang San, whom she has never met, is not her father at all, but will instead become the enemy who murdered her. Wang Donger's life has only just begun, and she absolutely refuses to completely lose herself and become a part of someone else. Just as Wang Donger made her decision, Titan came again to urge her to pack up and head to Shrek Academy as soon as possible. This time, Wang Donger did not throw a tantrum. Instead, she packed up and set off with Titan in the shortest possible time. On the way to Shrek City with Titan, Wang Donger suddenly asked a question. Second father, can I choose not to go to Shrek Academy? Is Donger about to throw another tantrum? Titan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Now he finally understood why his elder brother Niu Tian was so unwilling to personally send Wang Donger off. Niu Tian probably had already guessed that this would happen, so he dumped the problem on him. And Tang San, that guy, hid in the god realm and played the good guy, Li. Ving this kind of thing to him and Niu Tian to handle. However, no matter how much Titan cursed Tang San and Niu Tian in his heart, things had already come to this point and there was no turning back. He absolutely could not do anything to ruin Tang San's grand plan of 10,000 years. What if he ruined Tang San's plan and made Xiao Wu unhappy with him? Thinking of this, Titan sighed helplessly and said with a forced smile. Donger, Shrek Academy is the #1 academy on the Douluo continent. The teachers there are very capable, and there are also people your age there. Becoming friends with your peers and building bonds with them will be of great benefit to you. Become friends with your peers. Build bonds with them. For you and Tang San, the only purpose of this tool that was created, is probably to develop an intimate relationship with Huo Yuhao, right? If I really become Huo Yuhao's boyfriend as he wrote in his diary, then my fate will be sealed, and I will be replaced by that so-called Tang Wadong. But things are different now. The fragments of divine consciousness that Tang San hid in her soul have been absorbed by the diary copy, which means that she has a real chance to escape that fate. Then, for now, let you think I'm still the same Wang Donger. Only leave Shrek Academy when you believe will obediently follow your plans. Seeing that Wang Donger no longer said she wouldn't go to Shrek Academy, Titan, who mistakenly thought she had accepted the arrangement, breathed a deep sigh of relief. He immediately took her to Shrek City as quickly as possible, explained everything, and then left in a rather flustered manner. After Titan left, Wang Donger, using her status as the young sect leader of the Haoshan sect, went to ask the teacher who arranged the dormitory a question. According to the teacher, Titan specifically told him before leaving that if there were any members of the Tang clan among the new students, Wang Donger should be assigned to the same dormitory as them. Disguised as a boy, Wang Donger, dressed as a dashing young man, politely bid farewell to the teacher. Looking up at the sky, her large, pinkish blue eyes were filled with coldness. Even if I have to face the God King, I, Wang Donger, will never compromise or accept my fate. Even if choosing to fight will lead to death, I will burn my last breath to shish. How the God King that humans can also be angry. Donger is Donger, definitely not Tang Wadong. Chapter 8 Awakening, the Joyful Silver Dragon King. Wang Donger knew that Huo Yuhao was not only not joining the Tang sect as Tang San had planned, but was also making an enemy of Tang Ya, the current sect leader of the Tang sect, and was heading towards the location of the Sun Moon Empire. If Tang San doesn't make any further changes to the plan, then his scheme is destined to fail. Then let's stay at Shrek Academy for a while and see if Tang San has any other tricks up his sleeve. By the way, I wonder if anyone else has obtained a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary. If so, does Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister Huo Yuhao mentioned, already know that her true enemy is Shrek Academy? If Zhang Lexuan knew the truth about her family's annihilation, wouldn't she also want to leave Shrek Academy? So, could I ask her to take me with her? Thinking of that possibility, Wang Donger's eyes immediately brightened. Wang Donger had already decided where she would run away to, which was to achieve the same goal as Huo Yuhao, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. After all, even if Shrek Academy doesn't care about his departure. If Niu Tian and Titan find out about it, they will definitely drag him back to the Clear Sky sect in order to prevent Tang San's grand plan from being ruined. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, the only power capable and willing to stop the Clear Sky sect from launching an attack is probably the Sun Moon Empire. Wang Donger wasn't worried that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy would reject her. Just as Huo Yuhao had said in his diary, with her twin martial souls, wouldn't the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy treat her like a treasure? Wang Donger was genuinely curious about Huo Yuhao's reaction when he met her at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Just imagining that scene made Wang Donger burst out laughing. The bright smile on Th. handsome, young man's face made the female students passing by stare with longing. Upon seeing this, Wang Donger quickly suppressed her smile and hurried away. To her disappointment, she learned after asking around that Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of the inner courtyard, had already left Shrek Academy before she arrived. Left with no other choice, Wang Donger could only return to her dormitory, where she was all alone. To rest and prepare for the official start of school tomorrow. She would see if Shrek Academy's teaching level was as excellent as Titan had said. Lake of Life in the Starry Sky Forest. A woman's voice, as melodious as a silver bell yet full of authority, rang out from the lake. DTN, didn't I tell you that I need time to recover from my injuries? Unless it's something really important. Don't wake me up, okay? Upon hearing this, DTN immediately bowed respectfully and said, My lord, the auspicious beast said that there might be a problem with her soul. But I didn't find anything unusual when I checked just now, so I came to wake you up and asked you to take a look. The three-eyed golden lion stared wide-eyed at the lake of life before her. In her memory, she seemed to have never seen this mysterious master before, and Huo Yuhao had not mentioned him in his diary. After a moment of silence, the waters of the lake of life began to surge as if boiling. The next second, a colossal dragon, its body gleaming with dazzling silver light, quietly emerged from the water. The silver dragon king gazed calmly at the three-eyed golden lion opposite him and said, Do not resist. Quote. As the silver dragon king finished speaking, the three-eyed golden lion could clearly feel a spiritual force invading her mind. She instinctively wanted to expel it. But after realizing what was happening, she completely relaxed. To the silver dragon king's surprise, the moment her mental energy entered the three-eyed golden lion's mind, she clearly saw a silver notebook inlaid with gold thread quietly existing in her mind. Mythical beast, why is there a notebook in your mind? The silver dragon king's words came to an abrupt halt, because she suddenly felt as if a mysterious force had gripped her heart just as she was about to say that a notebook existed in the auspicious beast's mind. This made her realize that if she continued to speak, this mysterious force would shatter his heart and instantly kill her. This unknown situation filled the silver dragon king with fear. Even though she is currently severely injured and her strength is not at its peak. Even the god king of the god realm would never be able to put her in this situation. What's going on? Could this be a trap planted by those damned god kings when I escaped from the god realm to Douluo continent? Just as the silver dragon king was furious about this, she suddenly noticed that the diary not only existed in the auspicious beast's mind, but also in her own mind. The silver dragon king's pupils contracted slightly as he used his mind to manipulate the diary and examine its contents. Her strange behavior, in the eyes of DTN, filled the beast god with even more doubts. Why does it feel like my lord is acting strangely? What exactly is wrong with the auspicious beast's soul? Why is my lord reacting so strongly? And what was that unfinished sentence my lord was about? Before the bewildered DTN could ask any questions, the silver dragon king suddenly spoke in a deep voice after reading the contents of the diary. DTN, I have already checked. There is nothing wrong with the auspicious beast's soul. You can go now. I have other questions for the auspicious beast. DTN glanced at the auspicious beast beside him, feeling that his master and the auspicious beast had some unknown secrets between them, and that they were obviously trying to exclude him. Although he wanted to figure out what had happened, DTN obviously read not disobey the order given by his master, and immediately left the lake of life located in the very center of the Stardo Great Forest. After DTN had completely left, the three-eyed golden lion hurriedly looked at the silver dragon king and asked, My lord, you can see the diary in my mind, right? The silver dragon king nodded. I also have one in my mind, which is also a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary. But it belongs exclusively to me. No wonder. Now the three-eyed golden lion finally understood why the silver dragon king's words had abruptly stopped. It was because of the existence of the diary. Only those who possessed copies could communicate with it. It couldn't be shared with outsiders. It's obvious that DTN is the outsider. The guy named Tang San in the diary is He human who became the sea god 10,000 years ago. According to Huo Yuhao, he wants to completely take over the Douluo continent. If he really manages to do that, then our situation as soul beasts will become even more difficult. However, Huo Yuhao is no longer the same Huo Yuhao as before, and his schemes are destined to fail. Perhaps, the fate of us soul beasts can also be changed as a result. The three-eyed golden lion was listening intently to the silver dragon king's description when it noticed that the silver dragon king's words had stopped abruptly again, and his eyes, which seemed to encompass all things, were filled with shock and joy. The three-eyed golden lion tilted its head and asked blankly, "What's wrong, Lord?" The silver dragon king was so excited that he wanted to roar to the sky to express his joy. After taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed down. The connection between the god realm and Douluo continent has disappeared. The pressure and constraints that the gods exerted on us soul beasts are also gone. The three-eyed golden lion blinked, completely unaware that anything was different. After all, as an auspicious beast, the bottlenecks and tribulations that other soul beasts faced would not occur to her. The silver dragon king didn't pay attention to her reaction, but looked at her and said in a deep voice, "I can't be sure yet what. The loss of contact between Douluo continent and the god realm is related to this diary, so you'll stay with me for the time being." The three-eyed golden lion nodded subconsciously without refusing. She also quite liked the atmosphere of the Lake of Life. The silver dragon king calmed her inner joy and once again dived into the Lake of Life. However, this time, she did not choose to sleep, but instead absorbed the energy of the living gold beneath the Lake of Life. Regardless of the real reason why Douluo continent lost contact with the god realm, she must recover from her injuries completely in the shortest possible time. The three-eyed golden lion was left alone, lying listlessly by the Lake of Life. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. The first thing Yuhao did after waking up the next morning was to collect his reward for meeting the daily writing requirement. This is the reward I got for writing in my diary yesterday. Chapter 9. The reward of the diary is terrifying. As long as you write a diary entry of more than 1,000 words, you can claim a reward right after midnight the next day. However, Yuhao was not in such a hurry to stay up all night. Instead, he slept until he naturally woke up after finishing his journey, and only opened his diary again the next day. Day 1 Diary Rewards. 1. Soul power increased by 1 level. 2. Necromancer Saint God Martial Soul. 3. 1 Marrow Cleansing Pill. Looking at the rewards displayed in his diary, Yuhao could clearly feel that his soul power had increased. So, the fact that his soul power increased to level 11 made Yuhao feel good, but he still immediately complained in his diary. "Good heavens, I'm just speechless. This damn diary has even learned to be a middleman and make a profit, The Necromancer Saint God Martial Soul was supposed to be given to me by Ilex, but now the diary absorbed Alexa's divine consciousness fragments and is giving me this god-level martial soul as a reward. You little bastard. You're quite the player." After Yuhao wrote these words in his diary, the women who had copies of the diary felt a jolt in their minds and immediately opened it to check the contents. When they saw Yuhao's rant in his diary, they all couldn't help but laugh, but some of them still managed to extract important information. If I remember correctly, the million-year-old soul beast named Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm granted Yuhao a second martial soul. Now, with the Necromancer Saint God Martial Soul rewarded by this diary, wouldn't Yuhao be the first person in the history of Douluo continent to possess a 3-life martial soul? Is this the true value of being a chosen one in the Douluo continent? Just as the women who possessed copies of the diary were marveling at this, Yuhao noticed the description below the reward. Note: writing more than 1,000 words in your daily journal will grant you a guaranteed level 1 soul power boost for those below Soul King. The daily soul power boost is 1 level. For those above Soul King, the reward will be based on the Soul King level's 1 level soul power boost. Note: keeping a diary will earn you rewards for a specific period of time, 7 days, half a month, 1 month. Rewards include, but are not limited to, soul power, soul rings, and soul bones. The longer you keep a diary, the higher the probability of obtaining high-value rewards. Note: more features will be activated after a sufficient number of diary entries have been recorded. Hiss. This diary is terrifying. Yuhao gasped, realizing he had contributed to global warming in Douluo continent, and immediately recorded it in his diary using his mind. I was too hasty. Sorry, diary, I admit I raised my voice a little. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that anyone below the Soul King level can increase their soul power by 1 level simply by writing 1,000 words a day, and even though who surpass the Soul King level still receive a fixed reward of 1 level of soul power at the Soul King level, is already incredibly powerful. This diary is so cool. At this rate, I'll be able to advance to Soul King in just over a month. I just want to ask, do you even understand the significance of a 12-year-old Soul King? What should I do if I suddenly don't want to go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy anymore? With my diary, all I need to do is write in it every day, and I'll be invincible sooner or later. After seeing the new entries in the diary, Meng Hongchen and J. UZ from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy were still shocked that Huo Yuhao could go from an 11th level Soul Master to a 50th level Soul King in just over a month. But now, seeing Huo Yuhao suddenly not wanting to come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy as planned, that shock immediately turned into anxiety. No, Huo Yuhao, how can you not come? The Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy needs you. At that moment, the same thought appeared in the minds of Meng Hongshan and Zhu Zi. The next second, what they saw in the copy of the diary made them both breathe a deep sigh of relief. Forget it. Let's stick to the plan and join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. After all, based on my deduction, my emergence as the chosen one of destiny was not only because the Douluo continent wanted me to help them break free from the control and oppression of the God realm, but also because they didn't want the people of the Douluo continent to continue their internal strife. Compared to being divided into several warring nations, it's clearly more beneficial for the entire continent to strive towards a single goal. With the Sun and Moon Empire version of the answer, plus me, the chosen one. I don't know how anyone could possibly lose, except for someone's shameless Deus Ex Machina intervention. Seeing this, Meng Hongshan and Zhu Zi breathed a sigh of relief, but the two princesses of the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire were very annoyed because Huo Yuhao said that the Sun Moon Empire was the answer. Why is the Sun Moon Empire the only answer? Oh, Star Luo Empire, Heavenly Soul Empire, is just as good, okay. Vina is somewhat better off. At least Huo Yuhao has never had any connection with the Heavenly Soul Empire. But Shu Juju was different. Yesterday, she sent people to find out Huo Yuhao's identity and learned that he was the third son of Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger. As a result, because his mother was constantly suppressed and abused, Dai Hao acted as if he didn't know he had a son, and for many years he turned a blind eye to their plight. It is precisely because of this that Huo Yuhao and Dai Hao not only have no kinship, but also have an indelible deep hatred. Now, Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, is determined to join the Sun Moon Empire. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "It's all Dai Hao's fault." Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of profanity at the White Tiger Duke, the diary was updated again, making her forget all about cursing Dai Hao. Of course, while changing the Douluo continent, we cannot forget about soul beasts. Seriously speaking, the way soul masters and soul beasts interact in this world is absolutely abnormal. When their soul power reaches a bottleneck, they actually need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to advance. At least in my knowledge, there are very few worlds with a power system like this. I think the reason this situation has occurred is most likely because the God realm doesn't want to see humans and soul beasts on the Douluo continent coexist peacefully and improve together, so they deliberately guided things this way. From the perspective of the plains in Douluo continent, both humans and soul beasts are essentially part of him, and he certainly doesn't want the way humans and soul beasts interact to remain unchanged forever. My existence is definitely due to a portion of the dimensional will wanting to change this situation. Regarding changing this situation, I already have some initial ideas. But I just need to refine and promote them once my strength has increased to a certain level in the future. With a diary that rewards me every day, I believe that day won't be far off. Beside the lake of life in the heart of the Stardow Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King and the three-eyed Golden Lion were both intently examining the contents of the diary. When they saw Huo Yuhao's ideas on changing the way humans and soul beasts interacted, they couldn't help but get excited. Unfortunately, the diary entries ended abruptly, and they had no idea what Huo Yuhao's idea was. A hint of annoyance flashed in the Silver Dragon King's enormous eyes, and he couldn't help but complain. Keep updating, humans. What's next? Chapter 10 teaches a lesson to the continent of love. Urgent. The Silver Dragon King is in a great hurry. He wished he could find Huo Yuhao right now and ask him in person if he had any way to completely change the way humans and soul beasts interact. But just as she couldn't tell those who didn't have a copy of the diary about its existence, the Silver Dragon King felt that he probably couldn't tell Huo Yuhao that he possessed a copy of the diary. After all, judging from Huo Yuhao's behavior, he seemed completely unaware that his diary had a copy. Seeing the Silver Dragon King's impatient look, the three-eyed Golden Lion suddenly shouted, "My lord, the diary has been updated again." Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King disregarded everything else and immediately checked the newly updated content on the diary copy. This time, the content was actually related to her, the ruler of all soul beasts. Speaking of which, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, should still be in a deep slumber, right? She won't awaken until the Douluo Continent 3 era. 10,000 years later, to attempt to change the fate of soul beasts. During this time, no matter how much commotion occurs on Douluo continent, it won't disturb her slumber. And just when Tang Wulan descended from the god realm, she, coincidentally, emerged from the Star Do Great Forest. Perhaps from beginning to end, she was part of Tang Wulan's scheme. He used his daughter, Tang Wudong, as a chain to restrain me, the chosen one, then made the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, his son Tang Wulan's wife. He replaced the will of the Douluo continent with his own father. And even fused his own mother with Shrek Academy's golden tree. Oh right, and his own wife was also used as the sheath of the Asura sword, so that he could inherit not only the sea god's position but also the Asura gods. Your whole family are just tools. Tisk tisk tisk, I can only say that's typical of you. The Silver Dragon King's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at this part of the diary. His breathing gradually becoming heavy. Even she, the Silver Dragon King, was caught in that Gai Tang San's scheme. How dare a mere sea god do such a thing? The Silver Dragon King's chest heaved rapidly, his anger rising within him, wishing he could kill that false god king with a single claw right now. The terrifying aura emanating from her made three-eyed golden lion beside her somewhat fearful. It was only because there were no other soul beasts near the Lake of Life that this pressure alone would have been enough to kill an ordinary soul beast. My lord, don't be too angry. Now that we know Tang San is plotting against us, and considering what you said before about the god realm losing contact with Douluo continent, we can completely change our fate. The Silver Dragon King took a deep breath, forcibly calming his agitated emotions, but the anger and hatred he felt towards Tang San could not be dispelled no matter what. However, at this moment, the contents of the diary were updated again, which attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King and the three-eyed golden lion. However, while Tang Shanwang's scheming played a part, the Silver Dragon King himself was unreliable. As the ruler of all soul beasts, he always wanted to change their situation, but never took any action. After leaving the Star Do Great Forest, he focused solely on romance, a complete love-struck fool. In the end, she actually abandoned the eagerly awaiting soul beast and went to the god realm with Tang Wulan. Most outrageous of all, T.'s ruler of all soul beasts actually called that 100,000-year-old rabbit, Mom. Nothing much to say, the romance continent is confirmed. So, let me teach this romance continent a lesson, and show T.'m what it really means to build a career. Boom. A terrifying wave erupted from the Silver Dragon King, sweeping outwards from the location of the Lake of Life in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire Star Do Great Forest was enveloped in the Silver Dragon King's oppressive aura. The three-eyed golden lion, which was closest to the target, had no time to dodge and was directly pressed to the ground. Almost foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, the moment he sensed something was wrong, DTN flashed over and arrived at the scene. Upon seeing this, he quickly helped the three-eyed golden lion block the Silver Dragon King's oppressive aura and shouted at the same time. My lord, what happened? The soul beasts of the Star Do Great Forest cannot withstand your oppressive aura. The other ferocious beasts also rushed over, and seeing the Silver Dragon King exuding a fierce aura, they couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even though their lord is injured now, he is still terrifying. Isn't he? The Silver Dragon King's anger did not dissipate, but he immediately released his oppressive aura and spoke in an extremely cold voice. I have control over it. And the soul beasts outside will not be harmed as a result. DTN, take them away. My beast and I have other things to do. DTN glanced at the three golden lions with a worried look. Then mustered his courage and spoke. My lord, if there is anything we can do to help you, we will absolutely not refuse. Upon hearing this, all the ferocious beasts present nodded hastily. Even Shang Jun, who was always ambitious, appeared obedient. He dared to challenge DTN to his face, but he would never dare to offend the Silver Dragon King, his master. The Silver Dragon King ignored them, and the ferocious beasts, having made a fool of themselves, had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, all the ferocious beasts gave the three-eyed golden lion a look that said, good luck. Although they didn't know what had happened, they decided to let the auspicious beast face its master's wrath alone. After all, a dead auspicious beast is not a dead ferocious beast. However, what these ferocious beasts didn't notice was that although the three-eyed golden lion was keeping her head down, she was almost unable to hold back and nearly burst out laughing in front of all the beasts. This lord actually calls that 100,000-year-old rabbit, Mom. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. It's laughable, even the auspicious beast is dying of laughter. Is it funny? The question that came Fr. Ohm beside him made the three-eyed golden lion burst out laughing unconsciously. He no no no. It's not funny. Not funny at all. The three-eyed golden lion, which had been laughing out loud, was suddenly awakened by a terrifying aura. And its soft golden fur stood on end. After realizing the stupidity of their actions, they quickly took steps to rectify the situation. The Silver Dragon King stared coldly at the three-eyed golden lion in front of him and said, word by word, "This matter must absolutely not be revealed to anyone. I am the Lord of Soul Beasts, how could I possibly do some thing as foolish as described in the diary?" Under the watchful gaze of the Silver Dragon King, the three-eyed golden lion nodded repeatedly, but then looked suspicious and asked again, "My lord, since we both have copies of the diary, is it possible that others do as well?" The Silver Dragon King's face stiffened, and after thinking of that possibility, his eyes were filled with shame and anger. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to lose control and cause his aura to surge again, the three-eyed golden lion suddenly shouted loudly, "The diary has been updated again." The Silver Dragon King, disregarding her anger, immediately opened the diary to check, eager to see what else Yuhao had to say. However, to her surprise, the new entry in the diary was a picture of Yuhao with his upper body bare. Which would have been too much to pass censorship if the photo had been taken any lower. Yuhao's slightly immature but heroic face was adorned with a bright smile. "Pictures, pictures, pictures. I only realized after taking the marrow cleansing pill that my diary has a photo function. So, let me record these last moments with the little dog. One day, I, Yuhao, will become a muscle king." Ya. Chapter 11. You're right, but that's what it means to be the chosen one. HMPH. So this is what Yuhao looks like. Just you wait, he dared to slander me like that in his diary. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. A clear, bell-like sound came from the Silver Dragon King's mouth, causing the three-eyed golden lion beside him to mutter to himself. Were those words really slander? I don't think so. The three-eyed golden lion noticed that ever since it saw the diary entries about the Silver Dragon King, its master seemed to have become a different person. He was no longer as dignified as before, and now he even started muttering to himself in a resentful voice. They said they would teach Yuhao a lesson no matter what, so he would know that talking nonsense would come at a price. However, after seeing the updated content in the diary, the three-eyed golden lion tilted its head and looked at the Silver Dragon King, asking a question. "My lord, what is the marrow cleansing pill? Does it really have such powerful effects as Yuhao said?" Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King stopped muttering and continued examining the contents. Behind the photos in the copy of the diary, I must say, the marrow cleansing pill is truly amazing. Because of what I've suffered over the years, constant suppression and abuse, even going hungry, my innate soul power was only level 1. And my cultivation speed was ridiculously slow. But now, after taking this marrow cleansing pill, I can clearly feel that my cultivation speed has increased many times over. I wonder if those magical herbs are as effective as the marrow cleansing pill. If I have the chance in the future, I might try to get one. In my current state, even without the daily bonus of increasing my soul power by 1 level from the diary, I could probably reach the Soul King level in a very short time. After all, when I cultivate, the surrounding energy surges into my body like a floodgate has been opened. You're right, but this is the chosen one favored by the will of the plane, I forgot the rest. Speaking of which, that auspicious beast lady can improve the fortune of the Stardew Great Forest. Increase the probability of soul beasts breaking through, and even increase the chances of success when experiencing tribulations. Would my joining the Sun Moon Empire, as the chosen one, bring even greater benefits to it? That's a question worth verifying. The far north, where snowflakes dance in the air. After realizing the diary's magic, Hayote immediately went to Yuki-te, wanting her help to figure out what was going on with the diary that had suddenly appeared in his mind. After asking, she learned that Shui Di, like herself, also had a copy of the diary. Only the person who owned it was different. That's why the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor have now gathered together, wanting to know what kind of information Yuhao will reveal in his diary next. Upon seeing the last sentence, Hayote quickly turned to Yuki-te and asked, "Snow Empress, should we take Yuhao to the far north? With this chosen one of destiny in the far north, you should be able to break through the 700,000-year tribulation, and I should be able to successfully pass the 400,000-year tribulation." Thinking of that possibility, Hayote became excited and wished she could set off right now to find Yuhao and then forcibly take him to the far north against the boy's will. The Snow Empress, who appears as a human, has long, pure white hair that falls to her feet. Her sky blue eyes are clear and ethereal, as if they can see through everything in the world. Her slender, delicate body is flawless, and her white dress, though unadorned, makes her appear so noble and stunningly beautiful. Shui Di didn't have that idea and shook her head. Calm down, Ice Emperor. Bringing Yuhao to the far north is indeed very beneficial to us, but it's not a good thing for him, the chosen one. Didn't he already say in his diary that the reason he came into being was because the will of the Douluo continent wanted to change the current situation and the way humans and soul beasts interacted? To accomplish something like this, besides possessing immense strength, one also needs an extremely high status. Otherwise, pushing forward the reform of the entire Douluo continent will absolutely encounter unimaginable resistance. Hayote nodded as if they understood, but then immediately adopted a sour expression. Snow Empress, why do I feel like you? They already started helping Yuhao think about what he should do. You've never even met him, and we've known each other for hundreds of thousands of years, yet you've never shown me this much concern. Snow Empress's white hair swayed wildly in the cold wind. After hearing this, she glared at Ice Empress in annoyance. Am I thinking of Yuhao? I'm clearly thinking of all the soul beasts in the far north. If Yuhao can really change the way humans and soul beasts interact and stop humans from hunting soul beasts, then that would be incredibly good news for the soul beasts of the far north. Yuhao has already written in his diary that the soul beast lord of the Stardo Great Forest is completely unreliable, and there's absolutely no way to count on her to change the fate of the soul beasts. Ice Emperor nodded in deep agreement. Fortunately, they did not belong to the Stardo Great Forest, so they did not need to place their hopes on the Silver Dragon King like the ferocious beasts like Emperor Tien. But ultimately they personally experienced what despair truly meant. But then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she blinked and looked at Shui Di and asked. By the way, Snow Empress. Yuhao said before that it was with Tianmeng's help that I became his second martial soul, but now Tianmeng's soul has been absorbed by the diary. What should I do? Snow Empress's ethereal eyes flickered. Looking at Ice Empress's conflicted expression, she said without hesitation, don't worry, just maintain the status quo. Although Yuhao no longer has the fragments of Tianmeng in Alexa's consciousness, he has a diary that is even more mysterious than theirs. You don't need to worry about his second martial soul at all. Hayote didn't think much of it and felt that Yukite made a lot of sense. In any case, Yukite would never harm her, so she might as well listen to Yukite. The diary in their minds started flashing again, drawing the Aten. Tian of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress once more. All done. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, my physical condition has undergone a transformation, making travel much easier. At this rate, it should only take 2 days to reach the Sun Moon Empire. Time to get going. Time to be a treasure in the Sun Moon Empire. By the way, when does Shrek Academy officially start? Could it be that while I'm running away, the people at Shrek Academy are also running? 10,000 years have passed, and Shrek Academy's teaching methods haven't improved in the slightest. Despite being called He#1 Academy on the Douluo continent, it's really just a platform for geniuses and second-generation elites to network. In short, take your time, I will provide all the support except for participation. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis closing parenthesis. Chapter 12 Shrek Academy is thriving. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, Meng Hongchen pounded on the door of her brother's room and shouted loudly. Laugh. Come out here. Come with me. Xiao Hongchen, who was in the final stage of making the soul tool, was startled by the sudden knocking and shouting. His hand trembled, and the carving knife directly cut a gash on the core of the soul tool, rendering the almost completed level 4 soul tool useless. Bang bang bang. Furious, Xiao Hongchen slammed his fist on the table and let out a furious roar of resentment. Why did you have to bother me at the most crucial moment? Meng, I'm going to teach you a lesson this time. After saying that, Xiao Hongchen angrily opened the door. The moment he saw Meng Hongchen outside the door, the anger on Xiao Hongchen's face turned into a smile. The speed of his change of expression was enough to shock everyone. What's wrong, Meng? Is there anything you need your brother's help with? Meng Hongchen glanced at the broken level 4 soul tool on the table and said somewhat embarrassedly. Did I come at the wrong time? Did I interrupt your soul tool making? Xiao Hongchen waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant and indifferent. What are you talking about? What soul tool is more important than you? If that thing is ruined, it's no big deal. For Xiao Hongchen, a seasoned sister-obsessed man, what right does a level 4 soul tool like Cuckoo have to be compared to his adorable sister? Meng Hongchen's eyebrows curved into crescents, and her smile was radiant. Sure enough, your smile is the best for me. Upon receiving the praise, Xiao Hongchen couldn't stop smiling. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and scratched his head. It's not like you just found out I've been good to you. By the way, I think I heard you say earlier that you were planning to ask me to go out with you. Where to? Is there something going on? Meng Hongshan nodded repeatedly. Thinking that Yuhao was currently heading towards the Sun Moon Empire, she immediately reached out her fair fingers to tuck a strand of silver hair behind her cheek. That's right. That's right. I want you to come with me to find Huo and go out for a walk. Don't you think it's a bit too boring to stay in the academy all the time? Since it's not time for school to start yet, it's a good time to go out and see the sights. Halfway through her explanation, Meng Hongshan realized that she had no way of explaining Yuhao's situation. The existence of the diary could not be told to outsiders. Not even her family. Yuhao had just mentioned in his diary that he was somewhat reluctant to come to the Sun Moon Empire, which made Meng Hongshan feel a little threatened. If we didn't know, that would be one thing, but now that we know Yuhao is the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent, and a complete freak, then of course we absolutely cannot let him go anywhere else. Just as Yuhao hadn't figured out how to smoothly join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Meng Hongshan decided to take the initiative to offer him some help. Although Xiao Hongshan still couldn't quite understand why Meng Hongshan suddenly wanted to travel around, since it was his sister's request, he, as her brother, naturally wouldn't refuse. Seeing that Xiao Hongshan had agreed and started packing her things, Meng Hongshan clenched her little fist, looking quite pleased with herself. Are you ready, Yuhao? I'm coming to see you soon. I'm so curious to see what your opinion of me will be. Running. What does that mean? Wang Donger, who was in the dormitory, was puzzled by the last sentence in the diary, but she didn't care too much about it. Had she cared about now was that Yuhao would be able to reach the Sun Moon Empire in just 2 days. According to Wang Donger's speculation, she is likely not the only one who possesses a copy of Yuhao's diary. If the people of the Sun Moon Empire also had copies of the diary, they should already know Yuhao's identity as the chosen one and understand just how important he is. In this way, Yuhao will be able to easily join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy as he plans. If that's really the case, then when should I leave Shrek Academy? Just as Wang Donger was feeling confused, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, making her instantly alert. Ever since she learned the truth, Wang Donger felt that this so-called number 1 academy in Douluo continent was full of dangers. And that she might encounter Tang San's backup plan if she wasn't careful. That's why I'm always on edge after arriving at Shrek Academy. Wang Dong, someone is looking for you. Hearing this, Wang Donger, who felt relieved, pushed open the door and went out, where she saw a flat-chested girl waving to her in a friendly manner downstairs. Wang Donger was a little puzzled. Shrek Academy. Why would not officially start school until tomorrow? And apart from Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of the inner academy who had already left, she didn't know anyone else. Could it be that she's Tang San's backup plan left at Shrek Academy? Or does she, like me, possess a copy of the diary? Considering these two completely different possibilities, Wang Donger, despite raising her vigilance to the highest level, still decided to find out exactly what the other party wanted from her. As Wang Donger was sizing up the girl, Xiao Xiao was also observing her. At least on the surface, it's impossible to tell that Wang Donger's true identity is actually a girl just like her. Moreover, given Wang Donger's current demeanor and appearance while disguised as a man, Xiao Xiao felt that if the mysterious copy of the diary hadn't revealed Wang Donger's true identity, she might very well have fallen for her. Thinking of that scene, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a little shy. Everyone loves beauty, and it's perfectly natural for a girl to like guys who excel in every way. But if he likes girls, then Xiao Xiao thinks she should see a doctor. Wang Donger watched as Xiao Xiao's face gradually turned rosy. And she had a feeling that Xiao Xiao was thinking about something unpleasant. Who are you? What do you want with me? Xiao Xiao was startled from her reverie by these words. She cautiously looked around and whispered. My name is Xiao Xiao. I'm a freshman like you. Would you like to go for a walk together? I have something I want to tell you. Wang Donger looked at Xiao Xiao with a disdainful yet wary gaze. What is it? Can't we say it here? Xiao Xiao grunted and shook her head, saying, I can't say it here. Wang Donger's pupils contracted slightly, and she instantly realized that Xiao Xiao was not Tang San's backup plan, but rather, like herself, possessed a copy of Yuhao's diary. Without further hesitation, they walked directly with Xiao Xiao toward the main gate of Shrek Academy. If there were outsiders present, they wouldn't be able to reveal anything about the diary. Not long after Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao left, Ningtian and Wu Feng, who were also freshmen, came to look for Wang Donger. After being told that Wang Donger was not there, they had no choice but to leave. Sitting on the recliner, Mu En watched Ningtian and Wu Feng's parting figures and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. What an interesting bunch of kids. They've only just started school and they're already getting close to the opposite sex. Being around these kids makes me feel younger too. I just don't know where Lazan went. But with her level 84 soul Douluo strength, as long as she doesn't cause trouble in those places, she'll be safe. She should be back soon, right? In short, Shrek Academy is thriving. Chapter 13. I owe everything I have today to my own hard work. You also have a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary, right? You're actually a girl, right? After finding a secluded place where there were no outsiders, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao asked at the same time, and then they answered in unison. Yes. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were both speechless. This was clearly their first time meeting, so why were they so in sync? To prevent this strange atmosphere from spreading further, Xiao Xiao waved her hand and said, "You should have also gone to see Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of the inner court that Huo Yuhao mentioned in his diary, and know that she has already left Shrek Academy, right?" After seeing Wang Donger nod, Xiao Xiao asked again. "So what about you? What are you going to do? I don't think you'll stay at Shrek Academy forever, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Donger's face instantly became alert and defensive. Looking completely ready for battle. She was already terrified by the backup plan Tang San left in her soul. Even though she now knew that Xiao Xiao had a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary just like her. She didn't trust her too much and of course, she couldn't tell her about her plans. Xiao Xiao was somewhat surprised by Wang Donger's reaction, but she quickly figured out why. Anyone who learns that their fate is to live in a conspiracy, or even to be used as a tool by their own father to scheme against them, and to disappear completely once the goal is achieved, would probably become as distrustful of others as Wang Donger. Looking at the dashing young man in front of her, Xiao Xiao felt a pang of pity and sighed softly. "Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I just wanted to tell you that if you're planning to leave Shrek Academy and head to the Sun Moon Empire, you can take me with you." Wang Donger was startled upon hearing this, her large, pinkish blue eyes filled with confusion. "You're going to the Sun Moon Empire? Why?" The petite Xiao Xiao shrugged, let out a long sigh, and then began to recount the hardships her family had endured over the years. "My family is located on the border of the dueling empire, right next to the Sun Moon Empire. Because our family's inherited martial soul is somewhat special, the Sun Moon Empire has been sending people to win over my family for many years. The senior members of the family have been very resolute from the beginning. They never thought of siding with the Sun Moon Empire. However, after the news of the Sun Moon Empire trying to win over the family reached the ears of the Emperor of the dueling empire, our family's situation became more and more difficult, and we have been targeted all along. Originally, the family sent me to Shrek Academy to prove that we had no connection with the Sun Moon Empire, and to see if we could seek the protection of Shrek Academy so that he nobles of the dueling empire would stop causing trouble for the family. However, according to what Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary, the family of Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of the inner court, was very likely destroyed by others secretly instructed by the higher-ups of Shrek Academy. Therefore, I think it's probably unreliable to entrust the fate of one's family to Shrek Academy for protection. Instead of staying in the dueling empire and continuing to be targeted by those nobles, it's better to actually join the Sun Moon Empire." Wang Donger was somewhat skeptical of what Xiao Xiao said. She thought that the emperor and nobles of the dueling empire couldn't possibly be so stupid and short-sighted, could they? Even the family that the Sun Moon Empire tried so hard to win over. The emperor of the dueling empire began to target them without investigating the matter thoroughly. Xiao Xiao saw Wang Donger's distrust and shook her head. "I know it's hard for you to believe this right now. But in the eyes of the higher-ups in the dueling empire, it doesn't matter whether my family has accepted the Sun Moon Empire's offer of help. What matters is that they can use this method to warn other families and let them know what kind of price they will have to pay to get involved with the Sun Moon Empire. Furthermore, if you're going to the Sun Moon Empire, you're probably planning to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, just like Huo Yuhao, right? Leave this matter to me. My family can negotiate with the Sun Moon Empire, and we can continue to be classmates at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy." Tisk. Xiao Xiao perfectly demonstrated what it means to move Wang Donger with just one sentence. When she heard that Xiao Xiao had a way to make her a student of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy without any effort, she immediately nodded. "All right, let's leave Shrek Academy together and head to the Sun Moon Empire." The two girls looked at each other and simultaneously smiled brightly. After reaching a consensus, Wang Donger also told Xiao Xiao that she planned to wait until the official start of school tomorrow to experience Shrek Academy's educational methods before dropping out. Regardless, Shrek Academy is the most famous academy on the continent. Since we're already here, we should see what level the teachers here are really at. Xiao Xiao had no objection to this. Besides sharing some of the same ideas as Wang Donger, her family also needed time to prepare. Even though the Xiao family is not a large family, they absolutely cannot be careless when they relocate to the Sun Moon Empire. After making their decision, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao returned to Shrek Academy, eagerly anticipating experiencing the teachings of SHR Ek Academy's teachers firsthand the next day. Although Wang Donger learned from Yuan, who was on a recliner by the dormitory entrance, that in addition to Xiao Xiao, two other outstanding-looking girls had come to see her. She didn't care too much. Anyway, she had already decided to leave with Xiao Xiao tomorrow, so she didn't care about the others. Unaware of their plans, Ning Tian and Wu Fen Ji thought there was plenty of time left and they could have a deeper conversation with Wang Donger later, so they weren't in a hurry to meet her. And so, without anyone disturbing them, the night passed without incident. The next day, as Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao sat in the classroom of the first freshman class, waiting for their teacher to arrive, the diary in their minds began to jump around. This prompted both girls to check the newly updated content of the diary copy. It's a new day again. Yesterday's journey exceeded my expectations. We've now crossed the border and arrived in the territory of the Sun and Moon Empire. To celebrate, I'll grill some fish to reward myself for my hard work. Images included. Upon seeing this sentence, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance, both clearly seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Huo Yuhao arrived in the Sun Moon Empire so quickly. Wasn't it supposed to take 2 days? Before they could figure out what was going on, a few more lines appeared in the diary. By the way, I've already claimed the reward for completing yesterday's diary entry. Besides my soul power increasing again to level 12, the diary also gave me a beginner's gift pack for soul tool crafting. This allowed me, a country bumpkin who had never made soul tools before, to learn a lot of basic knowledge and directly become a level 1 soul tool master. Sigh. Diary, oh diary. I originally wanted to experience the joy of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, but why do you have to corrupt me with this kind of reward? Let me tell you, even so, I still have to say, I, Huo Yuhao, owe everything I am today to my own hard work. O, greater than omega less than O. Chapter 14. Has Wang Donger always been this brave? So, he got to where he is today entirely by himself. All thanks to writing in his diary. Huh, this Huo Yuhao guy seems even more interesting than I imagined. In an instant, the same complaints appeared in the minds of every woman who had a copy of the diary. However, as if to refute their complaints, what Huo Yuhao wrote next in his diary shocked and silenced everyone. If the original plot had unfolded as it did, even though I was forced to become Tang Shenhuang's lackey and completely lost myself due to his various schemes, my talents would not have disappeared. Even though he only inherited the position of the god of emotions from the first-level gods of the divine realm, he still managed to create the super artifact Eye of Destiny through his extraordinary talent, forcibly elevating the god of emotions to the level of a god king. Do I, the chosen one recognized by the will of the Douluo continent, really need this kind of introductory gift pack for crafting soul tools? Ahem, actually, I do. This way, I can get started crafting soul tools much faster. And even at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, I can thrive. All I can say is, step back a bit, I'm heading to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy to show off. Hands on hips. So, when Huo Yuhao said at the beginning that he would rise from a first-level god to a god king in the god realm, that was what he meant. Truly worthy of being called the chosen one. On the other hand, look at Tang San. He ascended to the god realm 10,000 years ago, yet after all this time, to maintain his god king status, he still has to use his wife as a scabbard. Once he loses that rabbit, he'll go straight from a pseudo-god king back to an ordinary level 1 god. This idea crossed the minds of all the women who possessed copies of the diary. At the same time, Xiao Xiao leaned close to Wang Donger, her deskmate, and whispered something. Huo Yuhao has already reached the border of the Sun Moon Empire. We need to set off quickly too. Although the Sun Moon RO Y'all Soul Tool students start school a few days later than Shrek Academy students, if we delay any longer, we might be late. Wang Donger nodded without changing her expression. Don't worry, we'll be leaving Shrek Academy soon. Now that you're here, don't you want to experience the teaching methods of the teachers at what's known as the #1 academy on the continent? Xiao Xiao did not refute it. Because she was also very curious about this. She had always heard others say how good Shrek Academy was, and she wanted to see for herself just how good this academy, which had been passed down for thousands of years, really was. While they were waiting, Zhou Yi, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 of the freshmen, finally entered the classroom. She was dressed as an old woman with a human skin mask. Her face covered in wrinkles, and her gray hair coiled on top of her head, giving her an unapproachable appearance. Upon seeing the homeroom teacher arrive, the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. After looking around, Zhou Yi spoke in a hoarse voice, like a broken gong. My name is Zhou Yi, and I am your homeroom teacher. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to stay with me for the next year. But I want to tell you that in my class, no trash will pass the assessment. I'm going to cultivate monsters, not idiots. Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, the other students in Class 1. All the students raised a question mark. It wasn't that they had a problem, but that they thought their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, had a problem. She started by spewing profanities, saying that she was going to teach monsters, not idiots. Isn't that basically saying that these freshmen are trash and useless? His words were full of suppression. Is this the teaching method of the top academy on the mainland? Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao frowned, feeling that this was completely different from what they had previously thought. However, before they could think about it, Zhou Yi on the podium spoke again in a deep voice. Those who have been in a fight during the past few days of registration, please stand up. The students in Class 1 of freshmen couldn't quite understand how their homeroom teacher's thought process worked. They were all newly admitted freshmen, who would fight in the college for no reason. And even if they did, who would admit it? However, Zhou Yi was very dissatisfied with the students' silence. After snorting, she said with a displeased expression. More than 100 people, and not a single one of them started a fight. What a bunch of useless trash. Don't you know what it means to be a coward who doesn't dare to cause trouble? Now, everyone get out and run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Anyone who doesn't finish will be expelled. As Zhou Yi finished speaking, the entire freshman class fell into an extremely eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhou Yi on the podium, wondering if they had misheard. So, no. Fighting these past few days is considered a mistake. Just because they didn't fight, they're considered useless by their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi. What kind of logic is that? And she even has the audacity to say that not daring to cause trouble makes them incompetent. Most importantly, if you don't run 100 laps around Shrek Square as Zhou Yi said, you'll be expelled. It's important to know that not all of these new students are nobles. Many of them have decent talent, and their families wanted them to advance further, so they used most of their family's money to get a letter of recommendation from the city lord. They came to Shrek Academy with a pilgrimage-like mentality, hoping that after being educated by the teachers here, their strength would improve more quickly, and they could also make friends with other geniuses, making their future path smoother. But now, on the very first day of school, they are already facing the crisis of being expelled. They could clearly hear laughter and chatter coming from the classroom next door, like a happy family. Why was their homeroom teacher such an unreasonable old woman? Seeing that no one was obediently running laps, Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold. And the aura of the Soul Emperor suddenly erupted as she angrily rebuked him. Didn't you hear me? Go run laps around Shrek Square. Do you all want to get expelled? Just as the freshmen were looking at each other, preparing to go outside to run laps as Zhou Yi had instructed, a voice suddenly rang out. On what grounds? On the podium, Zhou Yi's gaze immediately locked onto Wang Donger, who had stood up. And everyone else also turned their attention to Wang Donger, the freshman who dared to question the teacher. Has he always been this brave? Feeling that her authority was being questioned, Zhou Yi released 6 spirit rings without hesitation, letting everyone see her identity as a soul emperor. Why should I? Because you are students, and I am your homeroom teacher. Because students should unconditionally obey their teacher's orders. Because my students have the highest college entrance rate in the entire Shrek Academy. Because I am a 6-ring soul emperor. Because the saying, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, is a tradition that has been passed down in Shrek Academy for 10,000 years. Only through battle can a soul master's strength be improved faster. Are these reasons enough? A hint of mockery flashed in Wang Donger's eyes as she met Zhou Yi's gaze without fear and spoke each word clearly. Why should students unconditionally obey their teacher's orders? You are just a teacher, not a slave owner. Is your so-called highest student college admission rate because you expelled all the students you deemed unqualified? If being afraid to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity, and a tradition that Shrek Academy students have maintained for 10,000 years, then why don't you, a six-ring Soul Emperor, go after Soul Saints, Soul Douluos? Or even title Douluos. Instead, you use your status and strength to intimidate and bully us weak freshmen. So this is what they call the #1 academy on the continent. Chapter 15, Dropping Out of School, a seemingly familiar encounter. Wang Donger was very disappointed. Although she had lived in Haoshan Fortress in the cloud recesses since childhood, he had heard a lot about the outside world from the people of Haoshan sect, including Shrek Academy, the #1 academy on the continent. Even after learning that she had been living in Tang San's conspiracy and had already decided to run away to the Sun Moon Empire, she still chose to stay here for 2 days, just to experience Shrek Academy's educational methods firsthand. But now, the actions of this homeroom teacher named Zhou Yi have greatly disappointed Wang Donger. Every time Wang Donger spoke, Zhou Yi's expression grew more unpleasant. When she heard Wang Donger's last sentence, which questioned Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi couldn't help but glare angrily at her. Are you questioning Shrek Academy? Questioning the continent's #1 academy, which has a history of 10,000 years. The pressure from the six-ring Soul Emperor made Wang Donger feel extremely oppressed, but she still stood straight and chose to continue to confront Zhou Yi, her so-called teacher. Don T use such low-level word traps against me. I'm questioning you, the so-called teacher with the highest college entrance rate. But if all the teachers at Shrek Academy are like you, then I don't mind questioning the entire Shrek Academy. Since she had already decided to leave Shrek Academy, why would Wang Donger be afraid of Zhou Yi, a mere outer court teacher with only a 6th ring cultivation level? She simply refused to believe it. After all, she still held the title of Young Sect Master of the Haoshan sect. What could a mere teacher possibly do besides threatening to expel her? What else could she possibly do? Enraged, Zhou Yi's chest heaved rapidly as she stared coldly at Wang Donger, who stood proudly below. Although the aura released by Zhou Yi, the Soul Emperor, was mostly directed at Wang Donger, the other freshmen in the classroom still felt immense pressure. Just as Zhou Yi was about to say something, Xiao Xiao also stood up and stood side by side with Wang Donger. Despite her petite stature, she seemed to possess immense power. Wang Dong is right. If all the teachers at Shrek Academy are like you, treating students like dirt, useless people, or even slaves, then it's better not to stay at Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi's cold gaze swept across Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao's faces, then she glanced down at the list on the table and said coldly. You two, your names are Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, right? 2 mere second-ring soul masters, do you really think you're some kind of extraordinary genius? Let me tell you, there are tons of people like you at Shrek Academy. You two dare to question Shrek Academy, which boasts an illustrious history of 10,000 years. You'll realize in the future just how foolish your actions today were. I hereby declare you both fired. Although Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were among the most talented students in the freshman class, Zhou Yi still showed no mercy when expelling them. On the contrary, in Zhou Yi's eyes, he two of them were the chickens in the kill the chicken to scare the monkey scenario. After firing them, no one else will dare to question any of my decisions, and they will do their utmost to complete any instructions I give. Even if Wang Donger is from the Clear Sky sect, so what? With the noble reason of, for the eternal glory of Shrek Academy, and her husband Fan Yu, a highly sought-after high-ranking member of the Soul Guidance Department, even if Wang Donger is expelled, it won't cause her any trouble. Wang Donger looked at Zhou Yi, who was being aggressive on the podium, and said, word by word. Don't get me wrong. It's not expulsion, it's withdrawal. With a teacher like you at Shrek Academy, I have absolutely no interest in staying here any longer. Looking at Wang Donger, who was holding her head high with pride, Zhou Yi was filled with anger. Even though Wang Donger was no longer her student, she did not mind continuing to suppress her. She sneered. What's the point of being stubborn now? Whether you're expelled or dropped out of school, it won't affect Shrek Academy's eternal glory in the slightest. Your classmates will shine brightly in the Continental Soul Master Tournament and inherit the title of Shrek 7 Devils. But you will only be a spectator, an outsider. Xiao Xiao looked at Zhou Yi with a strange expression. This top teacher of Shrek Academy really knows how to win people over and sow discord. After seeing that other students had doubts about Shrek Academy's teaching level because of Wang Donger's words, she actually used the L Master competition and the title of Shrek 7 Devils to divide them, so that even if others were unhappy with Zhou Yi as their teacher, they could only endure it because they were tempted by the promise she made. His constant use of the phrase, eternal glory, and his arrogant, dismissive attitude towards everyone, completely intolerant of any questioning. Shrek Academy really doesn't seem to be as wonderful and great as the rumors suggest. Xiao Xiao shook her head inwardly, convinced that her decision to drop out of school with Wang Donger was a very wise one. Wang Donger, this proud young woman, would not bow down because of Zhou Yi's suppression. Instead, she retorted without showing any weakness. I've never heard of Zhou Yi among any generation of Shrek's 7 devils. Shrek's glory is brought about by the hard work of others. What have you done? Expel students you don't like. You. Zhou Yi was taken aback by those words, her body trembling slightly. She wanted to teach Wang Donger a lesson right then and there, but after remembering that Wang Donger came from the Haoshan sect, she eventually regained her composure. Zhou Yi is already in her early 30s and is still only a 6-ring soul emperor. Of course, she is not qualified to be a member of any generation of Shrek's 7 devils. This undoubtedly hits Zhou Yi's sore spot. You sharp-tongued brat. At your age, you should be eligible to participate in the next 2 Soul Master competitions. I will apply to accompany Shrek Academy as a member for both of those competitions. I want to see if you really have the right to spout nonsense in front of me. Let me warn you beforehand, in the Soul Master competition, if you're too weak, it's only natural that you'll be killed. Zhou Yi's threat not only failed to frighten Wang Donger, but also made her smile. You'll see. After saying that, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao turned around and left the freshman class without looking back. Filled with rage, Zhou Yi could only vent her anger on the other students, roaring directly. Aren't you going to go for a run around Shrek Square? Do you want to get expelled like those two? At the border of the Sun Moon Empire, Yuhao, completely unaware of what had happened at Shrek Academy, was enjoying a delicious grilled fish. He couldn't help but praise himself, saying that he truly lived up to his nickname. Huo grilled fish. He hadn't used any special seasonings, yet the taste was ridiculously good. However, at that moment, a delighted cry rang out. The voice was clear and melodious, but it startled Yuhao. It smells so good. Yuhao turned his head at the sound and was surprised to see 2 white-haired, crossed-out young men and women walking towards him. This scene seemed familiar to Yuhao. If I remember correctly, the first time he met Bei Bei and Tang Ya in the Stardow Great Forest, it seemed to be a similar scene, right? A sly glint flashed in the eyes of the girl walking ahead. She skipped over to Yuhao with great enthusiasm, her mouth watering, and said, "Little brother, do you sell your grilled fish? It smells so good. How do you make it?" Before Yuhao could answer, the white-haired boy stepped forward and said to her in an annoyed tone. "Meng, can't you be a little more composed?" Despite saying that, his gaze never left the grilled fish. As the grandson of the dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, what delicacies hadn't Xiao Hongshan eaten? Yet he was still attracted by these grilled fish. It can only be said that the taste was just too tempting. "Hey bro, could you sell us 2 of your grilled fish? Don't worry, name your price." Yuhao felt that something was wrong. After grunting, he handed the other person 2 grilled fish. "Never mind, I'll treat you to this." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan's eyes lit up. As she accepted the grilled fish, she gave Yuhao a thumbs up in praise. "Great. Brother, what's your name?" "My name is Xiao Hongshan. And this is my sister, Meng Hongshan. Woohoo, Miss White-Haired Dream has arrived. Brothers, throw your votes at her." Chapter 16 Yuhao, please join us. Lookin' G at the white-haired brother and sister in front of him, Yuhao slowly typed a question mark in his diary. What's going on? I've only just arrived at the border of the Sun Moon Empire, and I've already run into Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan. Could it be that if it weren't for Tang San's secret interference, after obtaining the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Spirit Ring and the Fragment O.F. Alexa's Divine Consciousness in the Stardow Great Forest, I should have already come to the Sun Moon Empire and encountered Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan at the same time. But Tang San secretly interfered, making me feel cared for by Tang Ya and Bei Bei ahead of time. That's why I joined the Tang sect, used their exemption from the entrance exam to join Shrek Academy, and completely fell into Tang San's long-term plan. Yuhao felt that the truth was probably as he thought. After all, the best way to take revenge on the White Tiger Duke's mansion was to join the Sun Moon Empire and eventually defeat his nominal father on the front lines. Regardless of what happened before, he has now arrived in the Sun Moon Empire, and Tang Buddha's schemes are no longer effective against him. Thinking of this, Yuhao said with a smile as he flipped the grilled fish in his hand. My name is Yuhao. Xiao Hongshan nodded to indicate that he had made a note of it, while Meng Hongshan, after reading the new entries Yuhao had made in his diary, had a sly glint in her eyes and felt a surge of smugness. While I'm probably not the only one with a copy of the diary, I'm likely the first one to actually meet Huo Yuhao. Right. He. Little Yuhao, I'm going to lure you to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. It just so happens that he previously mentioned wanting to find a way to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. As the dean's granddaughter, it's perfectly reasonable and logical for me to encounter a young genius while out for a stroll and try to recruit him to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Right. With this thought in mind, Meng Hongshan opened her rosy cherry lips and bit into the grilled fish. The aroma spread from her taste buds to her mind, making her eyes even brighter. Wow, this is delicious. Xiao Hongshan nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, that's right, Yuhao, your grilled fish skills are absolutely amazing. Huo Yuhao shrugged at the opportune moment. Looking helpless. There was no other way. There wasn't much to eat when I was a kid, so I just practiced a lot and got used to it. Xiao Hongshan paused slightly as he devoured his food. Huo Yuhao looked younger than him, but why did he seem to have a lot of stories to tell? Was it just his imagination? Just as Xiao Hongshan was puzzled by this, Meng Hongshan blinked and asked, pretending to be a curious child, Yuhao, why are you alone at the border? This place borders the Star Luo Empire, and war could break out at any time. It's quite dangerous. Huo Yuhao focused on grilling the fish and said quietly, I escaped here from the Star Luo Empire. People from the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Hongshan paused in his eating of the grilled fish, somewhat surprised, but not by much. He knew that over the years, people from the three countries of Xingluo, Tianyun, and Dueling had been sneaking into their Sun Moon Empire quite often, and clearly, the young man named Huo Yuhao in front of him was one of them. However, Huo Yuhao's deep gaze and the sense of history emanating from him still made Xiao Hongshan ask a question. You mean you escaped from the Star Luo Empire? Has something happened to your family? Meng Hongshan glanced at Xiao Hongshan with a hint of resentment. Shouldn't she be the one asking these questions? Her own brother didn't know Huo Yuhao's identity as the chosen one of destiny, so why did he seem to treat Huo Yuhao differently? Even Xiao Hongshan couldn't quite understand it, but he genuinely felt that he had a very good impression of Huo Yuhao and really wanted to figure out what had happened to him. Huo Yuhao did not hide anything. Instead, he revealed his identity in its entirety, clearly telling the white-haired brother and sister that he was the third son of Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger, but that he had an indelible hatred with the Duke of the White Tiger. When Xiao Hongshan first heard Huo Yuhao's identity, he was startled. But before he could do anything else, he heard Huo Yuhao's very detailed description and learned why he had chosen to run away to the Sun Moon Empire. The so-called identity as the third son of the White Tiger Duke was not an honor for Huo Yuhao. On the contrary, it brought him boundless pain and hatred. This means that the young man named Huo Yuhao in front of them is simply destined to join their Sun Moon Empire. If you want to take revenge on Duke White Tiger, there is no better way than joining the Sun Moon Empire. Knowing more about the inside story, Meng Hongshan felt an even stronger aversion to Tang San, the false god king who was high above the gods and wantonly toyed with Huo Yuhao's fate. The hatred between Huo Yuhao and the White Tiger Duke's mansion was clearly indelible. But under Tang San's manipulation, Huo Yuhao was forced to give up revenge. The most outrageous thing was that Tang San, that disgusting guy, even forced Huo Yuhao to change his name to Dai Yuhao. Just hearing about this behavior makes people feel physically uncomfortable. No wonder Huo Yuhao said before that Tang San's so-called grand plan was actually just an attempt to suppress and mold him, the chosen one, into a loyal lackey who had lost his sense of self. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao now knows about Tang San's so-called grand plan of 10,000 years, and it is impossible for him to be Tang San's lackey anymore. Remembering Huo Yuhao's words in his diary that with his martial soul and soul skills, even at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, his grandif Ather and other high-ranking officials would treat him like a treasure, Meng Hongshan smiled and asked him, Yuhao, are you a soul master? With the status and strength of that White Tiger Duke, it won't be so easy to take revenge on him. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Hongshan and Xiao Hongshan, Huo Yuhao released his soul power without hesitation, and a circle of bright white soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. Under the influence of his soul power, a faint golden luster appeared in his deep blue eyes. Both Meng Hongshan and Xiao Hongshan could feel the fluctuations of soul power in his eyes and a mental fluctuation that made them momentarily dizzy. A spirit attribute martial soul. A spirit attribute martial soul with only one 10-year spirit ring. Xiao Hongshan was somewhat surprised. His gaze unconsciously drawn to Huo Yuhao's eyes, which shimmered with a pale golden light, and he asked repeatedly, Yuhao, Can you tell me what your martial soul is? Huo Yuhao pointed to his eyes, spirit eyes. No wonder it's a spiritual attribute, it's a physical spirit. In that case, even if you only have one ring now, and it's only white, with me here, joining the Sun Mo on Royal Soul Guidance Academy shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Hongchen grinned. Since Huo Yuhao still harbored such hatred with Duke Baihu, then of course Huo Yuhao should be kept at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. At that moment, Huo Yuhao activated the spirit detection and spirit sharing abilities from the soul skill brought by the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, directly linking Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. On the surface, there seemed to be no other signs, but the next second, the white-haired brother and sister both shuddered, their eyes filled with shock. Under their gaze, time seemed to slow down. Everything around them became exceptionally clear, and a wealth of information appeared instantly in their field of vision, with every minute detail clearly presented deep within their minds. Moreover, within a radius of 50 meters, they didn't even need to look. Everything was presented in 3 dimensions in their minds, and any slight change would immediately be reflected in their brains. Holy crap! What is this? Yuhao, is this your soul skill? Xiao Hongchen couldn't hold back and leapt high into the air, his whole body caught up in an uncontrollable state of excitement. Huo Yuhao nodded. This is my first soul skill. Spirit detection and sharing. Xiao Hongchen took a deep breath, strode up to Huo Yuhao, grabbed Huo Yuhao's hands, and said sincerely. Yuhao, you must join our Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Our Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy is desperately in need of a genius like you. Chapter 17 Huo Yuhao, the human-like cheat code, focuses on his career. Woohoo. It seems I won't need to rack my brains to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy anymore. The appearance of Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen has provided me with the most convenient way to enroll. I must say, it truly lives up to the reputation of the soul skill Tianmeng bestowed upon me, it's terrifyingly powerful. After all, who could resist the thrill of using mental detection and mental sharing to gain an unfair advantage? Then I'll repeat myself. Thank you, brother Tianmeng. I will take care of Rubingbing, so don't worry. Looking at the contents of the diary copy, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, who had just packed their things and were about to leave Shrek Academy, exchanged a glance. They could both clearly see the deep surprise in each other's eyes. Could the brother and sister pair named Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen help Huo Yuhao successfully enter the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy? As if she had suddenly thought of something, Wang Donger whispered in Xiao Xiao's ear. Xiao Xiao, do you think Meng Hongchen might be like us? Xiao Xiao understood what Wang Donger meant and immediately nodded, saying, very likely. Even I. Huo Yuhao is the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent, it shouldn't be such a coincidence that he would encounter Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, a brother and sister pair who could help him successfully join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, right after arriving at the border of the Sun Moon Empire. The reason for this coincidence, according to their guess, is most likely because Meng Hongchen, like them, also possesses a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary and knows Huo Yuhao's identity, which is why she is so eager to win him over. This situation made Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao even eager to arrive at the Sun Moon Empire as soon as possible, as they also wanted to see Huo Yuhao, the chosen one of destiny, in person. On their way out of Shrek Academy, they clearly saw the free Shmen class running laps around Shrek Square under Zhou Yi's watchful gaze. After seeing the two of them, Zhou Yi sneered and then shouted at the students. Run faster. Don't forget what I just said. If you don't want to be expelled like those two, you have to run 100 laps within an hour. The freshmen looked at Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao with complicated expressions, including envy, disdain, mockery, and indifference. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao ignored Zhou Yi's sarcastic remarks. No matter what Zhou Yi said, the more she acted like this, the more grateful they would be to have dropped out of Shrek Academy. The so-called number 1 academy on the continent was nothing more than this. Huo Yuhao calmly withdrew his hands from Xiao Hongchen's grasp, feigning ignorance as he asked the question. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? Xiao Hongchen couldn't control his emotions at all, and he was almost dancing around, his face constantly changing, and he kept shouting. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what your soul skill really means. You know what? As long as you're here, I don't have to worry about my soul tool missing its target at all. Even if I shoot with my eyes closed, I can still hit exactly where I aim. It's like cheating in a game. Those idiots in the White Tiger Duke's mansion have no idea what they've missed. Especially that White Tiger Duke. He's an idiot among idiots. Meng Hongchen tugged at Xiao Hongchen, who was too excited to contain herself. Xiao Hongchen, realizing what was happening, immediately scratched her head sheepishly. Sorry, Yuhao. I got too excited and said the wrong thing. Huo Yuhao shook his head with a smile. You're not wrong. I also think there are a lot of idiots in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Huo Yuhao knew that Xiao Hongshan's words were to stand up for him, which was completely different from the blue-silver saintess who, upon hearing that he was an orphan, blurted out, "That's great." He certainly wouldn't hold it against him. Huo Yuhao's words put Xiao Hongshan at ease. He casually put his arm around Huo Yuhao's shoulder and said in an extremely generous manner, "Don't worry, with me here, I can definitely make sure you become a member of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. Even if you want to take revenge on Duke White Tiger in the future, I will definitely support you with all my might. At worst, I'll just activate your mental detection and sharing abilities, and I'll unleash a barrage of firepower on the White Tiger Duke's mansion." He. There as absolutely no trace of aristocratic arrogance in Xiao Hongshan. To be precise, the moment Xiao Hongshan saw Huo Yuhao, he inexplicably felt that he should get along with Huo Yuhao in a friendly manner. Seeing her brother's carefree attitude, Meng Hongshan glared at him in annoyance, then smiled and explained to Huo Yuhao. "Don't misunderstand Yuhao, he's not usually like this." Huo Yuhao waved his hand dismissively. "It's okay. I understand." Meng Hongshan gently kicked Xiao Hongshan's shin to stop his mad behavior. "Alright, let's go back to the academy with Yuhao." Xiao Hongshan too took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement at having Huo Yuhao, a human-like cheat code, and looked at Meng Hongshan with a surprised expression, asking a question. "Didn't you say you wanted to get away for a while? Why are you going back so soon?" Meng Hongshan nodded, her eyes crinkling as she looked at Huo Yuhao. "We need to go back quickly and tell Grandpa about Yuhao so that Yuhao can become a freshman at the academy." Xiao Hongshan, unaware of anything amiss, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuhao's soul skill is too important. Even Grandpa would probably be shocked. "I never expected that I would encounter a genius like Yuhao who was almost buried in obscurity just by coming out with you. It seems that my luck is still as good as ever." Xiao Hongshan raised his head, almost putting his hands on his hips to show off how awesome he was. Meng Hongshan was somewhat speechless. What did he mean by, "he's lucky"? It was clearly Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, who was lucky. While inwardly despising her brother, she smiled brightly. "Let's go, Yuhao, we'll take you to the academy." Huo Yuhao naturally had no objection to this. Although the operation went too smoothly, he didn't suspect anything because of his status as the chosen one of destiny. He just couldn't help but write it down in his diary with his mind. "Unexpectedly, I encountered the siblings Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan. And I'll soon be able to smoothly join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, officially beginning my, just kidding, journey of showing off and studying." Laughing Red Dust seems a bit eccentric. But he's experienced the power of my human cheat system now. Indeed, which artillery player can resist a full map wallhack and aimbot? As for Meng Hongshan, if I remember correctly, Hen she uses her martial soul possession, her pupils should turn red, right? Wow, white hair and red eyes, that's totally my type. No, calm down, I absolutely can't let myself be swayed by love. I need to focus on my career and not let the will of this plane down. Speaking of which, this Miss Meng is quite the sucker for good looks. She met Wang Donger, who was disguised as a man, during He Soul Master competition and fell instantly in love with her. If she hadn't later found out Wang Donger was a woman, who knows what she might have done. I wonder if we'll have the chance to witness Meng Hongshan pursuing Wang Donger during the Soul Master competition. That scene is so beautiful, just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 18 You Are My Half-Brother. As she looked at the new contents appearing in the diary in her mind, Meng Hongshan's cute little face instantly turned red, and it looked as if steam was rising from her pure white hair, almost turning her into a steam princess on the spot. With a stumble, Meng Hongshan nearly fell over. Falling in love at first sight with Wang Donger, who's disguised as a man. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I admit I do like good-looking people. But how good-looking would Wang Donger, disguised as a man, have to be for me to do that? Huo Yuhao is absolutely talking nonsense. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Hongshan, who was walking ahead, turned around and was shocked to see his sister's strange appearance. He immediately asked in a hurry, "Meng, what's wrong?" Huo Yuhao looked at Meng Hongshan with concern, somewhat puzzled as to how she had suddenly transformed into a steampunk princess. Feeling the gazes of the two men, Meng Hongshan glanced at Huo Yuhao with embarrassment and annoyance. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down her somewhat agitated mood, then shook her head calmly. "I'm fine, let's not waste time and keep going." Seeing that Meng Hongchen was unwilling to say anything more, Xiao Hongchen helplessly pursed her lips and whispered to Huo Yuhao. Try to understand, Yuhao. Women have those few days every month when their emotions are a bit unstable. Before Huo Yuhao could nod in agreement, a chilling voice suddenly reached their ears. Laughing at the world. Do you want to die? As if sensing the suppression of his bloodline, Xiao Hongchen shuddered. Seeing his sister's chilling gaze, he didn't hesitate to hide behind Huo Yuhao, waving his hands repeatedly. You're wrong, you're wrong. Don't get so worked up, Meng. Extreme emotional fluctuations can easily cause wrinkles. You don't want to have a face full of wrinkles at such a young age, do you? Meng Hongchen hardened, and his fist hardened. Unable to contain her shame and anger any longer, she let out a sharp cry. Clenched her little fists, and began to chase after Xiao Hongchen. Looking at the brother and sister who were so different from what he remembered, Huo Yuhao clicked his tongue and a smile appeared on his face. Meeting this brother and sister so soon after arriving in the Sun Moon Empire seemed pretty good. After sighing, Huo Yuhao once again used his mind to write quickly in the diary in his mind. To be honest, it's not really Meng Hongchen's fault for falling for Wang Donger, who is also a woman. After all, she's not the only one who's done something like that. Xiao Xiao from Shrek Academy and Nan Chocho from the Earth Dragon Gate, like Meng Hongchen, both fell in love with Wang Donger without knowing the truth. While ensuring I don't have too much contact with Wang Donger, I really want to see just how beautiful she is. But there's no rush. The next Soul Master competition will be my chance. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy's team should be quite happy to have me. Their human cheat code, accompany them, right? No, I need to keep a low profile. What if Shrek targets me and kidnaps me? They're not incapable of doing that. Meng Hongchen, who was hunting down her brother, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she wasn't the only one who had fallen for Wang Donger, who was disguised as a man. It's a strange mentality, really. As long as she's not the only one doing something stupid, Meng Hongchen immediately doesn't feel so ashamed anymore. However, the new entries in the diary lessened Meng Hongchen's sense of shame, but made the atmosphere between Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, who had already left Shrek City and were on their way, very strange. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao exchanged a glance, and the next second they both looked away. But their cheeks still turned slightly red at the same time. Xiao Xiao was teasing Meng Hongchen about falling for Wang Donger, who was also a woman, but as soon as she finished speaking, she saw that if things had continued as they were supposed to go, she would actually fall for Wang Donger too. This was just too embarrassing. This strange atmosphere lasted for a long time before Xiao Xiao finally calmed down and coughed twice. Donger, once you get to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, you probably won't continue to disguise yourself as a boy, right? I think if you continue like this, the number of girls who like you will definitely increase, not just the three of us. Wang Donger answered without hesitation upon hearing this. Of course not. The son I disguised myself as a man before was because I unknowingly became the bait in Tang San's grand plan to lure Huo Yuhao. Now that I have broken free from Tang San's control, of course I can't continue to disguise myself as a man. Wang Donger raised her chin, hummed twice, and looked arrogant. Didn't Huo Yuhao say in his diary that he wanted to see just how good looking I am? Well then, I'll show him. Let's see if he can still stay focused on his career and not let himself be infected by the idea of being love-struck. Not to mention Huo Yuhao, even Xiao Xiao is now intrigued by the words in the diary and wants to know just how outstanding Wang Donger's appearance will be after she resumes wearing women's clothing. After his sister let him go, Xiao Hongchen relaxed and leaned close to Huo Yuhao to ask him a question. By the way, Yuhao, I forgot to ask you earlier, is the range of your mental detection soul skill limited to a radius of 50 meters? Before Huo Yuhao could answer, Meng Hongchen knew that this soul skill was definitely not that simple. She knew perfectly well that Huo Yuhao's first spirit ring was not the 10-year spirit ring that appeared on the surface, but rather the one brought by the only million-year spirit beast on the Douluo continent, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. It can only cover a radius of 50 meters. That's a gross underestimate of the value of a million-year-old soul beast. Huo Yuhao didn't keep him in suspense any longer. He used his mental detection and mental sharing abilities to empower Xiao Hongchen once again. However, this time, instead of covering the surroundings as before, under his control, the mental energy spread in one direction. The spread finally stopped after reaching about 150 meters. If it's about covering the entire surrounding area, I can only achieve a diameter of 50 meters right now, but if it's about detecting only one direction, I can definitely achieve a distance of about 150 meters. Moreover, my mental detection range is not fixed. When I first obtained this soul skill, it could only reach a diameter of 30 meters, but now, as you have already experienced. As Huo Yuhao's voice echoed in his ears, Xiao Hongshan felt the power of the mental detection and couldn't help but grab his shoulder and shout. Yuhao, from today onwards, you are my half-brother. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, I'll protect you. I guarantee no one will disturb your studies. Even if we have to fight, all you need to do is activate your mental detection and sharing abilities. Cover yourself with invincible shields, and stand behind me. I absolutely won't need you to lift a finger. Xiao Hongshan says. Cheating. What cheating? Big cheating is small cheating. Small cheating doesn't count. As long as I haven't turned it off, then I haven't cheated. I, Xiao Hongshan, haven't cheated. Chapter 19 The Dragon Slayer became a greedy dragon. Seeing Xiao Hongshan's excited expression, Huo Yuhao thought that it was only because he hadn't seen the movies and TV shows from his previous life that he would have immediately said, if you don't abandon me, I'm willing to become your godfather. As long as Xiao Hongshan doesn't create a soul tool called Fangtian Halberd, Huo Yuhao wouldn't mind being his godfather. Meng Hongshan nodded with a sigh and said, putting everything else aside. Just this one skill of mental detection and sharing is enough to make all the soul masters unable to do without you once they have personally experienced it. Speaking of which, Yuhao, is your soul skill really from a 10-year-old soul beast? What kind of 10-year-old soul beast could give you such a terrifying soul skill? Unlike Meng Hongshan's feigned ignorance, Xiao Hongshan was genuinely curious about the question. What kind of soul beast was so overpowered that it could acquire a cheat-like soul skill in just 10 years? Wind baboon. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's answer, Xiao Hongshan nearly fell to the ground, staring wide-eyed at Huo Yuhao and exclaiming in surprise. Wind baboon. Yuhao, are you kidding me? A useless soul beast like the wind babu can possess such a powerful soul skill. What? You dare to disrespect the infamous pseudo-godslayer, Wind Baboon. You already have won. Having secretly made up a joke in his mind, Huo Yuhao coughed twice and said. I don't know what happened either. Maybe that Wind Baboon mutated. Xiao Hongshan subconsciously nodded in agreement, then put on a smug look and said. Possibly. It seems you're quite lucky, Yuhao. You're almost catching up with me. Meng Hongshan looked down on her brother, saying, what level do you have? How dare you compare your luck with Huo Yuhao, the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent? Putting everything else aside, even if you all reach the title Douluo level in the future, the combined age of all your spirit rings will never be as high as the age of Huo Yuhao's first spirit ring. Seeing Huo Yuhao's calm demeanor, Meng Hongshan's mood suddenly became quite peculiar. It was as if Huo Yuhao had used his mental detection and sharing abilities to bless her. Knowing the truth, seeing Huo Yuhao explain it this way was quite a strange feeling in her heart. Unaware of the intricacies of the situation, Xiao Hongshan was simply eager to bring Huo Yuhao back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy so he could show off to his grandfather. While accompanying his sister out for a walk to clear her head, Xiao Hongshan unexpectedly ran into Huo Yuhao, a human cheat code. He felt like he was the chosen one. By the way, once we get to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, we absolutely cannot let any other guys take Yuhao away from me. Yuhao is my good brother. And no one can take him away. Not even Meng. When Xiao Hongshan thought about how, during the Soul Master competition, he had shown off his divine abilities in front of everyone with Huo Yuhao's help. Bringing a little shock to the Douluo Three Kingdoms with his self-propelled, 100% accurate turret, he couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement, and even let out a crazy laugh. Eek. Meng Hongshan glanced at her brother with disdain, then immediately moved away from the pervert and went to Huo Yuhao's side. Yuhao, what's your opinion on soul tools? You're not like Ho's traditional people from Douluo continent and the Three Kingdoms, who are prejudiced against them, are you? Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, of course not. In my opinion, soul tools are the mainstream of this era. Those who are unwilling to embrace the mainstream and only want to stick to what they call tradition are destined to be gradually eliminated. Having memories of his past life, Huo Yuhao knew very well that a soul master with battle armor and a soul master without battle armor were two completely different concepts. And the battle armor is just the tip of the iceberg of technology. Huo Yuhao's words seemed to have triggered a strange switch on Xiao Hongshan. He could no longer care about his infatuated smile and nodded seriously. That's right. The power of soul tools is something that traditional soul masters can't even imagine. It's laughable that those guys from Douluo Three Kingdoms are still living in their so-called past glory and tradition, and have always looked down on Soul Masters. Sooner or later, the Sun Moon Empire will bring its Soul Master Legion and shatter their beautiful dreams and fantasies. Both Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan have absolute confidence in this. However, seeing their unwavering belief, Huo Yuhao outwardly agreed with these words, but still wrote them in his diary. Given the level of soul tools possessed by the Sun Moon Empire, if everything goes smoothly, they could easily breach the borders of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms and completely unify the continent within just a few years. Unification would be the best outcome for the Douluo continent, as it would allow for the widespread adoption of soul tools, bringing countless conveniences to ordinary people. However, a certain unnamed god king intervened at the most crucial moment, staging a mechanical deus ex machina. This abruptly prevented the unification of the Douluo continent, leaving it in a state of division. This kind of thing would be unbelievable for others. But for the Tang God King, it was perfectly normal. After all, if it weren't for his intervention, the Douluo continent would have been unified by the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago. But he prevented this from happening, claiming it was for the sake of the continent, while in reality he was profiting immensely from the war using Tang sect's hidden weapons. Either the destruction of the Spirit Hall was good or bad is debatable, but at the very least, after its demise, ordinary people completely lost the free awakening ceremonies offered by the Spirit Hall. They even destroyed the Killing City, which imprisoned evil spirit masters, allowing unchecked evil spirit masters to wreak havoc across the Douluo continent. Expecting such people to consider the well-being of ordinary people. Clearly, that's wishful thinking. Forget it. Let's not talk about him anymore, it's bad luck. Anyway, his selfishness isn't something that just started today, it's already ingrained. And there's no way he'll change. The Spirit Hall. Whether it was Meng Hongshan or any other woman who saw the name of this faction that existed 10,000 years ago in the diary copy, they were all slightly stunned. After thinking carefully, they finally remembered this name that had been sealed away for so long. However, in their minds, according to historical records, the existence of the Spirit Hall was utterly devoid of any benefit. Everyone in the Spirit Hall is ambitious and tries to dominate the entire Douluo continent, causing the deaths of countless innocent people. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, the great Tang sect ancestor Tang San became the Sea God. Under his leadership, the first generation of Shrek Seven Devils, together with the Tang sect's hidden weapons that had made them famous across the continent 10,000 years ago, finally destroyed the Spirit Hall's ambitions and restored peace and stability to the Douluo continent. However, ordinary people have no way to awaken now. Shrek Academy, which was once known as the Academy for Ordinary People, required a recommendation letter from the Lord of the main city to be eligible for admission. The one who slays the dragon eventually becomes the greedy dragon himself. Therefore, the Spirit Hall is not entirely as evil as recorded in history books, and the sea god Tang San is no as virtuous and noble as the legends portray him. It all fits together. Everything fits together. The selfish and narrow-minded Tang San, upon discovering that a chosen one of destiny had appeared on Douluo continent, who could potentially lead to Douluo continent breaking free from the suppression and blood-sucking of the God realm, did not hesitate to split his daughter's soul into 3 parts. He then used a series of plans to try to bring Huo Yuhao under his control, ultimately turning Douluo continent into the Tang family's backyard. As expected of you, Tang Shanwang. But this time, your so-called grand plan of 10,000 years is destined to fail. Huo Yuhao is no longer the chosen one you can manipulate at will. Even knowing he will face the God King, he has no intention of bowing his head and admitting defeat. The same thought appeared in the minds of all the women who possessed copies of the diary. Chapter 20 Life is like a play, all about acting skills. You mean, you went out for a walk to relax and ended up picking up a peerless genius along the way. Jing Hongshan, the dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, was smiling as he looked at his grandchildren, not taking their words to heart. Lin Jiayi, the head of the teaching department, also smiled and said, although our Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy cannot compare with Shrek Academy in terms of soul master talent, even in the entire Douluo continent, Shrek Academy is probably the only one stronger than us. Their words made Xiao Hongshan very indignant, but he didn't waste any more words with them. Instead, he turned to Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, show them the power of your soul skill. Let them see for themselves, and stop being so narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshan slapped Xiao Hongshan on the back of the head and laughed as he scolded her. You brat. Our Hongshan family's inherited martial spirit is a toad. Not some frog or toad. Xiao Hongshan Igno read his grandfather's foul language and looked at Huo Yuhao with anticipation. He wanted his grandfather to experience the shock he had just gone through. Xiao Hongshan wanted to see if his grandfather could remain so calm after experiencing the power of Huo Yuhao's soul skill. Just as Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi were about to say something, a bright white light flashed, and a soul ring slowly rose from Huo Yuhao's feet. With a spiritual force trying to quietly enter their minds, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi instinctively wanted to repel this spiritual power, but Huo Yuhao's calm yet slightly immature voice rang out. Don't reject it, this is my first soul skill. The two exchanged a glance and immediately relaxed. With their combined strength, even if Huo Yuhao, a soul master with only one ring, wanted to do something to harm them, it would be absolutely impossible for him to have any effect. In fact, the backlash from their mental energy alone would be enough to severely injure or kill him. However, after the mental detection and mental sharing links were established with them, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi finally understood why Xiao Hongshan said that Huo Yuhao, who only became a soul master at the age of 12, was an unparalleled genius. This. Jing Hongshan suddenly stood up, his belly fat jiggling. At this moment, he didn't care about his image at all. ND was shocked as he experienced the scene unfolding in his mind. Under Jing Hongshan's gaze, he felt as if time had slowed down. Every object in sight would spontaneously appear in his mind, whether it was a rare metal or a finished soul tool, even the smallest detail would become incredibly clear. What shocked him most was that this large circle, with a diameter of about 50 meters, was surrounded by a teacher flirting with his wife in the next room, and a researcher was also focused on making a soul tool. However, if he continued to use his method, the soul tool would soon be ruined. Just as Jing Hongshan unconsciously held his breath, under Huo Yuhao's control, the range of the mental detection gradually changed, from a circle to a straight line forward, extending to about 150 meters before finally stopping. Seeing the blissful expressions on Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi's faces, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. With a thought, he instantly shut down his mental detection and mental sharing. In an instant, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi, having lost the blessing of those two soul skills, felt a wave of emptiness wash over them, as if they had suddenly lost the meaning of life. Xiao Hongshan, who was standing to the side, stepped forward to show off for Huo Yuhao. He put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin slightly, and hummed twice. So, now you know just how terrifying Yuhao's soul skills are, right? I guarantee that no soul master can refuse Yuhao's mental detection and sharing. And such a peerless genius is someone I, Xiao Hongshan, brought to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Finally, Xiao Hongshan pointed to himself with his thumb, waiting to hear praise from his grandfather and dean of students Lin Jiayi. To his surprise, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi completely ignored him. Instead, they exchanged a glance, smiled kindly, and spoke to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, on behalf of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, I welcome you. From today onwards, you can stay here and study with peace of mind. Your past experiences will absolutely never happen again. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me anytime. If I'm not here, go to Director Lin Jiayi. He'll help you with any trouble. From now on, we'll be your elders. It just so happens that the academy is about to start its new semester, so I'll have Director Lin arrange for you to enroll with the other freshmen. By the way, if you have any questions about soul tools, you can also ask me. As the dean, I'm a top-tier level 9 soul tool master. Lin Jiayi also patted his chest vigorously to express his support. Don't worry, Yuhao. From now on, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy is your home. Huo Yuhao expressed the gratitude and excitement they wanted to see, thanking the two of them repeatedly. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Director. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will study soul tools diligently in the future and will also improve my mental detection range as soon as possible. Seeing Huo Yuhao's tearful expression, Jing Hongshan was very satisfied and patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder to comfort him. It's all right, it's all right. What happened at the White Tiger Duke's mansion will never happen to you again. Even if you want to seek revenge in the future, we will still do our best to help you. Huo Yuhao raised his arm and wiped his eyes, nodding heavily with red eyes. Looking so moved that he couldn't speak. Seeing this harmonious scene, Meng Hongshan had only one thought in her mind. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Huo Yuhao is not as naive as he appears. His act of feeling cared for and being unable to hold back his tears is all an act. But his acting skills were impeccable, and even his own grandfather, a cunning toad, was fooled. Meng Hongshan felt that if she hadn't known the truth, she would have believed it too. Huo Yuhao was not some naive young man, he was actually the most cunning and ruthless sixth brother. Unlike Meng Hongshan's reaction, Xiao Hongshan, who hadn't received any praise yet, complained with dissatisfaction upon seeing this scene. Grandpa, don't forget, Yuhao was brought here by me. Jing Hongshan nodded perfunctorily. I know. You take Yuhao to rest first. Yuhao has traveled so far from Xingluo to our Sun Moon Empire, and then he came to the academy with you. Even if he had a flying soul tool for the latter part of the journey, he must be very tired. Let him rest well first, and we can talk about other things later. While muttering something unhappily, Xiao Hongshan led Huo Yuhao away from the office. He just wanted to hear someone praise his luck, so why was it so difficult? He even managed to run into a human cheat code like Huo Yuhao while accompanying his sister out for a walk. Doesn't his luck deserve praise? Chapter 21. Women can affect the speed at which a sword is drawn, but rich women cannot. After Xiao Hongshan, Meng Hongshan, and Huo Yuhao left, Jing Hongshan's expression turned serious, and his eyes suddenly became profound. Send someone to Xingluo to investigate and find out if what happened at the White Tiger Duke's mansion is really as Huo Yuhao said. Lin Jiayi was not surprised at all, but still asked a question. If what Huo Yuhao said is true, and those things really happened to him, how should we treat him? Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshan glanced at Lin Jiayi. Does that even need to be asked? If Huo Yuhao really suffered being abandoned by his biological father, lived in oppression and bullying since childhood, and even his mother's death was due to beatings by the people of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, do you think he would forgive them? Wouldn't he think about taking revenge one day? In the end, even Jing Hongshan himself couldn't help but laugh. If Huo Yuhao was really forced to flee to our Sun Moon Empire by his so-called family, then when I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely express my gratitude to that White Tiger Duke in person. They probably can't imagine what Huo Yuhao means to us soul masters. As soon as the words were spoken, the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi couldn't help but start to laugh at those short-sighted guys. They were really looking forward to seeing just how big the limit of Huo Yuhao's mental detection and sharing capabilities would be, which could expand as his strength increased. If they could improve even more, their Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Corps would be able to conduct both firepower coverage and precision strikes in the future. Just thinking about that scene is terrifying. While Lin Jiayi arranged a single room for Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshe N also treated Huo Yuhao to a lavish meal, ordering a large table full of the best and most expensive soul beast meat. According to Xiao Hongshan, that is, eat up, Yuhao. You treated Meng and me to grilled fish before, so we'll treat you to a big meal too. Meng Hongshan also smiled and said, Xiao is right, Yuhao, why don't you try these things too? Eating this kind of soul beast meat, which is extremely nutritious, can not only fill your stomach, but also nourish your body and improve your physical fitness. Xiao Hongshan nodded repeatedly, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and grinned. Don't feel guilty. We know that given your situation at the White Tiger Duke's mansion, it wasn't easy for you to even eat your fill, let alone eat soul beast meat to improve your physical fitness. From now on, you can eat as much as you want, and Meng and I will pay for all your expenses. It'll be so easy for a soul master to make money. Of course, Yuhao, don't misunderstand. Reason we did this is not for any other reason than to help you improve your strength faster and expand the range of your soul skills. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's expression immediately became somewhat strange. Arrogance has become obsolete. And what's with you, Xiao Hongshan, acting all arrogant like that? Huh. Before Huo Yuhao could even complain, Meng Hongshan swung her little fist and punched her brother on the shoulder. Ignoring Xiao Hongshan's reaction, she just looked at Huo Yuhao seriously and said, Ignore this guy. If you feel bad about it, you can return the favor when you become a soul master. Although Meng Hongshan knew that Huo Yuhao was now a first-level soul master, she pretended to be unaware of it. She had just tried it and found that whenever she had the GHT of telling Huo Yuhao about the existence of the copy of the diary, she would feel a pang of heart palpitation, making it impossible for her to speak. This confirms Meng Hongshan's previous conjecture. And she can only pretend to be unaware of what Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary in front of him. Huo Yuhao ignored the arrogant Xiao Hongshan and nodded emphatically to Meng Hongshan. I will. After saying that, he began to feast on the delicious food on the table. Seeing that his arrogance had no effect, Xiao Hongshan couldn't hold back any longer. He gave his sister a resentful look, wanting to say something. But knowing that he had never been authoritative in front of his sister, he could only give up and vent his resentment on the food. Meng Hongchen simply rested her chin on her hands, watching the scene with a smile. With no intention of participating at all. Just watching the two of them eat so heartily made her feel a little full. But just then, the copy of the diary in her mind suddenly started to move. Making Meng Hongchen look at Huo Yuhao with a strange look. Even while eating, Huo Yuhao still wrote in his diary. Alright, I've successfully enrolled at the Sun Mu N Royal Soul Tool Academy and become a proud freshman in Class 1. From now on, all I need to do is develop my skills discreetly, cultivate my knowledge of soul tools, and write in my diary every day. From this moment on, low-key and steady will be my defining characteristics. Here, I'd like to especially thank Xiao Hongchen and his sister Meng Hongchen, and of course, mainly Miss Meng Hongchen. There's not much to thank Xiao Hongchen for. We'll just let him have his fun with more mental detection and mental sharing later, just kidding. As for Meng Hongchen, I only want to say, a sword must stay away from emotions. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. But rich women won't. Rich women only make my sword sharper. Clearly, Miss Meng is the kind of rich woman who can make my sword even sharper, winking. Enough said. I can't let Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen's kindness go to waste, so I'll just eat first as a sign of respect. Upon seeing the strange words on the copy of the diary, Meng Hongchen's cheeks quickly flushed red, and she hurriedly lowered her head to avoid Huo Yuhao and her brother noticing her unusual behavior. However, besides feeling shy, Meng Hongchen felt mostly proud. Huo Yuhao. That guy, kept saying he couldn't let love-struck people get the better of him and that he had to focus on his career, but now his mindset has gradually changed. Since that's the case, let Huo Yuhao experience firsthand what a rich woman's offensive really is. Meng Hongchen had already made up her mind to let Huo Yuhao experience the boost that a rich woman could give him. However, it was already late today, and she was tired after traveling for so long. Of course, she wanted Huo Yuhao to rest properly first, and she would launch her offensive against him tomorrow. With this mindset in mind, the three of them went back to rest after the dinner. However, the next morning, the diary copy that was frantically flashing through his mind prevented Meng Hun Ji Chen from maintaining his habit of sleeping until he naturally woke up. As soon as he woke up, Meng Hongchen opened the diary to see what Huo Yuhao had written. However, Meng Hongchen was shocked AF. Seeing the contents of the copy of the diary. The diary owner has successfully written in their diary for 3 consecutive days, and mentioned the same person's name 10 times in a single day. He diary copy function is now officially available. Does the diary copy have special functions? What are they? Chapter 22. The rewards from the diary instance have left the women in a state of excitement. While the women were puzzled, a line of text displayed in the copy of the diary answered their questions. Diary Dungeon Rewards feature officially launched. 1. Those whose names are mentioned more than 10 times a day in the diary will receive a level 1 soul power boost. Those below Soul King level will receive 1 level of soul power per day. Those above Soul King level will rec. I've 1 level of soul power as the base reward. Oh, isn't this the same reward as Huo Yuhao for writing 1,000 words in his diary every day? This way, I can also reach the Soul King level in the shortest amount of time. Sitting on the bed, Meng Hongchen's eyes were bright, and she was filled with joy. Although Meng Hongchen didn't know who else possessed a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary like herself. She guessed that there must be someone among them who, like herself, wasn't particularly strong. The reward feature of the diary copy undoubtedly provides them with the simplest way to improve their strength. As long as Huo Yuhao writes his name in the diary more than 10 times a day, they can reach the Soul King level in the shortest time and no longer have to be left behind by Huo Yuhao. Let's see how Xiao calls himself a genius in front of me now. Yuhao. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Xiao reacts after I advance to Soul King in such a short time. It all depends on you. Just as Meng Hongchen was about to wash up and get ready to go find Huo Yuhao, a few lines of text that reappeared on the copy of the diary made her stop in her tracks. Second. One person will be randomly selected to receive a magical blessing if their name is mentioned more than 10 times in the diary each day and the diary was viewed that day. Since they didn't quite understand the concept of magical blessing, neither Meng Hongchen nor the other women who had copies of the diary took it too seriously. Furthermore, the fact that this reward was obtained through a random draw all the women focus their attention on the next reward. 3. The person whose name is mentioned most often in the diary each day will receive a random reward. Random again. What's going on here? The women, scattered across the Douluo continent, seem to have conspired beforehand, simultaneously pursing their lips in disdain. However, After seeing the annotations and explanations, all the women immediately became unsettled. Random rewards include, but are not limited to, increased soul power, upgraded soul rings, evolved martial souls, special soul skills, designated resurrection, and many other rewards. This randomness isn't as bad as I thought. Meng Hongchen, holding a large body pillow in her arms, suddenly became excited. So it turns out that obtaining a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary wasn't just about learning unknown information through the diary, she could also obtain generous rewards. That's great. At least I don't have to worry about being left behind by Huo Yuhao and not even having the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Before Meng Hongchen could finish her exclamation, the words displayed on the diary copy were like a pie falling from the sky, almost knocking her unconscious. The rewards for the diary instance have officially begun to be distributed. The following is a list of people whose names were mentioned more than 10 times in the diary yesterday. Meng Hongchen. Since this is the first time the diary instance rewards have been available, winners will receive a lucky critical hit, and the reward level will be upgraded. Reward 1. Soul power increased by 1 level. Winner. Meng Hongchen. Reward 2. Receive a magical blessing. Winner. Meng Hongchen. Triggered a lucky critical strike. The magical blessing effect I.S. Favor of Ice Martial Soul upgraded to Ultimate Ice. Reward 3. Receive a random reward. Winner. Meng Hongchen. Triggered a lucky critical hit. The random reward is Growth Soul Ring. This soul R. Ing's age will automatically increase as the host's soul power and physical attributes improve. Seeing that her name was on the list of winners in the copy of the diary, Meng Hongchen was stunned for a moment before jumping up and down on the bed, shouting excitedly. After receiving a level 1 boost to her soul power, she has now reached level 38, just 2 levels away from becoming a soul master. She then retrieved the growth soul ring that was temporarily sealed in the diary copy. Most importantly, her martial soul received the blessing of ice from the magic, and has been upgraded to the ultimate ice. This is the ultimate ice. It's no exaggeration to say that, for soul masters of the same level, those with superior attributes can easily crush those with ordinary attributes. That's too strong. Absolutely too strong. Hehe. Let's see how that guy can pretend in front of me now. No, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to find Yuhao right now. Yuhao is mine. Mine. After experiencing the intensity of her extreme ice, Meng Hongchen disregarded everything else and promptly began washing and tidying herself up, wanting to appear before Huo Yuhao in her most perfect state. She absolutely cannot miss tomorrow's list of winners. Xiao Hongchen, who was in the next room, was awakened by Meng Hongchen's scream. After muttering a few words, he turned over and went back to sleep. Continuing to dream. In his dream, with Huo Yuhao's help, he transformed into a cannon in the Soul Master competition, hitting every shot and shattering Shrek Academy's so-called eternal glory, thus gaining the worship of the entire Sun Moon Empire. In Xiao Hongchen's dream, he is undoubtedly the protagonist, and all the other students in the academy become stepping stones for him to become famous throughout the continent. Of course, when giving his acceptance speech, Xiao Hongchen did not forget his good brother and cheat code Huo Yuhao, and enjoyed all the praise, applause and admiration with Huo Yuhao. While Xiao Hongchen continued to dream and Meng Hongchen went to find Huo Yuhao, the other women who possessed copies of the diary were also getting restless. Damn it. I was nominated by Huo Yuhao 6 times yesterday, and I was just a hair's breadth away from winning. It's outrageous. Why didn't that Huo Yuhao write my name a few more times? Seeing that he list of award winners was full of Meng Hongchen's name, and especially after checking how many times her own name had appeared in her diary, Wang Donger completely broke down. Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, saw the resentment on Wang Donger's face, but didn't have any particular thoughts in her mind. After all, she had only been nominated once, and she would need to be nominated 10 times to get the reward. Even so, Xiao Xiao was still very eager to arrive at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. She was extremely envious of the 3 rewards that Meng Hongchen had received. Just then, a woman in her 30s approached them rapidly using a flying soul tool. Xiao Xiao waved to signal her. Once the other party landed in front of them, Xiao Xiao immediately spoke. How is it, Aunt Ru? Has the family moved to the Sun Moon Empire? Aunt Ru nodded. With the help of the Sun Moon Empire, there were no accidents and everything has been settled. Only you are left, and I came to pick you up. It's just a pity that those assets that can't be liquidated in a short time can only be left to those guys in the dueling empire. Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger exchanged a glance, ignoring the wealth she mentioned, and urged her without hesitation. All right, let's hurry up. We're going to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Although Aunt Rue didn't know why they seemed to be in such a hurry, she still smiled and nodded. Don't worry, the family has already negotiated with the higher-ups of the Sun Moon Empire and agreed to let you enter the Royal Soul Guidance Academy. With T speed of the flying soul guidance devices provided by the Sun Moon Empire, it won't delay your enrollment tomorrow. Starry Sky Forest, beside the Lake of Life. The three-eyed golden lion blinked its big eyes and looked at the silver dragon king in front of it, speaking in a crisp voice. My lord, I wish to leave the Stardow Great Forest. Let me explain the rewards for the diary instance. I don't want all the female characters to become useless ornaments. With Yuhao's current growth rate, without rewards, he will soon leave the female characters far behind, not even qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And don't forget that Yuhao is going to conquer the God Realm. If things continue like this, only the Silver Dragon King can help him. The other female characters will become useless. So we can only use rewards to help them level up quickly. Chapter 23 Leaving the Stardow Great Forest, Gu Yuina. The three-eyed golden lion couldn't resist any longer. As a soul beast, the annotations for the third reward in the diary copy she saw were different from those seen by human women. The various rewards described there were incredibly attractive to soul beasts like them. Even if the three-eyed golden lion is an auspicious beast, she absolutely cannot resist the temptation of those rewards. Although she has not yet reached the age limit of 100,000 years. As an imperial auspicious beast favored by the Douluo plane, the three-eyed golden lion can now be reborn as a human, without the restrictions imposed on other soul beasts. Besides, she has been living in the Stardow Great Forest since the day she was born. Even though DTN and the other ferocious beasts usually describe the human world as terrifying, she still can't help but feel a great curiosity about the outside world. Now she can't suppress the urge to experience it for herself. Rest assured, my lord, I know how important I am to the Stardow Great Forest, but even those limit do. Douluo among humans would never be able to detect my identity as a soul beast. I will definitely be careful. And what's more, maybe I can even bring Yuhao, this chosen one, to our Stardow Great Forest. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The three-eyed golden lion offered an explanation for herself, but she wasn't lying. As an imperial auspicious beast favored by fortune, the three-eyed golden lion was indeed that special. As long as she didn't reveal herself, no one could possibly discover her true identity. As for the claim that she had lured Yuhao to the Stardow Great Forest, even she herself didn't believe it. After speaking, the three-eyed golden lion looked at the Silver Dragon King with anticipation, waiting for his master's reply. After a long silence, the Silver Dragon King finally nodded. However, before the three-eyed golden lion could be happy, the Silver Dragon King spoke up. I can agree to let you leave Xingdu, but for your safety, I need to go with you. Otherwise, if you really encounter any danger to your life, the fortune of the entire Xingdu Great Forest will be severely damaged. Three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion slowly typed a question mark. It wasn't that she had a problem, but that she felt the Silver Dragon King had a problem, and a big problem at that. My lord, is that unnecessary? The Silver Dragon King shook his head without hesitation. No need for what? What do you mean no need for what? Don't you know how important you are to Xingdu? Beasts can have accidents, but you can't. Since you insist on leaving Xingdu, then I'll just have to take care of you. The three-eyed golden lion was stunned, staring dumbfounded at the righteous and awe-inspiring Silver Dragon King in front of it, and couldn't help but mutter to itself in disbelief. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're clearly also eyeing the rewards from the diary dungeon, yet you're pretending to be protecting me. Then if I hadn't suggested leaving Stardow, you would probably have found a way to go to the Sun Moon Empire anyway. The Silver Dragon King was unaware that the three-eyed golden lion was ranting about him. He simply summoned DTN and the other ferocious beasts to the Lake of Life and told them that he planned to take the three-eyed golden lion away from the Stardow Great Forest for a while. Upon hearing this, DTN and the other ferocious beasts were all shocked. Disregarding the difference in their status, they immediately tried to stop the Silver Dragon King and dissuade him from this idea. Despite their attempts to dissuade him, the Silver Dragon King remained unmoved and instead spoke with unwavering resolve. I saw an opportunity to completely change the fate of us soul beasts. I saw that humans would no longer need to kill soul beasts to seize soul rings and soul bones, and that soul beasts could also grow faster with the help of humans. This time, I took the auspicio us beast away from Stardow to make that possibility a reality. As the ruler of all soul beasts, this is the responsibility and obligation I must fulfill. It must be said that the Silver Dragon King's aura and status, coupled with those words that completely changed the fate of the soul beasts, directly shocked all the ferocious beasts, making them unable to say anything to stop the Silver Dragon King. However, the three-eyed golden lion on the other side kept its head down, trying its best to think about painful things so as not to burst out laughing. As expected of the Lord, she lies so fluently. It's only because she knows the truth that all the beasts would have been deceived by the Silver Dragon King. She even said that changing the fate of soul beasts was her responsibility, obligation as the ruler of soul beasts. Thinking of what Yuhao had said before about the Silver Dragon King being a love-struck fool, the three-eyed golden lion found it even harder to suppress its laughter. Since the Silver Dragon King had already said all that, DTN and the other ferocious beasts could only watch them leave. The beasts were filled with anticipation for the future that the Silver Dragon King had spoken of. Not far from leaving the Stardow Great Forest, the three-eyed golden lion looked at the Silver Dragon King, who had transformed into a 12 or 13-year-old human girl, swallowed hard, and said with a silly grin, "Slurp. My lord, you look so beautiful in your transformed form." After transforming, the Silver Dragon King had long silver hair that was always draped behind him. Not only was the hair smooth, but it also had a texture like silver crystal. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King possessed a beauty that defied description, no descriptee. On could adequately capture her exquisite countenance. Her skin was slightly pale, her eyes purple. Even dressed in the simplest of clothes, she appeared incredibly captivating. Although the Silver Dragon King was secretly pleased to receive the praise, he did not show it and simply said, "This is my true appearance after I took human form, there's nothing surprising about it." The Silver Dragon King waited a long time for the three-eyed golden lion's praise, then turned his head and saw that the other was staring at his flowing, smooth hair. After a brief moment of surprise, the Silver Dragon King seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly looked at her and said, "Just transform into your original form honestly, and don't do anything unnecessary." Having been discovered by the Silver Dragon King, the three-eyed golden lion no longer hid its intentions and muttered with a look of dissatisfaction. Why can you transform into white hair? Why can't I?" In the three-eyed golden lion's view, the reason why the Silver Dragon King transformed into a human with white hair was definitely because Yuhao had said in his diary that he liked white hair. Why could the Silver Dragon King do that? But she couldn't. As an imperial auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion can not only transform into human form ahead of time, but its transformed appearance is also entirely according to its own wishes. Knowing that the white-haired creature has an advantage, why would it give up transforming into the white-haired creature? Wouldn't that mean it has something wrong with its brain? After all, to get the reward of the diary copy, you have to get Yuhao to mention his name more than 10 times in the diary. There is an easier way, so why let it go? Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King glared at the three-eyed golden lion and said indifferently, "I told you, my transformation was not interfered with in any way. This is how I was meant to be. As an imperial auspicious beast, you don't need to do anything extra. Just based on your original appearance, no one can compare to you." After careful consideration, the three-eyed golden lion realized that this was indeed the case. Her transformation did not require any unnecessary additions, it was enough to crush all human women. This was one of the benefits of being born with good fortune. After making the decision, the three-eyed golden lion no longer harbored hostility towards the Silver Dragon King, but instead looked at her and asked, "By the way, my lord, we don't have a proper identity, so how do we join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Device Academy?" The Silver Dragon King maintained his aloof demeanor and spoke calmly. "You don't need to worry about such a trivial matter. Just find someone with some standing in the Sun Moon Empire to write a letter of recommendation. As for how to get the other party to write a letter of recommendation, is that difficult for the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts?" After her troubles were resolved, the three-eyed golden lion became cheerful again. She wanted to enjoy her time before transforming into human form one last time. Because she wouldn't have the chance again. Looking at the bouncing three-eyed golden lion, the Silver Dragon King spoke slowly. "From now on, do not address me as Lord, but call me Gu Yuina. And what about me? And what about me? You need me to help you come up with a name." Chapter 24 Enrollment, the unit of measurement for appearance, Meng Hongshan. HMPH. Damn it. It's all that bastard's fault. Of all things to do. He had to drag Yuhao into the lab, saying he wanted to teach him about soul tools in advance so he could get started quickly. If it weren't for Xiao's interruption, I was already planning to take Huo Yuhao around Mingdu properly. If I had done that, it would have been easy for him to write my name in his diary 10 times. How infuriating. Frustrated, Ing Hongchen returned to her room and punched the pillow repeatedly to vent her displeasure. Meng Hongchen spent a long time dressing herself up beautifully, determined not to believe she couldn't win over Huo Yuhao. But as soon as she found Huo Yuhao, she discovered her brother dragging her to the laboratory, gesturing wildly as he described the power of the soul tool. Before Meng Hongchen could even invite Huo Yuhao to visit Mingdu with her, Xiao Hongchen simply shut her out of the laboratory. He also said not to disturb him and Huo Yuhao today, because once they start making the soul tool, they might spend the whole day in the laboratory. He also said that he would personally take Huo Yuhao to the freshman class tomorrow so as not to delay Huo Yuhao's enrollment. What she found most unacceptable was that the reason Xiao Hongchen dragged Huo Yuhao to make a soul tool so early was because he was so excited after receiving the reward that he yelled, which interrupted his sweet dream and caused him to get up so early. A tech geek, a workaholic who only wants to focus on his career, damn it. Aren't I better looking than a soul tool? Why don't you look at me? Looking at herself in the mirror, Meng Hongchen saw that although she was not yet an adult, her figure was already quite well developed, her white hair was flowing down her shoulders, and her appearance was impeccable. But Huo Yuhao was only thinking about learning more about soul tools and didn't even glance at me, let alone mention my name in his diary. From the moment Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongchen entered the laboratory, he had been writing strange things in his diary. The ideas included soul-guided grenades, soul-guided tanks, soul-guided rifles, battle armor, and mass production of soul-guided devices using assembly lines. According to Huo Yuhao's diary, these items undoubtedly possess great destructive power, and any soul master would be attracted to them. However, compared to this, Meng Hongchen obviously hoped to see her own name appear in the diary. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have spent so much time getting ready. I would have gone to find Huo Yuhao before my brother did. Calm down, calm down. I really don't believe that this young lady, can't win over Huo Yuhao. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will make sure your diary is filled with my name. Tomorrow is the official start of school. I must take Yuhao to school before Xiao does. We absolutely can't miss it. Meng Hongchen raised her clenched fist in front of the mirror to cheer herself up. Anyway, she had the home field advantage. So even if she missed out on a day's reward, it wouldn't be a big deal. It turns out that women's time spent on makeup and dressing up is completely unreliable, even for young girls. In order not to miss Huo Yuhao's enrollment, Meng Hongchen started washing and dressing well in advance and waited at the entrance of the laboratory early, successfully snatching the task of leading him to the enrollment from Xiao Hongchen. After driving her brother away, Meng Hongchen looked at Huo Yuhao with a smile and asked, "How was it, Yuhao? Was making soul tools very tedious?" Huo Yuhao shook his head excitedly. "No, I quite like it." Huo Yuhao had many ideas about soul tools, and he was just waiting for the technology to improve so that he could try to make them. That's why, even after staying up all night, Huo Yuhao didn't feel tired at all. Meng Hongchen felt somewhat defeated, but she quickly rallied and invited Huo Yuhao to have breakfast together. Huo Yuhao naturally accepted the invitation. Looking at the large table of delicious food, Huo Yuhao started eating while also making notes in his diary. A beautiful day begins with Miss Meng treating us. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Upon seeing her name mentioned, Meng Hongchen's face immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Great, that's it. I'll take all of today's rewards. A good start made Meng Hongchen very happy. And she even skipped and hopped when she walked. Combined with her soft white hair, she looked extremely cute. Huo Yuhao subconsciously praised her in his diary to fill in the daily 1,000-word diary entry. While in his mind he was thinking about whether he could use a soul tool to make those good things from his previous life. Only after arriving at her seat in C. Last one of the freshman class did Meng Hongchen smile and say goodbye to Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, don't forget to have lunch together. Also, don't stay in the lab with Xiao today, I'll go with you to explore Mingdu." Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and then agreed. He was also very curious about Mingdu's mental state. He figured it wouldn't be too late to continue learning about soul tools after he had observed Mingdu. Seeing that Huo Yuhao had agreed, Meng Hongchen immediately felt confident that she was in the bag today and would definitely be able to win those 3 rewards again. She even started to imagine how generous the rewards she would get tomorrow. The moment Huo Yuhao stepped into the freshman class, he was completely stunned. The girls in the front row who caught his eye were all stunningly beautiful. As Huo Yuhao observed the girls, they also turned their gazes to him as he entered, their eyes flickering, their thoughts a mystery. Wow. Are the beauties in the Sun Moon Empire really this high quality? Each one is more beautiful than the last, every single one is as stunning as Meng Hongshan, and there's even a white-haired girl who's far more beautiful than Meng Hongshan. I'm in love. Wait. Is something wrong? Has Meng Hongshan become a unit of measurement for beauty? No. Calm down. Damn it. Someone's always trying to distract me. I'll say it again, I absolutely cannot let myself be swayed by romantic notions. I must focus on my career first. As for everything else, I can deal with that later. After quickly writing those 2 sentences in his diary with his mind, Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious, and he walked directly towards the window seat in the back row that he had spotted at first glance. Upon seeing the contents of the diary, the girls in the front row exchanged subtle glances. You say you're focused on your career and absolutely won't let yourself be swayed by romance, but deep down, seeing a beauty like me still stirs your heart. HMPH. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. However, just as Huo Yuhao said, aren't the girls in class 1 a bit too good? Is this really normal? Similar thoughts arose in the minds of the girls in the front row. Chapter 25 The Sun. An angel. Xiao Xiao. Something's not right. What's a unit of measurement for beauty? A white-haired guy who's way prettier than me. What's going on here? Meng Hongshan gritted her teeth as she read the contents of the diary. The good mood she had just experienced because her name was mentioned twice in the diary was completely ruined. As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Hongshan family and a renowned goddess of the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, when has she ever been outshone by anyone in terms of looks? Unwilling to admit defeat, Meng Hongshan immediately wanted to see for herself what kind of stunning beauty those girls Huo Yuhao mentioned in his diary possessed. Especially that white-haired guy who looks just like me, I absolutely cannot lose to him. However, as soon as Meng Hongshan turned her head, she saw the homeroom teacher of class 1 of the freshmen walk into the classroom, which made her give up the idea going to see those beautiful girls right now. HMPH. So what if she's prettier than me? Huo Yuhao said that women only slow down his sword drawing speed, but rich women don't. And I am that rich woman who can make his sword even sharper. After comforting herself, Meng Hongshan's mood brightened again. She strode away, pondering how to get Huo Yuhao to continue writing her name in his diary during lunch with him and their planned evening stroll through Mingdu. At the same time, Jing Shaw, the homeroom teacher of class 1 of the freshmen, gave a brief self-introduction, explaining she was a level 5 soul master and would be their homeroom teacher for the next few years, and then stood on the podium with a smile. To help everyone get to know each other more quickly, let's start with self-introductions. You, my friend, can begin. The girl whose name was called showed no shyness whatsoever, and walked straight to the lectern, speaking in a carefree manner. Hello everyone, my name is Shu Tianjun. My martial soul is the sun, and I am currently a level 25 Great Soul Master. From now on, we are all classmates. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to come to me. I can easily help you solve most problems. Quote. As soon as Shu Tianjun finished speaking, the classroom of Class 1, the freshman class, erupted in an uproar. Everyone in the Sun Moon Empire knows exactly what the Sun Martial Soul represents. It's a martial soul that only direct descendants of the royal family can awaken, not to mention that she has the surname Shu, and she said that anyone in trouble can ask her for help. Doesn't this directly indicate her identity as a princess of the Sun Moon Empire? Not to mention everyone else, even the homeroom teacher, Jing Shaw, looked completely astonished. She only knew that some students had been temporarily assigned to her class, but she had no idea that one of them would be a princess. Just as the homeroom teacher was at a loss, Shu Tianjun felt the copy of the diary in her mind begin to jump wildly. Shu Tianjun. If I remember correctly, this princess of the Sun Moon Empire shouldn't be a student at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, right? How did she inexplicably end up at this academy? And what a coincidence that she's in the same class as me. Logically speaking, Tang Shenwang shouldn't have much influence over the Sun Moon Empire, right? Could this be a change brought about by me, the chosen one? I just can't understand it. I really can't understand it. Shu Tianjun on the podium smiled slightly, exchanged a glance with Huo Yuhao in the back row by the window. Smiled broadly, and then, ignoring the discussions of the students below, returned to her seat. Great, I've already been nominated once right off the bat. At this rate, getting nominated 10 times a day in Huo Yuhao's diary will be a piece of cake, right? Meng Hongshan's martial soul can be upgraded to the ultimate ice level, so there's no reason why my son Martial soul shouldn't be upgraded to the ultimate fire level, right? Thinking of his martial soul reaching the level of ultimate fire, Shu Tianjun couldn't help but laugh. The sudden laughter mad. The girl who had just walked onto the podium frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased. Was she that funny? The girl took a deep breath and said calmly. Yi Gui, a level 36 soul master. Yi Gai. Ai's gaze inadvertently swept over Huo Yuhao's location, and she found that the other party was staring at her in disbelief, and new content was gradually being added to the copy of the diary. Did I hear that right? Yi Gui. How could she be at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy? That shouldn't be possible. It just doesn't make sense. Something's not right. This really isn't right. This couldn't possibly be a change brought about by me, the chosen one, could it? Making Yi Gui, a girl with the holy angel martial soul, my classmate, does this mean the will of this plane also wants to eradicate evil soul masters? It's far-fetched, but I can't think of any other possibility besides this one. Twice. A faint smile appeared on Yi Gui's face. She glanced at Shu Tianjun without making a sound, and then sat back down in her seat. She had already guessed that Shu Tianjun, like herself, possessed a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary, which was why she, a princess who should and be at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, had come to class one of the freshmen. Yi Gui didn't actually want to be high profile, because with her holy angel martial soul, if she were discovered by an evil soul master, the evil soul master would definitely do anything to kill her before she fully matured. In fact, Yi Gui's age had exceeded the standard for freshman admission. However, after learning about her talent and martial soul, the teacher in charge of admissions reported to the dean of students, Lin Jiayi. Lin Jiayi did not hesitate to make an exception and admitted her, an Ara. Nged her in the freshman class according to Yi Gui's request. Yi Gui was simply too tempted by the rewards Meng Hongqian had obtained in the diary instance, she couldn't resist the allure. Although Shu Tianjun is usually quite carefree, she has now clearly realized that something is wrong. This woman named Yi Gui is very likely to have a copy of her diary, just like herself. A level 36 soul master. Seems like a formidable opponent. However, I am the princess of the Sun Moon Empire. Since we are evenly matched in appearance, and I am a wealthy woman who can make Huo Yuhao's sword even sharper, what do you have to offer me? Shu Tianjun and Yi Gui exchanged a glance, and sparks seemed to fly between their eyes. Just then, the petite girl standing on the podium smiled gently and spoke. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Xiao, and I am a level 22 Great Soul Master. Since we are classmates, I hope you can get along well with me from now on. Bang. A muffled thud was heard, and everyone's eyes turned to Huo Yuhao's seat by the window in the back row. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Huo Yuhao swallowed hard, forced a smile, and shook his head. No. Xiao Xiao's eyes flickered, and after smiling at Huo Yuhao again, she returned to her original position. Huo Yuhao looked at the stunningly beautiful girl sitting next to Xiao Xiao. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that the girl had pinkish blue hair, fair and delicate skin, and blinked her large pinkish blue eyes, seemingly wondering why he was reacting so strongly. Upon sensing her gaze, Huo Yuhao's body jolted. He tried his best to appear calm, but secretly he couldn't help but frantically write in his diary. He. Xiao Xiao is here, so the girl next to her, could it be Wang Donger? Impossible. Absolutely not Wang Donger. I must be wrong. How could she possibly be Wang Donger? Chapter 26 Donger, Choer, Gu Yuina. Should we run away? A bead of sweat appeared on Huo Yuhao's forehead, which made him suppress the urge to rush out the door. After seeing what Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary, all the women who had copies of the diary could sense Huo Yuhao's panic. This is truly the first time since they obtained a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary. Xiao Xiao kept her head down as much as possible, afraid that she might burst out laughing. And though Wang Donger hadn't revealed her identity yet, Huo Yuhao was already so flustered based on mere guesses. It was easy to imagine how much of a threat Wang Donger had to him. Even others reacted this way, let alone Wang Donger, who was directly involved. A hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in Wang Donger's eyes. After taking a deep breath, she tried her best to calm herself down. Then she stepped onto the stage, glanced at Huo Yuhao in the back row out of the corner of her eye, and said in a calm tone. My name is Wang Donger, a level 21 Great Soul Master. As Wang Donger finished speaking, Huo Yuhao's breath hitched, and he froze on the spot, staring at Wang Donger on the stage with his mouth agape, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. The other students in claw SS1 had a completely different feeling than Huo Yuhao. Looking at Wang Donger's face, which was slightly immature but already stunningly beautiful, most of the students couldn't help but applaud. Hunter's applause echoed in Huo Yuhao's ears, but it sent a chill down his spine. He slowly lowered his head, his deep blue eyes now filled with a raging fire of anger. Tang-san, you bastard. I've already run away to the Sun Moon Empire. And you still won't leave me alone. It's so satisfying to be a high and mighty god, manipulating other people's destinies at will, isn't it? In your eyes, I, the chosen one, am destined to become your lackey, and Wang Donger is just a tool you used to trap me, right? I'll fucking hesitate. You'd better not pray that I'll get a reward from the diary. That will prevent Wang Donger's soul from being extracted again, otherwise, I'll definitely find a way to make Wang Donger kill you with her own hands. Let you personally experience that those who arbitrarily manipulate others' destinies are destined to be devoured by fate. You've already chosen your path to death. Tang-san, you bastard. You practically forced me to swear. Phew. Calm down, Wah. Ing Dongers come to Sun Moon Academy ands in my class. Nothing more to say, time to run. Wait. Right. The diary can even devour and absorb the souls of Tianmeng and Electrolux. Doesn't that mean that if Tang-san wanted to shamelessly tamper with my soul directly, he's destined to fail? If that's the case, then as long as I resolutely avoid too much contact with Wang Donger and don't let her influence me, perhaps I won't need to think about running away from the Sun Moon Empire anymore. I'll observe for a few days and see. If it really doesn't work out, I'll quickly find a way to escape. As his thoughts raced, Huo Yuhao gradually calmed down. At worst, he would just have to run away again. There was no need to panic. Huo Yuhao's tense body slowly relaxed, and he smiled as he looked at Wang Donger on the podium and gently clapped his hands. The last sentence he wrote in his diary brought a sigh of relief to Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui, Xiao Xiao, and even Meng Hongchen, who was not in the freshman class. Especially Meng Hongchen and Shu Tianjun, the two women of the Sun Moon Empire. Huo Yuhao finally came to the Sun Moon Empire and became a freshman at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. If he just runs away like this, they will really have nowhere to cry. The fact that Yuhao is so excited means she must be Wang Donger, whom he has mentioned many times in his diary. But why did she come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy? Is it because she, like me, has a copy of Yuhao's diary and has learned the truth from it? Or is it all secretly influenced by that sea god Tang-san? Meng Hongchen frowned slightly, secretly deciding to personally find Wang Donger later to ask her clearly. If she also possessed a copy of the diary, then it wouldn't matter. Knowing that she was a tool created and destined to be replaced by Tang Wutong, Wang Donger, as long as she was a normal person, would never be willing to accept it. She probably came to the Sun Moon Empire to escape that miserable fate. But if she was secretly influenced by Tang-san, causing her to come here instead of Shrek Academy, then we'll have to find a way to expel her. Speaking of which, Wang Donger already knows the truth from the copy of the diary. She should feel pretty good seeing Yuhao cursing Tang-san so fiercely in the diary, right? As Wang Donger returned to her original seat, she subtly glanced at Huo Yuhao out of the corner of her eye. Huo Yuhao was practically her mouth mum. Watching him swear at Tang-san in the diary was even more satisfying than receiving the diary as a reward for herself. Moreover, she only gave Huo Yuhao a very simple self-introduction, and Huo Yuhao successfully mentioned her name 8 times in his diary. She was only 2 times away from receiving the reward. Wang Donger could only think that this was a bit too easy. After the initial worry that Huo Yuhao had run away from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, everyone else realized that Wang Donger was only one thing away from receiving the diary reward, having Huo Yuhao mention her twice in his diary. If they don't want Wang Donger to monopolize all the rewards, then they need to keep working hard. Even Xiao Xiao couldn't help but reveal a hint of resentment in her eyes. Although she had guessed that Wang Donger would be easily mentioned by Huo Yuhao in his diary, she didn't expect it to be this easy. Just as all the women were pondering how to get Huo Yuhao to mention their names in his diary, the blonde, red-eyed girl who walked up to the podium looked around and said proudly. D. Choer, A level 26 Great Soul Master. Huo Yuhao's expression stiffened slightly. Although Di Choer on the stage was not old, she already had a well-developed figure and exuded a heroic and valiant aura. Her name was Choer and her surname was Di. After experiencing the surprise of Wang Donger chasing him to the Sun Moon Empire, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but think of the auspicious beast lady who should have been frolicking in the Star Do Great Forest at this moment. Could Di Choer be a mythical beast? Even if Tang San could influence mythical beasts, he shouldn't have let her approach me now. No, I must be overthinking it. It's all Tang San's fault. If he weren't so inhuman, would I, the chosen one of destiny, need to be so terrified? However, this Di Chi Yuer is already a level 26 Great Soul Master at such a young age. I don't remember hearing this name in the original novel. Just as Huo Yuhao was completely baffled by this, a clear, bell-like female voice rang out, instantly plunging him into a daze. My name is Jiyu Yuina, a level 32 Soul Master. Huo Yuhao stiffly looked up and saw Jiyu Yuina's smooth silver hair swaying in the breeze. She wore a white dress, and her flawless, delicate skin made her an absolute beauty. Even though her face didn't show any extra expression, it was impossible not to look at her. However, Huo Yuhao had no mind to admire her beauty at this moment. His pupils contracted slightly, and his expression was filled with doubt about life. At the same time, Jiyu Yuina clearly felt that the copy of the diary existing in her mind had begun to beat wildly. What the hell is going on? Jiyu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King. Why is Jiyu Yuina here? Chapter 27 Tired. Let's destroy. The choice of the two ice and snow emperors. Huo Yuhao was dumbfounded. The appearance of Shu Tianjun and Yi Gui puzzled him, but he could understand it. In his view, this was likely a change brought about by his status as the chosen one. Wang Donger didn't go to Shrek Academy, but instead came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy just like him, and even reverted to her female appearance. Huo Yuhao could understand this as well. It was just that Tang San wanted to continue his grand plan and wanted him, the chosen one, to be his lackey. Even if it were Di Choer, the auspicious beast whose name had been changed, Huo Yuhao could still barely justify it. Since Tang San had likely tampered with the auspicious beast's soul. After discovering that he hadn't joined the Tang sect as planned and then used the Tang sect's interview slot to join Shrek Academy, he secretly influenced Wang Donger, causing her to come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. At the same time, the auspicious beast was also influenced by him to appear in the world ahead of time. However, the appearance of the Silver Dragon King Jiyu Yuina really made Huo Yuhao start to question his life. Something's wrong. This really isn't right. Am I hallucinating? Why would the Silver Dragon King appear at this time? Shouldn't she be asleep in the Lake of Life, recovering from her injuries? Wasn't she supposed to leave the Star Do Great Forest 10,000 years from now? During the third era of Do Di Zhuan. Is something wrong with this world, or is something wrong with me? Since she is Jiyu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, then I can conference. IRM that Di Choer is indeed the auspicious beast. Even if Tang San is a god king, even if he has already begun plotting against Jiyu Yuina, the ruler of all soul beasts, it's unlikely he would allow he are to be born prematurely and bring Di Choer with him before me, right? Could someone please explain this to me? What exactly is going on? Anyway, this human is pretty sensible. Jiyu Yuina maintained her aloof demeanor on the surface. But she was actually quite pleased that Huo Yuhao had mentioned her name several times in his diary. The only thing that bothered her was that Huo Yuhao LLY guessed that her early birth was due to Tang San's influence. A mere sea god dares to influence my actions. That false god king will pay the price for trying to scheme against me. And that rabbit that betrayed the soul beast. It won't be let off either. Jiyu Yuina's expression was perfectly controlled. Even though Huo Yuhao had carefully observed her with the powerful vision granted by his spirit eyes, he couldn't detect anything unusual. After knowing that Jiyu Yuina had quietly returned to her seat and was enjoying her solitude, Huo Yuhao listlessly slumped onto the table, ignoring the self-introductions of the other students in Class 1. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. In the far north, after seeing the contents of the diary, Hayote finally could no longer hold back. Snow Empress. Did you see that? Even the so-called ruler of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King, went to the Sun Moon Empire to find Huo Yuhao. He even transformed into a human. That guy is shameless. No, I have to find Huo Yuhao too. I want to bring him to our far north. Hayote's sharp shouts echoed through the icy, snowy landscape, causing the snowflakes on the surrounding ground to flutter and swirl around her. Seeing that Ice Empress was really about to rush towards the far north, Snow Empress quickly grabbed her tail. Looking at Ice Empress's bewildered expression, Snow Empress shook her head and said, "Why are you always so impulsive? Have you decided to transform? Or are you planning to go to the Sun Moon Empire in your Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion form? Once we leave the far north, either of us will be able to unleash our full potential. Forcing our way into the Sun Moon Empire is absolutely impossible, and it might even lead to our demise." Snow Empress's words did not quell Ice Empress's anger. Ice Empress angrily flicked her emerald green tail hook and said, "Are we just going to stand by and watch the Silver Dragon King and the others take over the rewards from the Diary Dungeon? Snow Empress, you saw what rewards were in Reward 3 before. They could help us survive the Great Calamity, increase our lifespan, and even give us a chance to become gods. Are you really going to give up like this?" Of course, Shui Di was unwilling to give up. It was no exaggeration to say that the chances of her safely surviving the great calamity that she was about to face, which would last for 700,000 years, were less than 1%. If it weren't for the diary that suddenly appeared in her mind disrupting her plans, Shui Di would have already prepared to rebuild her human form and risk her life to see if she could become a god. If she could become a god herself, she could take Bingdi with her to the god realm so that her sister, who had been with her for hundreds of thousands of years, could continue to live. Shui Di had not revealed this idea to Bingdi, precisely so as not to worry her. However, the appearance of the diary copy has now shown Shui Di another possibility. After a long silence, Shui Di finally spoke slowly. "Ice Emperor, I have a plan. I will revert to human form and go to the Sun Moon Empire to find Huo Yuhao. I will find a way to et Huo Yuhao to mention your name in his diary, so that you can still receive the reward even if you are in the far north. At least this way, you won't have to bear the burden of reverting to human foe. But failing to become a god and only having a lifespan of a few hundred years." Upon hearing this, Hayote's emerald green eyes were filled with emotion. However, the next second, as if she had suddenly thought of something, Hayote looked at Yuki Te suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Snow Empress, you're not thinking of abandoning me and going to the Sun Moon Empire to find Huo Yuhao, are you?" Snow Empress was stunned, opening her mouth to look at Ice Empress, her beautiful, aloof face filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Why would you think that? Hayote, is that how you see me?" Shui Di was deeply hurt. She had always treated Bingdi as her younger sister. Whether it was her previous desire to rebuild her cultivation to become a human again and try to become a god, or her current plan to go to the Sun Moon Empire to find Huo Yuhao, she never wanted Bingdi to take any risks. But now, Bingdi's words had truly pierced Shui Di's heart. Seeing the sorrow and confusion on Shui Di's face, Bingdi panicked and hurriedly waved her two large pincers, offering a hasty and incoherent explanation. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just afraid you'll abandon me and leave me alone in the far north. I don't want to be separated from you." At this moment, Ice Emperor completely lacked the domineering aura of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan's king. He looked pitifully at Snow Emperor, almost like a pet that had been abandoned. Shui Di sighed helplessly, gently stroking her head with her fair and delicate hand, and said softly, "We soul beasts have never been favored by the divine realm. Even if we were to regenerate into human form, the chances of us eventually becoming gods are extremely slim. Now that we have this opportunity, if we miss it, there may truly be no second chance. What should we do?" Shrek Academy, Class 9 of Freshmen. While listening attentively to his homeroom teacher Mu Jin's lesson, Ningtian also kept his eyes peeled for the contents of the copy of the diary in his mind. After reading it, he remained silent for a long time before finally whispering to Wu Feng beside him. Besides those students who were expelled, two other freshmen Nam, Ed Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also dropped out of school, right? Wu Feng thought for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, young master, but why are you so concerned about that guy named Wang Dong? You wouldn't happen to have taken a liking to him, would you?" The thought of that possibility filled Wu Feng with jealousy, and his face twisted slightly. He clenched his fists under the table, already contemplating whether he should find that guy named Wang Dong, give him a good beating, and make sure he never appears in front of Ning Tian again. Ning Tian did not answer, but frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. That's decisive. Decisively dropping out of Shrek Academy to find Huo Yuhao at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Looks like I'm not the only one tempted by the rewards of the diary copy. Hey, didn't you think Ning Tian and Wu Feng both had copies of their diaries? You were wrong. Chapter 28 Huo Yuhao's Speculation. Something's wrong with the God Realm. Zhang Lexuan, the senior student of the inner court, left Shrek Academy before we even enrolled. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao also chose to withdraw on the very day the new students enrolled. Apart from those three, I have absolutely no idea if anyone else at Shrek Academy possesses a copy of the diary. So, what should I do? Ning Tian was no longer listening to Mu Jin's earnest teachings on the podium, he was only thinking about what choice he should make in this situation. Putting everything else aside, if that girl named Meng Hongchen was able to receive the reward of evolving her martial soul into the ultimate ice. Then if she were to receive the reward, she would definitely have a chance to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In the entire history of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, the last person to evolve their martial soul was Ning Rongrong 10,000 years ago. In the end, she and the other Shrek 7 devils became gods and ascended to the god realm. But so what? Even though the original 7 treasure glazed tile school was renamed the 9 treasure glazed tile school, there was still no change compared to before. Their inherent martial soul was still the original 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Now they see hope for the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but Huo Yuhao is currently in the Sun Moon Empire. While their 9 treasure glazed tile school has always firmly stood on the side of the Douluo 3 kingdoms. As the young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, could she really abandon her sect and run to the Sun Moon Empire? Oh dear, what should I do? Ning Tian slumped onto the table, feeling irritable and frustrated. This behavior only made Wu Feng think that Ning Tian's troubles were because of Wang Dong, which made her radiate jealousy and anger. After all the students in class 1 of the new students finished their self-introductions, Huo Yuhao became very silent. The class teacher, Jing Sha, described the basic knowledge of soul tools on the podium and explained to the students below what soul tools really meant. Huo Yuhao sat there, lost in thought, meticulously analyzing the reasons behind his experiences over the past few days. This state lasted for a long time. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly brightened, and his gaze locked onto the back of the stunningly beautiful girl Jiu Yuina in the front row. I understand. I know why this happened. Tang San would absolutely not allow anyone to ruin his long-term plan. Normally, even if I retaliated in kind, and then said that Tang Ya being an orphan was too cool and would ruin my image in her eyes, she should absolutely not attack me directly, let alone try to kill me. The reason this happened couldn't possibly be due to Tang San's negligence. After planning this grand scheme for so many years, how could Tang San allow a mistake to occur? It's highly likely that destruction, who has always been at odds with him, noticed his subtle movements and kept a close eye on him, preventing him from further interfering with Tang Ya's actions. Later, after escaping destruction's surveillance, I discovered that I had already incurred the enmity of Tang Ya and Bei Bei. Instead of joining the Tang sect and Shrek Academy as he had planned, I had traveled all the way to the Sun Moon Empire. That's why I immediately tried to make amends, not only by bringing Wang Donger here, but also by preemptively deploying a backup plan, causing the auspicious beast Di Choe to appear several years ahead of schedule. Di Choer's determination to leave the Stardew Great Forest puzzled the ferocious beasts. After discovering that even she herself couldn't explain her reasons, they awakened the previously dormant Silver Dragon King, Jiu Yuina. Jiu Yuina was supposed to stop Di Choer's actions, but ultimately chose to accompany her to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. There is only one truth. That is, a problem has arisen in the God realm, and a major one at that. It is highly likely that the God realm can no longer intervene in the short term, and may not even be able to monitor Douluo continent. Otherwise, given Jiu Yuina's status, she would absolutely not dare to leave the Stardew Great Forest openly under the God realm's surveillance. Although I don't know if this is a resistance from the will of the Douluo continent plain unwilling to submit, or the hidden effect of the diary. It has bought me more time, allowing me to develop more steadily. Tang San, you better pray that during this time I don't receive the reward from the diary T can undo the things you did to Wang Donger's soul, otherwise, I will definitely find a way to make a frostmourne for Wang Donger so she can kill you with her own hands. So, let's observe these women for the next few days to see if my guess is correct, and then decide on a course of action accordingly. One last thing, the God King Tang, Is there a problem in the realm of gods? After seeing Huo Yuhao's speculations on the copy of the diary, all the women who possessed copies of the diary, except for Jiu Yuina and Di Choer, had their pupils slightly contracted, and boundless shock rose in their hearts. Even Jiu Yuina was slightly taken aback. She really didn't expect that Huo Yuhao would come to the conclusion that there was a problem in the God realm based on such deeply buried information. Although Huo Yuhao guessed wrong in some aspects, his final conclusion, that the God realm could not intervene in the short term, or even monitor the Douluo continent, was indeed correct. It seems that trying to keep Huo Yuhao in the dark and get the diary copy rewards without his knowledge is not a long-term solution. If they don't think of a better way and instead let other women pester Huo Yuhao and try every means to get him to mention their names in the diary, it might not be long before Huo Yuhao will be able to guess that these women have copies of the diary. Gu Yuina didn't know if letting Huo Yuhao know about this would have any negative consequences, but if it could be kept out of the public eye, it would be best not to let him know. In that case, we should warn those human women. Gu Yuina's gaze swept over Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui, Wang Donger, and Xiao Xiao not far away without her noticing, and she made a decision in her heart. After the home room teacher announced the end of the morning classes, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate at all and walked out through the back door, showing no intention of lingering over the beautiful girls. Meng Hongche N had just arrived at the door of class 1 of the freshman class when she could only see Huo Yuhao's back. She was about to call him to have lunch together when she remembered the speculation Huo Yuhao had written in his diary. She stopped herself and went into the classroom of class 1 of the freshman class instead. What came into view was a group of beautiful young women, each more beautiful than the last. Staring at each other in silence. After seeing Wang Donger and Di Choer, Meng Hongchen was still confident that she could compete with them in terms of looks. However, after she clearly saw the appearance of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina, Meng Hongchen couldn't even muster the thought of comparing herself to her. Such beauty was unparalleled. Gu Yuina knew that her identity would make these girls hesitant to act rashly, filling them with vigilance and defensiveness. She immediately spoke calmly and coldly. Let's go for a walk together and chat. Rest assured, the Huo Yuhao I'm writing about isn't stupid. This is his most likely deduction based on the current situation. He won't turn a blind eye or deaf ear to what's happening. Chapter 29 Gu Yuina's domineering aura is overwhelming. Her home has been raided. Since Huo Yuhao said in his diary that, according to the original plan, no one except Meng Hongchen should be here, but since you are here, it must be Becca. You have copies of the diary in your minds, right? After finding a quiet spot, Gu Yuina's calm gaze swept across the faces of the women in front of her, her tone completely undisturbed. In fact, Gu Yuina already knew the answer to this question when she was able to mention the existence of the diary in front of these women without experiencing the same heart palpitations as before. The others naturally realized the situation as well. After obtaining the copy of the diary, they had each tried to figure it out. If they forcibly revealed the existence of the diary copy to outsiders, the only outcome would be certain death. So, it turns out they had a little gathering of people who own copies of the diary. Meng Hongchen turned to look at Wang Donger and asked the question that she cared about most. Since you also have a copy of the diary, you should already know the truth and the schemes Tang San is plotting against you, right? Wang Donger's face turned cold, and her fists clenched. Everyone present could clearly feel the anger and hatred emanating from her, which made the women look at Wang Donger with some pity. She was treated as a tool by her own father, and would even be replaced by someone else in the future. Everything she had enjoyed as the young sect leader of the Haoshan sect over the years was all fake. I doubt anyone could accept knowing that their fate was like this. Under the watchful eyes of all the women, Wang Donger took a deep breath and said in a low voice. The fragments of Tang San's consciousness hidden in my soul have been absorbed by the diary copy. But I haven't encountered his next move yet. I think Huo Yuhao's previous guess was correct. There really is a problem in the God realm. Otherwise, given his style of doing things, he would never have let such an excellent tool like me escape his control. The women present nodded in agreement. Although they had never met Tang Shenhuang, they could roughly guess what kind of god he was based on Tang San's actions. Di Choer crossed her arms over her chest and then spoke. There is indeed a problem with the god realm. The god realm has lost contact with Douluo continent. Just as Huo Yuhao guessed. At least in the short term, those so-called gods cannot do anything to Douluo continent. Di Choer raised her chin, adopting the air of an arrogant beauty, waiting for others to press her for answers. However, to her surprise, after a brief moment of shock, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and the others all turned their gazes to Gu Yuina standing next to her. Is what Di Choer said true? The Silver Dragon King. Gu Yuina nodded slightly to indicate that what Di Choer said was true, which made Shu Tianjun and Meng Hongchen breathe a sigh of relief. The two women couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. If the God realm really couldn't intervene in the affairs of Douluo continent, wouldn't that mean that when the Sun Moon Empire and the original three kingdoms of Douluo continent went to war in the future, Tang San wouldn't be able to shamelessly step in to stop the unification of the continent when the Sun Moon Empire was about to win, just as Huo Yuhao had said before. Even Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, and Yi Gui were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Di Choer, who was being ignored, felt a little annoyed, but before she could say anything, Ji Yuina continued. I asked you all to come out and talk, but that's not what I wanted to say. I just wanted to remind you that if you only think about getting Yuhao to mention his name 10 times in his diary without using your brains, given his sensitivity, he might figure out the truth in no time. Some of you must have tried to find out that we have a copy of the diary, but we can't tell outsiders. And we can't let Yuhao know either, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Hongchen immediately echoed his words. I've tried, and I really can't say it. Ji Yuina nodded without any surprise and continued. So, no one can guarantee what would happen if Yuhao found out. You don't want to lose the chance to receive rewards in the future, do you? Ji Yuina's words caused everyone's expression to change. Meng Hongchen was in a better position, at least she had already won all the rewards for the first day, upgraded her martial soul to the ultimate ice level, ND even obtained a soul ring that could grow with her strength. But this is the first time the others have appeared in front of Yuhao, and they haven't received the rewards from the diary copy yet. Wang Donger frowned and looked at Ji Yuina, asking her a question. What are you trying to say? Under the watchful eyes of the women, Ji Yuina maintained her serene and aloof demeanor. What I am trying to say is that you all better behave normally from now on. Don't let the pursuit of a single day's reward deprive everyone else of it. I don't want to see that happen. Do you understand what I mean? After I finish speaking, who agrees? Who disagrees? As Ji Yuina finished speaking, the scene fell into an extremely eerie silence. Everyone sized each other up, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. However, they also sensed the domineering aura of the Silver Dragon King from Ji Yuina's words. Ji Yuina's meaning was very clear. If anyone let Yuhao discover the truth and us lose the chance to get rewards from the diary copy in the future, she would absolutely not let that person go. It has to be said that Ji Yuina's threat did have an effect. Even though they knew that Ji Yuina was injured. As the ruler of all soul beasts, she could command the obedience of the ferocious beasts of the Star Do Great Forest. How terrifying must her strength be? Perhaps even the legendary limit Douluo might not be her match. At least for now, no one is willing to experience Ji Yuina's terror, but that doesn't mean they won't secretly grumble about her. What Silver Dragon King? What Lord of Soul Beasts? Isn't he just a love-struck fool? Just as they were mentally criticizing Ji Yuina, the diary entries in each of their minds began to pop up simultaneously. What new content has Yuhao written this time? After seeing how Yuhao deduced that something was wrong in the God realm based on just those subtle clues, the women who possessed copies of the diary were even more eager to read the new content. Even Ji Yuina couldn't care less about continuing to warn and threaten others. She immediately checked the new content on the screen. Oh dear. I just came to the cafeteria for a meal. And I ended up spilling all my food. The worst part is, the one who accidentally spilled my food was none other than Orange, the future Empress of the Sun and Moon, the god of war. Although my experiences at the White Tiger Duke's mansion over the years have made me feel heartbroken about wasting so much food, Orange Senpai has apologized multiple times and decided to treat me to a meal to express her remorse. Sigh. I guess I'll reluctantly accept. To be honest, this Orange Senior is quite pitiful. Although I had expected to meet her at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. I never imagined it would happen so soon. So, how should I approach this Orange Senior? Looking at the latest content displayed on the copy of the diary. Ji Yuina, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, Di Choer, and others all instantly had the same thought in their minds. Oh no, our base has been raided. Chapter 30 Tragedy, Senior Sister Meng and Senior Sister Ju Zi. Looking at the Sen. Your Orange, mentioned by Yuhao in the copy of the diary, Ji Yuina, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and the other girls all had somewhat subtle expressions in their eyes. They were discussing how to treat Yuhao when they turned around and found that someone had already raided their home. What was going on? Wang Donger glanced at Ji Yuina, who remained silent, and pursed her lips. It seems your method won't work. We don't know if anyone else at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy has a copy of the diary. We can't possibly band together to prevent others from contacting Yuhao, can we? If we do that, Yuhao will only realize something is wrong sooner. Wang Donger's words were unanimously agreed upon by all the women present, leaving Ji Yuina unsure how to prevent such a thing from happening. And she unconsciously fell into silence. Just then, the copy of the diary in their minds popped up again, instantly attracting their attention. If it weren't for her childhood experiences, given her personality, Senior Sister Orange would probably be a model of a virtuous wife and loving mother, just like Senior Sister Zhang Lexuan, right? Ultimately, however, she grew into an empress and war goddess for revenge. While Zhang Lexuan ended up dying alone. The entire Douluo Continent 2 series is a tragedy. Whether protagonist or supporting character, their fates are all arbitrarily controlled by the high and mighty Tang God King. But thinking about my relationship with Zhu Zi in the original story, I don't know how to face her. I myself experienced being abandoned by my own father. Yet Zhu Zi suffers the same tragedy, abandoning everything to become Tang San's lackey in the God realm. Just thinking about it makes my blood pressure rise. It's all Tang San's fault. Tang God King, your crimes are heinous. Sigh. Forget it. Words are pointless. I'll just wait until I have enough power to overthrow the divine realm. If things continue as they were originally, will there still be any special relationship between Huo Yuhao and this orange? Doubts lingered in the minds of the women, prompting them to ponder the meaning behind Huo Yuhao's words written in his diary. I always felt that if Huo Yuhao hadn't known everything and things had continued along the original trajectory, there must have been some unknown special relationship between him and Zhu Zi. Damn it. Huo Yuhao always stops talking at crucial moments, it makes you want to beat him up. Di Choer clenched her fists, her face filled with resentment. However, her words resonated with everyone, first piquing their curiosity. Then abruptly ending, leaving them feeling stuck and extremely frustrated. Meng Hongchen looked around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this orange also has a copy of the diary, just like us. But when she interacted with Yuhao, she acted very normally and didn't make Yuhao notice anything unusual. He just thought it was a coincidence. But the fact that you guys, who shouldn't be at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, are all here together has already made Yuhao feel something is wrong. Just like Ji Yuina said, if you don't want to completely lose the rewards from the diary dungeon, then you should behave more normally in the future. After saying that, Meng Hongchen ignored their reactions and turned to walk away, muttering complaints. If it weren't for your sudden appearance causing Yuhao to react so strongly, I should have been the one having lunch with him in the cafeteria. Meng Hongchen had just carefully counted, and apart from Wang Donger being mentioned more than 10 times in the diary, no one else had met the standard. She had finally made an appointment with Huo Yuhao to go sightseeing in Mingdu together in the afternoon, and she absolutely couldn't let it be ruined. After giving them another warning, Ji Yuina left with Di Choer. Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Donger with great frustration and said in a low voice, Donger, you reached the standard for getting the reward so easily, but I was only mentioned once in Huo Yuhao's diary. Hearing Xiao Xiao's plaintive voice, even Wang Donger felt a little embarrassed. Don't worry, no matter what. Huo Yuhao knows you. As long as we appear in front of him, there will always be a chance for him to write it in his diary. But just like Ji Yuina said, we also need to be careful not to expose ourselves. Xiao Xiao nodded helplessly. She really had no better ideas and could only do this. As Meng Hongchen parted ways with Ji Yuina, Wang Donger, and the others, Huo Yuhao, looking at the sudden redness on her cheeks, casually asked a question in the cafeteria. Senior Orange, what's wrong? Startled awake, Orange shook her head and waved her hands repeatedly. It's all right, it's all right. Yuhao, take a look and choose whatever you want to eat. It's on me. Huo Yuhao glanced at the rosy cheeks of the orange with a puzzled look, then became attracted by the tempting aroma of the food and began to concentrate on choosing his favorite dishes. When it comes to being a good cook, Huo Yuhao was determined to never be inferior to anyone. However, what Zhu Zi didn't see was that while getting his food, Huo Yuhao's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually became deep. Everything that had happened today had made him realize that besides the problems in the God realm, there were other things that seemed very strange. As Zhu Zi watched Huo Yuhao happily getting his food, her gaze shifted back and forth. The words Huo Yuhao had written in his diary had unsettled her. Based on her woman's intuition, she felt that if things continued as they were, her relationship with Huo Yuhao was definitely not that simple. For a moment, Zhu Zi was also unsure how to face Huo Yuhao. Originally, she thought that since she could get rewards from the diary copy, and she and Huo Yuhao had a common enemy, it should be quite easy to get closer to him. But now even Yu Zi doesn't know if continuing to get closer to Huo Yuhao is the right choice. Just as Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary, for people like them, focusing on their careers is the most important thing, other things can wait until later. Kiki, who was standing next to her, touched the orange and, seeing her bewildered look, couldn't help but lean close to her ear and whisper with a smile. Zhu Zi, UW. Wouldn't happen to have your eye on this little brother, would you? Just so you know, he's still a freshman, and you're several years older than him. Orange glanced at Huo Yuhao subconsciously, then glared angrily at her best friend Kiki. What are you saying? I just felt a little bad for disturbing his lunch. Coco shrugged nonchalantly and didn't say anything more. Just as Huo Yuhao had Fini shed selecting all the food he wanted and found a seat with Juzi and KK, Meng Hongchen appeared right after him. Meng Hongchen glanced at Juzi without showing any emotion, then looked at Huo Yuhao with feigned resentment and asked a question she already knew the answer to. Yuhao, didn't we agree to have lunch together? Why were you running so fast just now? Huo Yuhao was a little unsure how to explain. So he casually said, there was a slight accident. By the way, senior sister Meng, let me introduce you. This is senior sister Juzi and senior sister KK. This meal was treated to me by senior sister Juzi. Meng Hongchen naturally turned her gaze to the orange and smiled slightly. How can we trouble someone else to treat us? Let me treat you, just like before. Besides, didn't we agree that you'd treat us back after you become a soul master and start earning money? Before Huo Yuhao could say anything, Juzi across from him spoke gently with a smile. It's okay. I accidentally spilled Yuhao's food. So of course I have to make amends. Huh, Yuhao. You called him Yuhao. Meng Hongchen accurately grasped the key point, her delicate brows furrowed as she stared at Juzi. Although Juzi looked gentle and somewhat naive, she chose to meet the gaze of the dean's granddaughter, showing no intention of backing down. For a moment, it seemed as if sparks flew where the two women's eyes met. Chapter 31 Yuhao discovers the truth. He sets a trap for the women. Several women in the first-year class alone have copies of the diary, and with Meng Hongchen added to that, getting the reward will be quite difficult. Meng Hongchen was incredibly lucky. She swept all the rewards on the first day, and even received a lucky critical hit from the first opening of the diary dungeon rewards. Not only upgrading her martial soul to the ultimate ice level, but also obtaining a soul ring that could be upgraded. A hint of envy flashed deep in Juzi's eyes. If she had received such a reward, she probably wouldn't need to rely on anyone else anymore. She could kill Duke White Tiger and avenge her parents with her own strength. However, this is already very good. At least there is a copy of the diary. As long as Huo Yuhao mentions his name 10 times a day in the diary, even without other rewards, he can still increase his soul power by 1 level and reach the Soul King level as quickly as possible. Remembering Huo Yuhao's words in his diary that he could have been the best example of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Juzi smiled at Meng Hongchen after her eyes dimmed slightly. Miss Meng, if you don't mind, please join us for a meal. Meng Hongchen looked Juzi up and down, but did not refuse. Instead, she sat down next to Huo Yuhao. Kiki, who was standing to the side, felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Huo Yuhao and asked with a smile. Yuhao, are you from Mingdu? Why do you seem to know Miss Meng so well? Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly as he ate. I am a Xingluo person. I just happened to meet senior sister Meng when I was seeking refuge with the Sun and Moon Academy, so she brought me here. As he finished speaking, Huo Yuhao paused slightly while eating, his gaze suddenly becoming somewhat subtle as he slowly looked up at Juzi and KK opposite him. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao say that he was from the Star Luo Empire, KK's pupils widened suddenly, her face filled with disbelief. In contrast, Juzi, although she also looked shocked, was slightly slower than KK, and her eyes did not change at all. Thanks to the enhanced vision provided by his sharp eyes, even though Juzi was disguised very well, Huo Yuhao could still tell her apart at a glance. Huo Yuhao calmly savored his food while chuckling softly, deliberately guiding KK to speak. What's wrong, Senior Kiki? There must be a lot of people who came to the Sun Moon Empire from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, right? Kiki grunted, nodded hesitantly, and said somewhat shyly. There are indeed many, but seeing how familiar you and Miss Meng seem, I initially thought you had known her for a long time. For Miss Meng to bring you into the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, it seems your talent is quite strong, Yuhao. Huo Yuhao waved his hand shyly, as if he didn't want to accept such praise. No, I'm just a one-ring soul master. It's just that my martial soul is a bit special and more suitable to become a soul master, so senior sister Meng brought me here. Huo Yuhao's reaction made Meng Hongchen, Juzi, and KK burst into laughter. Meng Hongchen and Juzi knew the truth and understood that his current state was all an act. KK, on the other hand, genuinely felt that Huo Yuhao was just an innocent little brother. However, It seemed that there must be some compelling reason for him to travel across continents from Xingluo to Sun and Moon at such a young age. Kiki, who is always outspoken and can't keep secrets, immediately looked at Huo Yuhao and asked curiously. You're so young, why did you travel so far to Sun and Moon? Did you run into some trouble? Huo Yuhao really wanted to give KK a thumbs up on the spot. This question was just right. Senior Kiki, you must have heard of the White Tiger Duke, right? I have an indelible hatred for the White Tiger Duke's mansion. In order to avoid being wiped out by them, I can only come to Sun and Moon for the time being. I will seek revenge on them after I become stronger. Hiss. Kiki gasped, shocked by Huo Yuhao's enemy. After all, he was the famous Duke of White Tiger, whose status in the entire Star Luo Empire was probably second only to the Emperor. Huo Yuhao could clearly see that there wasn't even the slightest bit of surprise in Zhu Zi's eyes. This undoubtedly confirmed Huo Yuhao's suspicions. Otherwise, given the depth of Orange's hatred for Duke White Tiger, she absolutely shouldn't have reacted this way. Clearly, Orange most likely already knew about his indelible hatred for Duke White Tiger beforehand. There are only two ways for Zhu Zi to find out about this. One is to hear it from Shu Tianren, and the other is, as Huo Yuhao guessed, for her to be able to see what she wrote in her diary. However, Jing Hongqian has not yet supported Shu Tianren in the prince's struggle for the throne. Jing Hongqian only wants to stay out of it. But if she could see the contents of the diary, then the actions of Zhu Zi, Meng Hongqian, Ji Yuina, and even Wang Donger would all be explained. Ha! Bing just arrived at the border of the Sun Moon Empire. I encountered Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian. Girls who shouldn't be here keep appearing, and I even bumped into Zhu Zi while eating at the cafeteria. Any one of these can be explained as a coincidence, but if there are too many coincidences, it means that something must have gone wrong. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao turned to Meng Hongqian and asked, Senior Meng, are you really going to explore Mingdu together this afternoon? Actually, I really want to continue learning about soul tools from Senior Xiao Hongqian. Meng Hongqian was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. She really hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to waver. If Huo Yuhao and that guy Xiao were to sneak into the lab again, then today's reward would be out of the question as well. Is it because the White Tiger Duke was mentioned that Yuhao wanted to continue learning about soul tools so that he could take revenge on the White Tiger Duke's mansion sooner? Regardless of why Huo Yuhao suddenly changed his mind, Meng Hongqian was naturally unwilling to let go of the rewards from the diary copy, so she hurriedly tried to persuade him. You spent the whole day in the lab with Xiao yesterday. You haven't even been out and about since you came to Mingdu. Even if you're eager for revenge, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Being too tense can easily cause problems. Orange's eyes flickered, and she smiled gently in agreement. Miss Meng is right, Yuhao. Hatred is not everything in life. If you are constantly wallowing in hatred, it will be very painful. Kiki's gaze swept over Huo Yuhao, Meng Hongqian, and Zhu Zi. To appear more sociable, she nodded repeatedly. Miss Meng and Orange are right. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, then nodded with a hint of helplessness. All right then, I'll skip the lab today, but starting tomorrow, I can't slack off. Meng Hongqian naturally had no objection to this. Let's take today's reward first, and then think of other ways later. However, since Zhu Zi had already been mentioned 7 times in her diary and was only 3 times away from receiving the reward, she was naturally unwilling to see Huo Yuhao's ADC head away and monopolized by Meng Hongqian. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately smiled. Yuhao, do you mind if Kiki and I go with you and Miss Meng? We know some interesting places that we can take you to relax. You should feel much better after we go. This was all initiated by Huo Yuhao, so he naturally had no objections and readily agreed. Meng Hongqian glared at Zhu Zi with annoyance. But in order not to expose the existence of the diary copy, she could only reluctantly agree. At the same time, Huo Yuhao also began writing in the diary in his mind through his thoughts. I'll relax for now. This afternoon I'll stroll around Mingdu with senior sister Meng and senior sister Zhu Zi. Starting tomorrow, I can't continue like this. I must spend most of my time in the lab every day studying soul tools. Huo Yuhao lowered his head and stuffed food into his mouth, his eyes becoming deep and thoughtful. The pit has been dug. Now, let's see if anyone will jump in, and who will. Let's verify if my guess is true. And whether the truth is as I suspect. Who said this book follows the same old formula? Step forward. This isn't over until you hand over your recommendation votes and monthly tickets. And if there are any tips, that would be even better, hehe. As I said before, Huo Gua in my story will not turn a blind eye to what is happening around him. Now let's see Huo Gua's performance. Chapter 32 Entrapment, but the mermaid. After making arrangements with Meng Hongchen, Zhu Zi, and KK, Huo Yuhao didn't linger. After asking Xiao Hongchen where he was, he bid farewell to the three of them, as he had a very important question to ask Xiao Hongchen. After Huo Yuhao had walked away, Meng Hongchen looked at Zhu Zi and said in a deep voice, "Can we talk alone? I have something I want to tell you." Kiki, standing to the side, was a little confused. As Zhu Zi's best friend, in her memory Zhu Zi had never had any contact with this dean's granddaughter. But Meng Hun, Ji Chen said that she wanted to talk to Zhu Zi alone. Could it be that Meng Hongchen felt threatened after seeing Zhu Zi interacting with Huo Yuhao and is now trying to assert his ownership over Zhu Zi? Thinking of that possibility, Kiki's eyes immediately lit up, as if she wanted to get a closer look at the gossip. Without hesitation, Zhu Zi nodded in agreement and turned to KK, whispering, "Kiki, you go back first. I want to have a talk with Miss Meng." Kiki's face stiffened, and then she pouted with resentment. Although she was unwilling, she could only leave alone. Meng Hongchen led Zhu Zi to a secluded laboratory, looked Zhu Zi up and down a few times, and then slowly said, "I know you're approaching Yuhao to get the diary as a reward, but I'm giving you a heads up, you'd better act normal and not let Yuhao notice anything unusual. If the existence of the diary copy is exposed because of you, and we lose all chance to receive the reward, or even if the diary copy in our minds disappears, not only will I not agree to it, but others who possess the diary copy will also not agree to it." The threat in Meng Hongchen's words was very obvious, which made Zhu Zi's expression change. Zhu Zi knew that Meng Hongchen wasn't exaggerating. Even the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, was able to awaken from his slumber thanks to the rewards from the diary dungeon, and D even transformed into human form to come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. If they were to be deprived of rewards altogether, just imagine how furious they would be. After all, after say, the reward Meng Hongchen received on the first day, no one would refuse such a powerful and tempting reward. Although Zhu Zi agreed with Meng Hongchen's words, she would not easily accept her threat. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and smiled faintly. "I know this is important, but Miss Meng, you should still worry about whether you'll be exposed in this kind of situation. Don't think that just because you're in a high position, you can look down on others." After speaking, Zhu Zi turned to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, she seemed to suddenly remember something and smiled sweetly. "By the way, Miss Meng, since you've already made plans to go shopping in Mingdu with Yuhao this afternoon, I suggest you don't act too hostile towards me, otherwise he'll be more likely to notice something's wrong. You know Yuhao is very perceptive, right?" Zhu Zi ignored Meng Hongchen's reaction and left the laboratory in a good mood. Looking at the closed laboratory door, Meng Hongchen's delicate face was a little unpleasant. She had just secretly threatened Zhu Zi, and now she was being threatened in return. When had she, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Hongchen family, ever been treated like this? Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything about the oranges. If she didn't want to be exposed, she could only hold her nose and cooperate with the oranges in acting. How awful. This is so annoying. Hey, Yuhao, isn't today the first day of school? Why are you suddenly looking for me? Is someone causing you trouble? If someone is, don't hesitate to tell me so I can teach them a lesson. After seeing Huo Yuhao come to his door, Xiao Hongchen started talking non-stop like a machine gun. Since he had agreed to protect Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongchen was determined not to let anyone cause him any trouble. After experiencing Huo Yuhao's mental detection and sharing, Xiao Hongchen secretly made up his mind that from that moment on, Huo Yuhao was his half-brother. Even Huo Yuhao was caught off guard by Xiao Hongchen's series of words. Seeing his eager look, Huo Yuhao quickly waved his hand and explained. No, I just made plans with Senior Meng to go shopping in Mingdu this afternoon. So I came to tell you that we won't be learning how to make soul tools today." Xiao Hongchen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then couldn't help but wail. Why would Meng do this? Why did she take you away from me? Yuhao, without your mental detection and sharing, I feel completely powerless when I'm making soul tools. Xiao Hongchen's decision to have Huo Yuhao stay in the lab was entirely mutually beneficial. Besides teaching him the knowledge and experience of making soul tools, it also required Huo Yuhao's mental detection and sharing, It allowed him to more accurately identify potential problems in each step and gradually improve his skills. Now that he heard that Huo Yuhao would no longer stay with him after school, Xiao Hongchen suddenly felt that his life had lost its meaning and direction. Seeing Xiao Hongchen like this, Huo Yuhao smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Senior Xiao. I've already talked to Senior Meng. Starting tomorrow, I won't slack off and will work even harder to learn about soul tools from you. After all, you're the one who brought me to the academy, so I'm naturally happy to be able to help you. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Even if it's feigned sincerity. Huo Yuhao's words made Xiao Hongchen feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and whispered. Actually, bringing you to the academy wasn't entirely my doing. Meng told me she wanted to get away and clear her head, and that she wanted to visit the border, which is how we met you there. Just as I thought. Upon receiving the answer, Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow slightly, but on the surface, he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hongchen and said firmly. That's not important. What's important is that I was able to come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy because of your and senior sister Meng's help. I will never forget that. Xiao Hongchen was moved, but under Huo Yuhao's gaze, she immediately reverted to her usual arrogant self. Hey, it's nothing serious, don't worry about it. After agreeing to continue making soul tools together the next day, Huo Yuhao left the laboratory. If he was only 30% sure about his guess before, he was now 90% sure. It all depended on whether they would do as he had planned. The afternoon classes proceeded smoothly without any disturbances. The girls who shouldn't have been there didn't bother Huo Yuhao at all. Instead, they all seemed focused on listening to the lesson and learning. This made Huo Yuhao's mindset somewhat complicated. You all have such great acting skills, it's a pity my acting skills are better than yours. After the afternoon classes ended, Meng Hongchen, Zhu Zi, and KK had been waiting outside the classroom for a long time. Huo Yuhao didn't even glance at the girls in the front row, but walked straight to them and greeted them with a friendly smile. Senior Meng, Senior Orange, Senior Kiki, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Meng Hongchen waved his hand with a smile first. Why are you being so polite with me, Yuhao? Let's go. Put aside all the things that are bothering you today, and have a good time to relax. Looking at the three women in front of him, Huo Yuhao nodded emphatically. The bait's already in the water. I can't possibly come back empty-handed this time, right? The ONLY thing I'm curious about is how many fish will actually bite. Chapter 33. Manipulation, Hunter and Prey Reversal. Watching Huo Yuhao, Meng Hongchen, Zhu Zi, and KK leave together, the girls' Class 1 of the freshmen exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts and ideas. After all, Huo Yuhao had written in his diary that he would take a break for the day and start studying soul tools. With Xiao Hongchen in the lab from tomorrow onwards. If we miss this opportunity today, it will be much more difficult to get Huo Yuhao to mention our name more than 10 times in his diary in the future. Just as they were about to take action, Ji Yuina looked around and said calmly. Have you forgotten what I said before? I advise you all to calm down and not let one day's reward go to your ads and cause you to completely lose the opportunity to receive the reward. As Ji Yuina finished speaking, the women present exchanged glances, and Wang Donger was the first to nod in agreement. That's true. There's no need to focus on just one day's reward. Since Huo Yuhao doesn't plan to leave the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Even inside the palace, they would run rampant, and Shu Tianjun, who had even set the palace on fire, immediately pursed her lips and muttered upon hearing this. That sounds nice. Huo Yuhao has mentioned your name more than 10 times in his diary today. If no one else has been mentioned more than 10 times, today's reward will all be yours. Wang Donger glared angrily at Shu Tianjun and shouted. What are you saying? I'm not as shameless as you think. Yi Gui exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay, and casually stated the key reason for the problem. Whether you think that way or not is not important. What is important is that the fact is as Shu Tianjun said. If Meng Hongchen and Zhu Zi hadn't been mentioned more than 10 times in Huo Yuhao's diary, and neither had we, then today's reward would all be yours. Wang Donger was furious, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to refute their words. It's not her fault that Huo Yuhao mentioned her name 10 times in his diary. She ha. D only given a very brief self-introduction, yet Huo Yuhao reacted so excitably. Can you blame her for that? Seeing signs that they were about to start fighting amongst themselves, Ji Yuina frowned slightly and said in a cold tone. Don't you understand what I'm saying? It's already suspicious enough that this woman, Zhu Zi, whom we met by chance, is going to stroll around Mingdu with Huo Yuhao. If you add to the chaos, do you think Huo Yuhao won't be able to react? Have you forgotten how Huo Yuhao deduced that there was a problem in the God realm based on only some deeply hidden clues? When Ji Yuina said these words, she deliberately released a bit of pressure, which made the girls except for Di Choer fall silent. They finally realized just how terrifying this Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, really was. Yuina's cold gaze swept over them as she spoke, word by word. Have you calmed down now? If you have, go back and don't do anything unnecessary. Let's go. Choer. After saying that, Yuina walked away. After taking a few steps, she realized that Choer was not with her. Seeing Choer's conflicted look, Yuina glared at her in annoyance. Aren't you leaving yet? Choer struggled, but after sensing that Yuina's gaze was gradually becoming dangerous, she had no choice but to follow. After the two women had gone far away, Choer finally couldn't help but whisper. Sister, are we really not going to go find Yuhao? I'm only 4 tries away from getting the reward, and you're only 3. Are we really going to give up like this? After leaving the Stardow Great Forest, Yuina not only asked Choer to give her a name, but also instructed her not to continue calling her master. To avoid making others think it was strange, she should just call her sister. Choer certainly had no problem with this. When Yuina was still in her Silver Dragon King form, she could naturally call her Lord, without hesitation. But now that they had both transformed into human form, Choer really couldn't bring herself to say it. Upon hearing Choer's words, Yuina's eyes flickered slightly, but she still firmly shook her head. It's just a one-day reward. Even if you give it to Wang Donger, what difference will it make? Don't you have confidence that Yuhao will mention your name more than 10 times in his diary in the future? Choer grunted and said weakly. I was confident before coming to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, but now I'm not so confident. Yuina didn't understand at first. But then she thought about how so many people had approached Yuhao besides the two of them. Among them, Meng Hongshan and Wang Donger were just as beautiful as Choer, which made Na understand Choer's current state of mind to some extent. Regardless of the circumstances, in Yuina's heart, Choer was ultimately different from other women, so she immediately comforted her. No need to rush. We have plenty of time, there's no need to be hasty. Although Choer was filled with resentment, she could only let out a long sigh. For the sake of the long term, she should obediently do as Yuina said. But just then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, Choer looked at Yuina with a wary expression and asked. Sister, we can choose not to go to Yuhao. But what if Wang Donger goes to him with other people? Yuina frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then shook her head slightly. They shouldn't be that stupid, and my warning wouldn't have been completely ineffective. Donger, what should I do? Xiao Xiao's face fell, and she looked at Wang Donger beside her for help, not knowing what to do. Wang Donger was also a bit flustered. Yuina's meaning was very clear. If anyone caused her to lose the opportunity to obtain the diary dungeon rewards in the future, then this Silver Dragon King would absolutely not let it go. However, since she and Xiao Xiao have become best friends, she certainly doesn't want Xiao Xiao to be left behind. Even if she doesn't get a reward, it would be great to increase her soul power by 1 level. Thinking of this, Wang Donger gritted her teeth and said, it's okay. Since Yuina and Choer won't go to find Yuhao, if it's just the two of us, as long as we don't show anything unusual, Yuhao shouldn't notice. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xiao felt that Wang Donger made a lot of sense. Since no one else was planning to go to Yuhao, the two of them should be fine if they went. However, besides Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun and Yi Gui also thought the same way. Pictures, 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 woohoo. It seems like getting out for a stroll once in a while isn't bad. Especially traveling with two beautiful girls like senior sister Meng Hongshan and senior sister Zhu Zi. It makes the mood even more pleasant. As for KK, just filling in the blanks. While traveling with the three of them, Yuhao kept making notes in his diary, and even deliberately uploaded pictures of iconic buildings so that people could immediately tell where he was. Yuhao is now quite certain that Meng Hongshan, Yuina, Wang Donger, Choer, and Zhu Zi will be able to see the diary he wrote, but whether his other guess is accurate depends on anyone will take the bait in this sting operation. As Yuhao, Meng Hongshan, Zhu Zi, and KK chatted and laughed on their way to the next location, Yuhao was able to clearly see, thanks to the enhanced vision provided by his spirit eyes, that Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui, 4 beautiful girls, were standing not far ahead. At first glance, the 4 of them were in a standoff. Yuhao's lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with laughter. This time, he didn't write the words down in his mental diary, but sighed in his heart. Excellent. From now on, the roles of hunter and prey will be reversed. Watch how easily I'll manipulate you from now on. Chapter 34 Gu Yuina. A bunch of useless teammates, impossible to carry. Huo Yuhao had already realized that Gu Yuina, Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, and Di Choer would see what he wrote in his diary. But if that's all there is to it, they only learned about their status as the chosen one of destiny. Ith his current soul power of only a dozen levels, it's impossible for him to have such a big impact. Putting aside other things, just consider Gu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts. After discovering that there were problems in the God realm and that she could no longer interfere in the affairs of Douluo continent, she was even unable to monitor Douluo continent. Gu Na's priority should have been to fully recover from her injuries in the shortest possible time, and then lead the soul beasts to rapid development. Instead, she brought the auspicious beast Di Choer to their door. If Huo Yuhao said she had no ulterior motives, he would never believe it. After all, the current Gu Yuina is not the same personality she had in the Douluo Continent 3 era. In this era, she is not purely driven by love. According to Huo Yuhao's speculation, the reason why Gu Yuina came here is most likely because she, like him, can receive a reward from the diary. But to receive a reward, just like writing 1,000 words in his diary every day, there are prerequisites, and these prerequisites are absolutely inseparable from himself. This explains why Gu Yuina, along with Di Choer, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui, people who shouldn't be here, appeared in front of her all at once. That's why Huo Yuhao deliberately wrote in his diary that today was the last day of indulgence. And that starting tomorrow he would spend more time learning about soul tools, intentionally setting a trap for them so that they would be forced to appear in front of him. If they want the diary reward, they have to do it even if they know there might be problems. Clearly, Huo Yuhao's method worked. As for the 4 girls, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui, the reason they confronted each other was most likely because they had agreed beforehand to behave normally, or at least not to appear in groups, so as not to let him notice anything amiss. The T's why Gu Yuina and Di Choer didn't appear here. However, Gu Yuina clearly underestimated the allure of the reward. Most importantly, from his time with Meng Hongqian and Zhu Zi, Huo Yuhao had already figured out what the prerequisites were for them to obtain the reward. Whenever he mentioned the 2 women's names in his diary, even though they tried their best to appear calm, they couldn't hide their past life experiences. Coupled with the cold looks and abuse they suffered in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and their sharp eyes, Huo Yuhao could clearly discern the changes in other people's expressions. All I can say is that even if Meng Hongqian, Zhu Zi, Wang Donger, and Xiao Xiao achieve great things in the future, they are still just young girls with little experience right now. Their disguises can't fool Huo Yuhao at all. Today, I wrote Meng Hongqian's name in my diary 7 times, while Zhu Zi has written it 11 times. On the 10th time, Zhu Zi visibly relaxed, while Meng Hongqian became somewhat anxious. I even suspect that if she wasn't worried about me noticing something was wrong, she would have fed me food, trying to get me to write her name in my diary again. So, being mentioned 10 times a day in their diaries is the condition for them to receive a reward. Apart from Gu Yuina, not one of them can hold their temper. I even think that if Gu Yuina hadn't stopped her, given Di Choer's naivety, she probably would have come to ambush me like Wang Donger and the others. Unfortunately, the initiative is now in my hands. Watch my performance from here on out. However, I am quite curious about one thing. Besides these few people, are there other characters from Douluo 3 Kingdoms who can see my diary? If so, then I can do even more. I'll find a chance to verify this later. Huo Yuhao knew that they might have made a promise in private, but from now on, that promise was destined to be broken. Huo Yuhao's lips curled up slightly, and he directly wrote in the diary in his mind with his thoughts. Hiss. Couldn't we even avoid this? I just came out for a stroll with Meng Hongqian and Zhu Zi, and I actually ran into Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui. Come to think of it, how did those 4 get together? Are they out in Mingdu like us? Inside the girls' dormitory of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy. After Gu Yuina and Di Choer saw the new content on the copy of the diary, the dormitory fell into an extremely eerie silence. It's just that this dormitory room is a 2-person room, otherwise, if there were other people present, they would definitely be able to feel how oppressive the atmosphere here has become. After a long silence between Gu Yuina and Di Choer, realizing what was happening, picked up the golden dragon spear beside her and angrily said, "Those 4 bastards. They clearly agreed not to go looking for Huo Yuhao, but they broke their promise. I'm going to go and teach them a lesson right now, so they'll know what the consequences of their actions will be. Before Di Choer could even step out of the dormitory, Ji Yuina scolded her. Stop. If you go any further, you'll only expose yourself completely. You've already transformed into a human, why are you still charging around like before? Although Di Choer stopped, her anger did not subside, and she couldn't help but complain. We were so close to getting the reward, but we gave up because we didn't want to be exposed. On the other hand, those guys broke their promise and came to Huo Yuhao without saying a word. Aren't they deliberately deceiving us? Not to mention Di Choer, even Ji Yuina was furious about their actions. These cunning humans are truly untrustworthy. A bunch of incompetent teammates, impossible to lead. Just as Di Choer said, Ji Yuina was only 3 times away from getting the reward, but she suppressed her desire for it. As a result, she was betrayed by Wang Donger and the others. Even though Ji Yuina is usually calm, she now wanted to settle accounts with them. I will make them pay for this behavior. But for now, calm down. Di Choer snorted twice and could only sit back down. But she was already plotting how to teach them a lesson. Meng Hongqian and Zhu Zi exchanged a glance. Although the 2 women were somewhat surprised and displeased by the arrival of Wang Donger and the others, they could only force a smile in order to prevent the existence of the diary copy from being exposed. If I remember correctly, you are Yuhao's classmates, right? Wang Donger glanced at Huo Yuhao out of the corner of her eye without making a sound, and then nodded. Yes. Wang Donger originally planned to say goodbye to Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongqian, but since she had encountered Shu Tianjun and Yi Gui, who also had ulterior motives, it would be best to stop there so that Huo Yuhao wouldn't notice. Before she could even speak, Shu Tianjun, who was standing to the side, looked at Meng Hongqian with a beaming smile and said, Miss Meng, would you like to stroll around Mingdu together? I've heard people talk about you siblings from the Hongqian family, saying you are unprecedented geniuses in the history of the Sun Moon Empire. I've always been very curious about you. Meng Hongqian's expression changed. The more she looked at Princess Shu Tianjun, the more displeased she became. She immediately turned to Huo Yuhao and asked him a question. Yuhao, what do you think? In an instant, everyone's attention turned to Huo Yuhao, except for Kiki, whose forehead was full of question marks. She couldn't understand what was going on at all. Under the watchful eyes of the women, Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment and then nodded. Okay, let's go shopping together then. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianjun chuckled, patted his flat chest, and said in a carefree manner. Buy whatever you like later. We're all classmates, so don't be shy. I'll pay for everyone's expenses. Looking at the elated Shu Tianjun, and the various reactions of Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Yi Gui, and others, a strange look appeared in Huo Yuhao's eyes. The fraggy agreement between them had just been broken by Huo Yuhao. With just a small move, he could turn them from allies into adversaries. Alright, the show's about to begin. I'm going to see a bunch of stunning beauties tearing each other apart. Laughs. Chapter 35 The number 1 beauty of Douluo continent. Let the tearing begin. Although I really don't want to have too much contact with these people. Even I have to admit that shopping with pretty girls is a pleasant experience. The only pity is that Ji Yuina and Di Choer weren't there, otherwise, we would have attracted even more attention. Speaking of which, Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King and ruler of all soul beasts, should be considered the most beautiful woman in the Douluo series, right? At least in my memory, no one can rival Ji Yuina in terms of beauty. Further down the list should be Shui Di, Wang Donger, and Di Choer. Perhaps because Tang Shenwang was worried I would notice something amiss, Di Choer, this auspicious beast lady, didn't take on Wang Donger's appearance when she transformed, but instead displayed her original form. Even so, she is still absolutely stunning. I wonder if my appearance will change Shui Di's fate. But even if she chooses to take human form as before and is imprisoned by the level 9 soul tool, the conferred god platform, I probably won't have the chance to make her my soul spirit. Ji Yuina and Di Choer, who were in the dormitory, were a little surprised after seeing this article. They really didn't expect that Huo Yuhao would frequently mention their names in his diary even though they weren't there. On the contrary, none of the women who broke the agreement appeared in the diary, except for Wang Donger, who had already achieved the goal 10 times. What is this? Reaping what you sow. After counting carefully, Di Choer quickly turned to look at Ji Yuina and exclaimed in surprise. Sister, you've had enough attempts. You're eligible for today's reward. Ji Yuina raised an eyebrow. Her initial annoyance at Wang Donger and the others for breaking their promise instantly subsided, and she asked in return. What about yours? How many times are you short? Di Choer frowned and said sullenly. Just one more time. Huo Yuhao. He was only one more chance to meet the goal, why didn't he keep writing? Even Ji Yuina was somewhat amused and exasperated by Di Choer's predicament. But seeing her irritable appearance, she still tried to comfort her. Don't rush, there's still plenty of time. You'll definitely be able to reach the target of 10 times today. Ji Yuina's words of comfort had no effect. Di Choer's personality was not the calm type to begin with. Now, watching helplessly as she was just one step away from receiving the reward, Huo Yuhao suddenly stopped. Di Choer wished she could do it herself and write her name on the paper. Even Di Choer had this reaction, let alone Meng Hongqian, Xiao Xiao, Xu Tianjun, Yi Gui and O. Those who were strolling around Mingdu with Huo Yuhao. Originally, they thought it was a good thing that Huo Yuhao hadn't noticed anything unusual, but now they didn't write the names of the beautiful girls right in front of them. But instead wrote the names of Ji Yuina, Di Choer, and that Shui Di who wasn't there. Was there no reasoning with them? Does being pretty make you amazing? Well, fine. Ji pretty does seem like a really big deal. Even they, being women themselves, had to admit that Ji Yuina absolutely deserved Huo Yuhao's title of the most beautiful woman in the Douluo series. But is that the key point right now? The key is to find a way to get Huo Yuhao to mention their names in his diary. Unfortunately, once Huo Yuhao realized that they could see his diary and receive the same diary reward as him, the initiative was no longer in their hands, and the balance of power had shifted. Since he had already decided to break the fragile alliance between them, Huo Yuhao was determined not to let them have their way. No matter what they tried, Huo Yuhao didn't mention anyone's name in his diary. Instead, he started recording the interesting places in Mingdu and added words like, I'll come back to play again next time. Huo Yuhao's disguise was flawless, making everyone believe that he was simply out for a trip. As darkness fell, Huo Yuhao had dinner with the beautiful girls and then suggested going back to his dormitory to rest. Although Meng Hongqian, Xiao Xiao, Xu Tianjun, and Yi Gui were filled with resentment, they could only force themselves to let Huo Yuhao leave. After bidding farewell to these beautiful girls, Huo Yuhao did not return to the academy as he had said in front of them. Instead, he found a nearby place to hide temporarily and used his mental detection to monitor the situation. Compared to when he met Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian before, Huo Yuhao's mental detection range has increased again. If it is extended in one direction, it can reach a distance of nearly 200 meters. The highest cultivation level among them is Yi Gui at level 36. None of them are good at mental things, so of course they could not detect that Huo Yuhao was secretly spying on them with the million-year soul ring brought by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Although I need to focus on my career, it's okay to watch the drama unfold occasionally, right? After this incident, if they still want the diary reward, they'll probably have to work even harder to impress me, won't they? Hey, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with. As it turned out, Huo Yuhao's prediction was correct. After he left, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became extremely oppressive. KK, who had been like an outsider all day, didn't dare to eat loudly and could only stand there trembling, looking completely weak and pitiful. After noticing Kiki's hesitation, Juzi patted her shoulder and whispered. Kiki, you go back first. I have something to talk to them about. I'll be back in a bit. Juzi's words were like a lifeline, making KK feel relieved. She didn't even have time to think about when Juzi had gotten involved with these people. She immediately nodded and agreed, then turned around and quickly left. Once there were no outsiders around, Meng Hongqian, her face contorted with anger, finally looked at Wang Donger and the others and said coldly. Have you four forgotten your agreement? We agreed to act normally, so why are you all here together? Is it so hard to give up a day's reward? Meng Hongqian was in a bad mood. Since these four women appeared, Huo Yuhao had never mentioned her in his diary again. She was only 3 times away from being mentioned again, but she had been stuck at this stage. How could Meng Hongqian accept this? Meng Hongqian's challenge left them speechless for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, Xu Tianjun rolled her eyes and said irritably. Even though we're here, it hasn't been mentioned more than 10 times. Has it? Besides, Huo Yuhao didn't notice anything unusual, so what's the big deal? At this point, Meng Hongqian became even angrier, completely disregarding Xu Tianjun's status as a princess. And glared at her angrily. Is it my fault that you didn't get the reward? I was only 3 times away from getting it, but you guys ruined it. Even Shu Tianjun Fei. LT somewhat unsure of herself upon hearing these resentful words, she truly had no way to refute Meng Hongshan. Seeing that none of these guys could be relied on, Meng Hongshan took a deep breath and said coldly. Now I understand. Being teammates with guys like you is definitely not a good thing. I'm furious right now and I really need to vent. Let's find a place to fight. Chapter 36 1 against 4. This is the ultimate ice. After hearing Meng Hongshan's words, Wang Donger and Zhu Zi, who had already met the requirements and could receive the diary copy reward tomorrow, hesitated, feeling that there was no point in them tearing each other apart here. But Yi Gui, who had always appeared aloof, was the first to speak up. Fine. You're not the only one with a bad temper. Let's go to the Seoul Arena. Shu Tianjun gritted her teeth angrily and followed up. Let's go to the Seoul Arena. This princess will pay. Even knowing that Shu Tianjun was a beloved princess, Meng Hongshan did not back down at all. But chose to confront her head on. Do I need your money? All four of you, come at me together and prepare to get beaten up. You. Shu Tianjun glared angrily at Meng Hongshan, but was overwhelmed by her aura. Which made Shu Tianjun, who had always been a little devil even in the palace, feel very frustrated. Seeing Meng Hongshan's arrogant demeanor, Wang Donger, Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui exchanged glances and decided to join forces to teach her a lesson. However, Meng Hongshan ignored him and turned to look at Zhu Zi beside him. Orange, are you planning to join forces with me? Or choose to side with them? Without even needing to think, Zhu Zi replied directly, of course, I'll join forces with you. In any case, the sudden appearance of Wang Di, Onger and the other three disrupted Zhu Zi and Meng Hongshan's plans. Although Zhu Zi had been mentioned more than 10 times, she still chose to stand with Meng Hongshan. After all, Wang Donger, Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui are all from the freshman class, and even if she and Meng Hongshan weren't classmates, they definitely wouldn't fit into Wang Donger's little group. Rather than fighting alone for the diary reward later, it would be better to join forces with Meng Hongshan directly. When Meng Hongshan spoke wildly just now, he didn't include oranges in his list of things, and he was thinking the same thing. After seeing this scene through his mental detection, Yuhao, whose figure was hidden in the shadows, rubbed his hands together excitedly. Who could resist watching a group of beautiful girls fight? The 6 beautiful girls split into 2 distinct camps, all heading angrily toward the nearest Seoul Arena. The arena's manager was about to say something when Meng Hongshan pulled out a bag of gold soul coins and threw it to him, coldly saying, "We've booked this entire place. No one, including those from your Seoul Arena, is to be left behind." The person in charge weighed the bag of gold soul coins in his hand. Although he really wanted to take the order, he knew that the gold soul coins alone wouldn't be enough to get him to drive away all the other customers. Just as he was about to politely decline with a forced smile, Shu Tianjun suddenly spoke up. My name is Shu Tianjun, and Shu is the princess of the Sun Moon Empire. The person in charge was slightly taken aback. But the next second he was filled with respect. At least in Mingdu, absolutely no one would dare to impersonate royalty, let alone a royal princess. Without further hesitation, he person in charge began to reason with the guests. If reasoning failed, then they would resort to explaining physics. This approach proved to be very effective. In the blink of an eye, the arena, which had been packed with people, was completely empty. Even the person in charge left respectfully wishing them a pleasant time. After everyone had left, Shu Tianjun looked at Meng Hongshan provocatively and said sarcastically, Miss Meng, there are some things that money alone cannot provide. Meng Hongshan's expression grew even colder as he stared intently at Shu Tianjun, speaking each word clearly. Do you know that in a battle, no matter how high your status is, it's all for naught. In the end, it's all about strength. Before Shu Tianjun could speak, Wang Donger said unhappily. Hey, Meng Hongshan, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Wang Donger was originally very proud, but she became somewhat depressed after learning that her existence was fabricated and that she was destined to be replaced by someone else. But now that she has decided to rebel against the Tang God King, why would she be afraid of Meng Hongshan? To her surprise, Meng Hongshan replied without hesitation. Arrogance requires ability, and I happen to have it. Hiss. Yuhao, standing outside the Seoul Arena, gasped upon hearing Meng Hongshan's words. What kind of rash statement was this? As Yuhao sighed, the 6 beautiful girls in the Seoul Arena all lost interest in wasting words with him. Since they had already come to the Seoul Arena, they should let their strength speak for itself. Meng Hongshan turned to Zhu Zi and said calmly, Zhu Zi, you just need to stand behind me and assist me with the soul tool. I haven't really used my martial soul since it was upgraded to the ultimate ice level. Let's use them to test the strength of my current martial soul. Zhu Zi naturally had no objection to this. Her martial soul was just orange, and her combat power relied entirely on her soul tool. She would naturally not refuse to stand in the back. Moreover, Orange was very curious about what kind of power Meng Hongshan, who was so lucky as to win all the rewards on the first day, now possessed. It wasn't just Zhu Zi who was curious, even Yuhao outside couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing Meng Hongshan's words, his face filled with surprise. Ultimate Ice. Is this the reward Meng Hongshan received? No wonder she was so unwilling yesterday when she learned that I was going to spend the whole day in the lab with Xiao Hongshan. That makes sense. Just then, the battle inside the Soul Arena broke out. Wang Donger and the other three were of course aware that Meng Hongshan's martial spirit had been upgraded to the extreme ice level due to the rewards from the Diary dungeon. That's why they didn't hesitate at all and immediately used their strongest moves, wanting to end the battle in the shortest time so that Meng Hongshan's martial soul advantage couldn't be brought into play. A pair of wings extended from Wang Donger's sides, and the purple second soul ring surrounding her body shone brightly. Golden light patterns on the butterfly wings shot out small balls of light, which blasted towards the location where Meng Hongshan was on the opposite side. Xiao Xiao also used the second soul ring of the 3 lives soul suppressing cauldron, the cauldron's surge. And the huge 3 lives soul suppressing cauldron roared towards Meng Hongshan. In her holy angel form, Yi Gui coldly swung her golden longsword, unleashing her second soul skill, Holy Spirit Slash. A single target attack with immense power. The slash tore through the air in its path, striking straight towards Meng Hongshan. Even Shu Tianjun used her sun martial soul to condense a blazing fireball. She really wanted to test her skills against Meng Hongshan and see just how much difference there was between her sun martial soul and the ultimate ice. Faced with their offensive, Meng Hongshan didn't even try to dodge. Her eyes, which were originally light blue, suddenly turned crimson the moment she used her martial soul. She didn't even use any soul skills, the ill emanating from her body alone made the entire battle arena incredibly cold. Whoosh. Just as Wang Donger and the others' attacks were about to land on Meng Hongshan's third soul ring flashed. And ice refraction was activated. With the help of the light and shadow refraction on the mirror ice plate she released, she instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom. Wang Donger and her 3 companions' attacks landed on empty air, and a loud boom immediately resounded throughout the entire soul arena. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Donger and the others' pupils contracted slightly. And an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Click clack. With a crisp sound, a chilling cold air wafted over, and before they could even react, solid ice began to spread rapidly across their bodies under the effect of Meng Hongshan's extreme ice. Chapter 37 Meng Hongshan. I was clearly here first. In the blink of an eye, the ice completely covered their entire bodies. No matter how hard they resisted, they could not stop it from happening. Even Shu Tianjun, who possessed the sun martial soul, could only resist for a moment before being frozen into an ice sculpture by the extreme ice released by Meng Hongshan. Orange, standing behind, swallowed hard as she looked at the 4 stunningly beautiful girls transformed into ice sculptures, her eyes filled with awe. Instant kill. Is this the ultimate ice? The rewards from the Diary dungeon are terrifying. Meng Hongshan deliberately left them waiting for a while before finally taking small, quick steps to thaw them one by one from the ice sculptures. Although their bodies were not harmed, the coldness brought by the extreme ice was not so easy to get rid of. Meng Hongshan raised her chin slightly, looking like a proud swan, and casually said something that made them furious as she looked at Wang Donger and the other 3 who were shivering uncontrollably from the cold. HMPH. That's it. How could I possibly lose? After saying that, Meng Hongshan didn't even glance at the 4 defeated opponents again. She turned around and left with Zhu Zi. These so-called useless teammates were better off without. Being with them will only prevent me from getting any rewards. From now on, I will never let anyone disturb my time alone with Yuhao again. Especially Zhu Zi, who looks gentle and weak on the surface and is always a bit dull. Is actually not a kind person. Whenever she gets the chance, she comes up to Yuhao and insists on going around Mingdu with him. If it weren't for Zhu Zi's sudden appearance disrupting Meng Hongshan's plans. Even if Wang Donger and the others broke their promise, Meng Hongshan was absolutely confident that she could have gotten her name to appear in the diary more than 10 times. Damn it. I was here first. After Meng Hongshan and Zhu Zi left, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Zhu Zi, Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui and others were filled with resentment. How outrageous. She only got the reward of the extreme ice from the diary. Sooner or later, She'll pay for what she did today. Wang Donger stared at the closed gates of the Soul Arena, her fists clenched, her face filled with resentment. She desperately wanted to know what kind of reward she would receive tomorrow, and whether it would allow her to repay the humiliation she had suffered today. That's it. Huo Yuhao, standing outside the arena, was somewhat disappointed by the situation. However, upon closer reflection, it made sense. After all, Meng Hongqian and the others were respectable people. Although they were very angry, they hadn't gone so far as to tear each other apart. It seemed that if he wanted to see them fight even more fiercely, he would have to increase the intensity of the fight. After the mental detection was lifted, Huo Yuhao, feeling refreshed, didn't linger and strolled back to the academy. Nothing happened that night. When Huo Yuhao woke up the next morning, he habitually checked his diary for rewards. Day 5 Diary Rewards. 1. Soul Power increased by 1 level. 2. Necromancer Magic. Soul Fire Control. As Huo Yuhao felt his soul power increase again, he raised an eyebrow and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soul Controlling Fire. Necromantic magic that can manipulate other people's souls. If that's the case, what if we could find a way to control that death mess? Anger and use him to give the White Tiger Duke's mansion a big surprise. Besides the level 5 soul power I received from the diary reward, I also improved my cultivation by 1 level, and I've now reached level 16. In at most 4 more days, I'll be able to become a level 20 Great Soul Master. But where will I get my soul rings? Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. If I said I needed a spirit ring, let alone Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, even Jiyu Yuina, the ruler of all spirit beasts, would probably offer to help me hunt for a spirit ring, right? However, I still want to go to the far north when I have the chance. The simulation that the ice silkworm can provide is really suitable for my soul skills. As for my second spirit, I think the ice and snow emperors of the far north, like Jiyu Yuina and the others, should be able to see what I wrote in my diary. They probably really want me to go to the far north, right? But to be on the safe side, let's talk about it later. The only thing that I'm curious about now is what kind of reward Jiyu Yuina, Wang Donger, and Zhu Zi received. They're only one name away from getting the reward. Di Choer must be furious right now, right? Tisk tisk. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they get along in class later. Damn it. Damn Huo Yuhao. Just one more time. Just one more time. Di Choer, who hadn't slept well all night, couldn't hold back her emotions when she opened her eyes the next day and saw the diary copy announcing yesterday's winners. On the other side, Jiyu Yuina sat up and looked at Di Choer with a frown. Alright, Choer, didn't I tell you yesterday that there's no need to rush? There will be plenty of opportunities to get rewards in the future. Her words not only failed to calm Di Choer down, but also made her mutter with a resentful look. Of course you can say that if you've already received a reward, but I was just one step away from getting one, how can you expect me to stay calm? Jiyu Yuina ignored Di Choer and instead checked if she had received any other rewards besides the increase in soul power. However, after seeing the rewards, even Jiyu Yuina couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Reward 1. Soul power increased by 1 level. Winners: Jiyu Yuina, Wang Donger, Zhu Zi. Reward 2. Receive a magical blessing. Winner: Orange. The magical blessing FECT is double the effort. The speed of increasing soul power during cultivation is doubled, lasting for half a month. Reward 3. Receive a random reward. Winner: Wang Donger. Triggering a lucky critical hit. The random reward is Soul Ring Upgrade. Can specify any one of your soul rings to double its age. Jiyu Yuina. Only 3 people met the requirements, and I didn't receive a single magical blessing or random reward. Am I really that unlucky? Looking at the newly released list of winners, Jiyu Yuina felt as if she were being mocked. Did she, the Silver Dragon King, the supreme ruler of all soul beasts, need the level 1 soul power that was only at the human soul king level? Who did they think they were looking down on? Although she previously appeared to be only a level 32 soul master, she wasn't looking down on anyone. In terms of actual combat strength, there wasn't a single one who could beat her. Just as Jiyu Yuina and Di Choer were both unhappy, the copy of the diary in their minds popped up again. As if Huo Yuhao had written new content on it. My soul power has increased by another level, bringing me one step closer to revenge. Speaking of which, in the original story, if I hadn't ultimately become a god and been manipulated by Tang Shenhuang into giving up on revenge, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire probably wouldn't have chosen to abdicate and pass the throne to Dai Hao, right? However, given Dai Hao's prestige in the army, Even without me, he only needs to raise his arm and his soldiers will definitely help him don the imperial robes and replace the current emperor. As for whether Dai Hao has such ambition. When Shu Jiawei abdicated, Dai Hao only feigned reluctance before readily accepting. Even without me, given the right opportunity, Dai Hao would have launched a coup immediately and wiped out the Shu family. After all, by the time of Douluo Continent 3, 10,000 years later, the Shu family would have long since become dust in history, no longer existing. If it weren't for the Dai family's actions, given the strength of the Shu family's inherited martial spirit, would there not be a single powerful member? To stay on the border for so many years without returning home, in Dai Hao's heart, probably nothing compares to power. In that case, I should try to maintain peace between the Sun Moon and Star Luo factions, and just wait for their civil war to break out. If the Dai family continues to grow so powerful, the current Star Luo royal family will eventually have to pay the price. As Yuhao wrote these words, his gaze grew increasingly cold and stern. Only after finishing did he finally murmur to himself. If my guess is correct, and Princess Shu Juju can also see my diary, then the Star Luo Empire will definitely become quite lively after seeing this content, right? People have been asking what the use is of Shu Juju and the others having a diary copy. Do you understand now? If you do, hurry up hand over your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Like I said before, just wait and see what Huo pulls off. Chapter 38 Revenge begins, a fierce and beautiful girl. Although he didn't know who could see the contents of his diary, Yuhao felt that it definitely wasn't just these few girls from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. In the original Douluo Continent 3 Kingdoms, there is also a good chance that someone will be able to see the content here. Moreover, based on Ji Yuina, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, and Xiao Xiao, Yuhao vaguely guessed that those who could see the contents of the diary probably occupied a certain amount of space in the original work. Princess Shu Juju of the Star Luo Empire is very likely one of them. Since that's the case, Yuhao certainly doesn't mind using the diary to cause trouble. Even if he can't see the contents of the diary like Meng Hongchen and the others for a long time, it's not a big deal at all. But if she could see it, even if this new content couldn't break the rift between the Star Luo royal family and the White Tiger Duke's mansion, it would definitely create a rift, and the royal family might even start a secret investigation. The White Tiger Duke would never be as trusted as before. Thinking of that scene, Yuhao's lips curled up slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Now that he knows someone can see his diary, there are so many things he can do. Shu Juju woke up the moment she felt the copy of the diary in her mind start moving in her boudoir, and immediately began to check the new contents of the diary. As a princess of the Star Luo Empire, she couldn't go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy to find Yuhao and try to obtain the rewards from the diary copy like Ji Yuina, Di Chou'er, and Wang Donger. Even if we can get some information from it, it's still good. Just like Yuhao is the chosen one, if she had known earlier, she would never have let Yuhao go to the Sun Moon Empire. She would have done everything she could to help Yuhao get justice and let him stay in the Star Luo Empire. In fact, when Shu Juju earned that Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger had a son named Yuhao who was unknown to others, he had already believed the statement in his diary that he was the chosen one of destiny. They immediately sent people to chase after Yuhao and try to bring him back, but unfortunately, since they didn't know which path Yuhao had taken, they could only return empty-handed. However, this time, after seeing the contents of the diary, Shu Juju's pupils widened suddenly, and he fell into a daze. After a long while, he involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gulp. My elder brother abdicated. He passed the throne of Star Luo Emperor to Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger clan. Is this true? She was stunned for a long time. She woke up to such explosive news. How could she possibly accept it? Unlike other nobles, the Duke of White Tiger is a very special figure in the Star Luo Empire. After all, the Shu family's current throne was taken from the Dai family by them. The reason why the Shu family only tolerated the Dai family's special status was because Dai Mubai, one of the Shrek's 7 devils, ascended to the god realm after becoming a god 10,000 years ago. They did not exterminate the Dai family, but only restricted the Dai family's power in private. However, since the current White Tiger Duke Dai Hao has been guarding the border for the past few years and has never even returned home to visit, the White Tiger Duke's prestige in the Star Luo Empire is no less than that of the royal family. If you say that Dai Hao didn't do it on purpose, then not only Emperor Shu Jiawei But even Shu Juju wouldn't believe it. If things really develop along the original trajectory, and Huo Yuhao ultimately becomes a god and is even persuaded by Tang San to abandon his revenge, then my elder brother will definitely choose to abdicate. Otherwise, Dai Hao won't even need to lift a finger, someone will push him to launch a coup. At that point, our Shu family's fate will be even more dire. Even Dai Hao himself would absolutely not refuse to become the Star Luo Emperor. This is the best opportunity to rebuild the glory of their Dai family. But, is wiping out our Shu family truly a matter of the victor taking all, a survival of the fittest law? We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. For a long time, he did not doubt the authenticity of Huo Yuhao's diary, because anyone in that situation would have made the same choice, and Dai Hao would definitely not be an exception. However, the reason we haven't taken action against the Dai family before is because the Star Luo Empire needs the White Tiger Duke's existence, and also because we were worried that the God Realm would interfere in the affairs of Douluo continent. But now that the God Realm has lost contact with Douluo continent, the power of the White Tiger Duke's mansion should also be limited. After taking a deep breath, he got out of bed, quickly tidied himself up, and hurriedly headed to the palace. Such a significant matter as eliminating the White Tiger Duke's forces naturally requires the decision to be made by her elder brother. Unlike Shu Juju, who is the sister of Emperor Shu Jiawei of Xingluo, living in the palace is inconvenient for her, so she can only live outside. As a princess, Vina's palace was naturally located within the Heavenly Soul Empire's imperial palace. Upon seeing the contents of this new diary entry, Vina's feelings were completely opposite to Shu Juju's. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such things can happen in the Star Luo Empire. Even after Shu Jiawei abdicated, he was still wiped out by the Dai family. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. If I'm not mistaken, Shu Juju should also have a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary, right? I really wonder how she will react after seeing this. Quote. Vina couldn't hide her gloating smile at all. If she could, she would even like to appear in front of Shu Juju right now and enjoy her expression. After sitting up, Vina's eyes flickered. And she murmured softly, even if the Star Luo royal family doesn't completely wipe out the Dai family in the short term, they will definitely try every means to weaken the White Tiger Duke's mansion. They know that doing so will weaken the Star Luo Empire, but the Star Luo royal family still has no choice but to do it. How interesting. After her initial reflection, Vina looked at the list of winners published in the copy of the diary, her eyes filled with envy. In fact, besides Shu Juju sending people to chase Huo Yuhao, Vina also made the same choice, but she failed. But it was precisely because of this that Vina envied Meng Hongqian, Jiu Yuina, Wang Donger and others who were able to receive the rewards even more. If the people she sent out back N could have brought Huo Yuhao to the Heavenly Soul Empire, wouldn't all these rewards have been hers? Why should we just stand by and watch helplessly? No, we must find a way to bring Huo Yuhao to our Heavenly Soul Empire. We absolutely cannot just stand by and watch this chosen one of Douluo continent stay in Sun Moon, and we cannot let all the rewards go to the people of Sun Moon. Vina's mind raced as she pondered how to persuade Huo Yuhao to join the Heavenly Soul Empire. Meanwhile, at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, the girls who possessed copies of the diaries were all in high spirits. Ready to regroup and get today's reward no matter what. If I had to describe them in one sentence, it would be: the first thing I do every morning is to encourage myself. I deserve a reward today. Chapter 39. I have face blindness, so I don't know if they're pretty or not. Damn Zhu Zi. Damn Wang Donger. Xiao Xiao. Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui. And Jiu Yuina and Di Choer. Yuhao was supposed to come into contact with me first. But you all insisted on crowding around and trying to steal Yuhao from me. I absolutely cannot let you take Yuhao away from me. Meng Hongqian suddenly sat up in bed, carefully selected a blue and white long dress, and began to dress herself up seriously. She refused to believe that she was inferior to others. Apart from Jiu Yuina, Meng Hongqian didn't think her appearance was inferior in any way. In addition, Huo Yuhao had written in his diary that white hair and red eyes perfectly matched his aesthetic. Yesterday's failure to meet the target was just an accident. If we prepare well today, Meng Hongqian won't know how he lost. However, Meng Hongqian is not the only one who holds this mindset. Jiu Yuina was eager to obtain the other two rewards, believing that one of them would allow her injuries to heal quickly. Di Choer was extremely frustrated. Yesterday, she was just one more time away from meeting the target, but Huo Yuhao suddenly stopped. Di Choer really wanted to grab Huo Yuhao by the collar and ask him if he always had such short erections. Although Wang Donger received a reward that could double the age of her spirit ring, she managed to restrain herself. After spending the whole day together, Wang Donger has come to realize that getting Huo Yuhao to mention her name more than 10 times in his diary is definitely not as simple as they initially thought. This time I was lucky to meet the target, but who can guarantee that I will continue to receive rewards in the future? That's why Wang Donger plans to temporarily store the reward in a copy of her diary and use it when the time is right. If this reward could be used on a 50,000-year spirit ring, it would directly upgrade it to a 100,000-year spirit ring. Wick. Spirit Master could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Although Zhu Zi was envious of Wang Donger's reward, she felt that what she had received was not bad either. In addition to a fixed increase of 1 level in soul power, she also received a magical blessing that would last for half a month and would achieve twice the result with half the effort. If she can diligently cultivate during these 2 weeks, she can definitely increase her soul power by at least 1 level. Of course, besides working hard to cultivate, Orange is also reluctant to give up the rewards from the diary dungeon. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that you can increase your soul power by 1 level just by nominating more than 10 times is enough to drive everyone below the Soul King level crazy. Even the oranges that received the reward were like this, let alone Xiao Xiao, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui. The 3 of them are holding their breath, determined to meet the requirements no matter what. In order to get the rewards from the diary copy. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao, who had already realized the truth, would not let them have their way so easily. Just as he had written in his diary yesterday. Today he spent all his time in the laboratory with Xiao Hongchen, except for listening attentively to Jing Sha, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 of the freshmen, who explained the knowledge about soul tools. However, since Huo Yuhao was determined to break up the relationship between those beautiful girls and wanted to see them tear each other apart, he certainly wouldn't just let it go. Instead, while making soul tools in the laboratory, he would occasionally write their names in his diary. However, in the end, only Ji Yuina was mentioned more than 10 times. What's most unbearable is that Di Choer, this auspicious beast, is only 1 step away from receiving the reward. Seeing that Huo Yuhao didn't seem to be planning to continue writing in his diary today, Di Choer, who was in the dormitory, couldn't bear it any longer and was about to rush out to confront Huo Yuhao with a furious expression. Seeing this, Ji Yuina raised her hand to stop her, frowning as she spoke. Choer, why can't you calm down? This is the human world. Your current identity is a freshman at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, not the 3-eyed golden lion, a mythical beast from the Star Do Great Forest. To Ji Yuina's surprise, her words had the opposite effect. This time, Di Choer did not obediently listen, but instead spoke indignantly to Ji Yuina without showing any weakness. Of course you can say that. Because you met the target again today, and you're the only one who did. If no one else gets mentioned by Huo Yuhao more than 10 times, all 3 rewards today will be yours. Ji Yuina was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then a surge of anger welled up in her heart. Her pair of purple eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, and a terrifying pressure that was enough to make people suffocate was released from her body. Under Ji Yuina's control, it enveloped only this dormitory room. Even under this oppressive force, Di Choer's exquisite body began to tremble slightly. But she still gritted her teeth and stared at Ji Yuina, showing no intention of backing down. This state lasted for quite a while, until Di Choer was about to give up. When the oppressive aura suddenly disappeared, Ji Yuina turned her back to Di Choer and said coldly, "Whatever you want." Di Choer took a couple of deep breaths, glanced at Ji Yuina's back for a long time, and then pushed open the door and walked out without hesitation. Ji Yuina stared calmly at the dormitory door that had closed again. After a long silence, she finally asked in a low voice, "How did it suddenly become like this?" When Di Choer arrived at Huo Yuhao's laboratory in a huff, she discovered that she wasn't the only one doing this. Wang Donger was also standing in front of the laboratory door. Wang Donger frowned and asked after seeing her, "What brings you here?" Di Choer did not answer, but stepped forward and asked in return, "Where's Xiao Xiao? Aren't you two always together?" Wang Donger's breath hitched, and her mood became somewhat depressed. However, she also noticed something unusual about Di Choer and quickly asked, "Where's Ji Yuina? Why aren't you with your sister?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Donger and Di Choer exchanged a glance, and they could clearly see a trace of bitterness on each other's beautiful faces. Wang Dong'er never expected that her friendship with Xiao Xiao, which had only been established for a few days, would break down so quickly. Dichoer also no longer wanted to be as obedient to her older sister, Silver Dragon King Yuina, as before. Just as they were each lost in their own thoughts, the laboratory door suddenly opened. Bai Mao Xiao Hongshan stared in astonishment at Wang Donger and Di Chu standing at the door, and then spoke. Yuhao said he's very busy right now, so let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Donger and Di Choer pursed their lips at the same time, said nothing more, turned Ed around and walked away side by side into the distance. Xiao Hongshan stroked his chin and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Are you really going to ignore these two beautiful girls, Yuhao? Bang. After closing the door, Xiao Hongshan strode toward Huo Yuhao, who was making a soul tool, and shouted loudly. Yuhao, are you sure you don't want to go outside and meet them? Let me tell you, in my opinion, those two are absolutely no less beautiful than Meng. They're even slightly prettier than Meng. Huo Yuhao continued to inscribe the core of the soul tool without turning his head. I have face blindness, so whether they are pretty or not is not important to me. Chapter 40. A crazy subversion of expectations, truly a genius. Laughing at the world, Huo Yuhao's words left Xiao Hongshan completely speechless, unsure how to respond. However, he was certain of one thing. In terms of showing off, Huo Yuhao, despite his young age, had already reached a level of consummate skill. Those two girls were clearly stunningly beautiful, but Huo Yuhao not only ignored them, but even claimed to be face blind. What's there to show off? Do you really think he's laughing at the world for lacking female admirers? Well, he certainly has no shortage of female admirers, but among those two stunningly beautiful girls, Xiao Hongshan only recognizes his own sister. Huo Yuhao IGN. Ored Xiao Hongshan and focused intently on engraving the core of the first-level soul tool in his hand. He held the engraving knife and moved it back and forth on it. Under the effect of mental detection, even the slightest mistake could not occur. Xiao Hongshan didn't interrupt again, but watched the scene intently. Not long after, a brand new level 1 soul tool was created by Huo Yuhao. Looking at the soul tool that Huo Yuhao had placed on the table, Xiao Hongshan clapped his hands vigorously and praised it loudly. Wow, Yuhao, you're really perfect to be a soul master. With your spirit detection soul skill, creating soul tools will be a million times easier than for other soul masters. You've never even touched a soul tool before, yet you've become a true level 1 soul master in just a few days. You're truly a genius. Xiao Hongshan, was right about you. Xiao Hongshan was genuinely happy for Huo Yuhao, believing that his guidance had played a crucial role in Huo Yuhao's rapid rise to become a first-level soul master. However, what he didn't know was that even before he came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Huo Yuhao was already a qualified first-level soul master. It's just that being a level 1 soul master doesn't fit his persona of being oppressed and bullied in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, which is why he hasn't revealed it yet. However, since Xiao Hongshan was so happy, Huo Yuhao certainly wouldn't spoil his fun. Senior Xiao, what are the distinguishing features of those two girls who came to see me earlier? Xiao Hongshan was slightly taken aback and asked in return. Aren't their stunningly beautiful features a defining characteristic? Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly, his expression turning somewhat strange. I have face blindness. You bastard. Xiao Hongshan was speechless, not knowing how to describe Huo Yuhao. But despite his complaints, Xiao Hongshan still carefully recalled the events. One has light blue hair, and the other has blonde hair. Even if you really are face blind, you can't possibly be colorblind, can you? Huo Yuhao smiled and waved his hand without saying anything more. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled to himself. Wang Donger and Di Choer. Xiao Xiao and Ji Yuina didn't come, so it seems my strategy was working. However, I really didn't expect their relationship to break down so quickly. So you were actually plotting against me before this. Thank goodness I'm only focused on my career right now, otherwise, with your simplistic thinking, I could probably just use my diary to you maneuver you and have you willingly throwing yourselves at me, getting completely taken advantage of without even realizing it. No, there's nothing to be proud of. We should always maintain a sense of awe. Like Wang Donger and Di Choer, if they weren't so confident they wouldn't give themselves away, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything amiss so easily. It's best to discard that so-called arrogance of a transmigrator. Huo Yuhao's experiences in the White Tiger Duke's mansion over the years have long made him understand that before becoming truly powerful, pride and complacency come at a price. And it is not uncommon for one to pay the price with his life. Even if he is the chosen one of destiny appointed by the will of the Douluo continent plane, and has a very powerful diary. He absolutely cannot be so arrogant as to disregard everyone. Being more cautious is definitely not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Hongshan and said goodbye. I'm leaving now, Senior Xiao. Xiao Hongshan was stunned. Seeing that Huo Yuhao was not joking, he asked repeatedly. So early today, aren't you going to continue studying? Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly. I want to raise my soul power to level 20 as soon as possible, hunt for soul rings, become a great soul master, and then try to raise my soul master level to level 2 as well. Xiao Hongshan was clearly taken aback when he heard this. He laughed heartily and patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder forcefully. I thought something serious had happened, but it's just this. You left such a small matter to me. I've been busy teaching you about soul tools these past few days, and I completely forgot about this. Yuhao, for soul masters of our Sun Moon Empire, there is no need to waste too much time on cultivating soul power. Instead of meditating all day and working yourself to death to improve soul power, we can spend more time researching soul tools, and occasionally take some time to cultivate. With the help of medicine. That is enough to improve soul power the fastest. Huo Yuhao blinked. Was he about to take drugs? But why did he have this feeling of being kept? Seeing that Huo Yuhao did not respond to her words, Xiao Hongshan looked at him seriously and said, Yuhao, you weren't also fooled by the rumors that our Sun Moon Empire's soul masters only use pills to increase their strength, were you? As long as you don't take them too frequently, there won't be any major problems. The reason those guys from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms said that is simply because they are too po. Or unwilling to give their highly effective medicinal herbs to unimportant juniors. Those guys say taking medicine is bad, but they've been taking plenty behind the scenes. Don't worry, Yuhao. I won't let you have any difficulties cultivating in the future because of taking medicine. Also, leave the medicine you need to me, I'll get it for you tomorrow. Before Huo Yuhao could even refuse, Xiao Hongshan plopped down at the table and waved his hand without turning his head. Alright, you go back and rest first. I'll continue my research for a while longer. I suddenly had a new idea. Looking at Xiao Hongshan's focused expression, Huo Yuhao clicked his tongue, feeling quite helpless. This guy really was just like Meng Hongshan said, a complete tech geek. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything more and left the laboratory directly. As he walked towards his dormitory, he pondered to himself. If Xiao Hongshan provides me with pills, it could solve the terrifying speed at which I advance. From a newly minted soul master to a great soul master in just a few days. Tisk. Everyone else is just trying to get rewards from me, but this guy Xiao Hongshan has been teaching me about soul too. LS and even offered to provide me with pills. How should I repay him? If I come across anything good for Xiao Hongshan in the future, I can find an excuse to give it to him. Also, during the next Soul Master competition, I'll use mental detection and mental sharing to make Xiao Hongshan perform a miracle in front of everyone. That guy has been looking forward to that day for a long time. To be continued.